Harper Audio presents Friend of the Devil by Peter Robinson, performed by Simon Preble. Copyright 2008 by Eastvale Enterprises Incorporated. Production copyright 2008 by HarperCollins Publishers. Chapter 1. She might have been staring out to sea, at the blurred line where the grey water meets the grey sky. The same salt wind that rushed the waves to shore lifted a lock of her dry hair and let it fall against her cheek. But she felt nothing. She just sat there, her expressionless face pale and puffy, clouded black eyes wide open. A flock of seagulls quarrelled over a shoal of fish they had spotted close to shore. One of them swooped low and hovered over the still shape at the cliff edge, then squawked and headed back to join the fray. Far out to sea, a freighter bound for Norway formed a red smudge on the horizon. Another seagull flew closer to the woman, perhaps attracted by the movement of her hair in the wind. A few moments later, the rest of the flock, tired of the squabble over fish, started to circle her. Finally, one settled on her shoulder in a grotesque parody of Long John Silver's parrot. Still she didn't move. Cocking its head, it looked around in all directions like a guilty schoolboy in case someone was watching. Then it plunged its beak into her ear. Sunday mornings were hardly sacrosanct to Detective Chief Inspector Alan Banks. After all, he didn't go to church, and he rarely awoke with such a bad hangover that it was painful to move or speak. In fact, the previous evening he'd watched The Black Dahlia on DVD and had drunk 2 glasses of Tesco's finest Chilean Cabernet with his reheated pizza fungi. But he did appreciate a lion and an hour or two's peace with the newspapers as much as the next man. For the afternoon, he planned to phone his mother and wish her a happy Mother's Day, then listen to some of the Shostakovich string quartets he'd recently purchased from iTunes, and carry on reading Tony Judd's Post-War. He found that he read far less fiction these days. He felt a new hunger to understand, from a different perspective, the world in which he had grown up. Novels were all well and good for giving you a flavour of the times, but he needed facts and interpretations, the big picture. That Sunday, the 3rd in March, such luxury was not to be. It started, innocently enough, as such momentous sequences of events often do, at about 8:30, with a phone call from Detective Sergeant Kevin Templeton, who was on duty in the Western Area Major Crime Squad room that weekend. "Gov, it's me, D.S. Templeton." Banks felt a twinge of distaste. He didn't like Templeton, would be happy when his transfer finally came through. There were times when he tried to tell himself it was because Templeton was too much like him, but that wasn't the case. Templeton didn't only cut corners. He trampled on far too many people's feelings, and worse, he seemed to enjoy it. "What is it?" Banks grunted. "It had better be good." "It's good, sir. You'll like it." Banks could hear traces of obsequious excitement in Templeton's voice. Since their last run-in, the young DS had tried to ingratiate himself in various ways, but this kind of phony, breathless deference was too Uriah Heep for Banks' liking. "Why don't you just tell me?" said Banks. "Do I need to get dressed?" He held the phone away from his ear as Templeton laughed. "I think you should get dressed, sir, and make your way down to Taylor's Yard as soon as you can." Taylor's Yard, Banks knew, was one of the narrow passages that led into the maze, which riddled the south side of the town centre behind Eastvale's market square. It was called a yard, not because it resembled a square or a garden in any way, but because some bright spark had once remarked that it wasn't much more than a yard wide. "And what will I find there?" he asked. "Body of a young woman," said Templeton. "I've checked it out myself. In fact, I'm there now." "You didn't?" "I didn't touch anything, sir. And between us, PC Forsyth and me have got the area taped off and sent for the doctor." "Good," said Banks, pushing aside the Sunday Times crossword he had hardly started, and looking longingly at his still steaming cup of black coffee. "Have you called the super?" "Not yet, sir. I thought I'd wait until you had the butcher's. No sense in jumping the gun." "All right," said Banks. Detective Superintendent Catherine Gervais was probably enjoying a lie-in after a late night out to see Orfeo at Opera North in Leeds. Banks had seen it on Thursday with his daughter Tracy and enjoyed it very much. He wasn't sure whether Tracy had. She seemed to have turned in on herself these days. "I'll be there in half an hour," he said. 3/4 at the most. Ring D.I. Cabbot and D.S. Hatchley, and get D.C. Jackman there too." "D.R. Cabbot still on loan to Easton, sir?" "Of course. Damn." If this was a murder, Banks would have liked Annie's help. They might have problems on a personal level, but they still worked well as a team. Banks went upstairs and showered and dressed quickly. Then, back in the kitchen, he filled his travel mug with coffee to drink on the way, making sure the top was pressed down tight. More than once he'd had a nasty accident with a coffee mug. He turned everything off, locked up, and headed for the car. He was driving his brother's Porsche. Though he still didn't feel especially comfortable in such a luxury vehicle, he was finding that he liked it better each day. Not so long ago he had thought of giving it to his son Brian or to Tracy, and that idea still held some appeal. The problem was that he didn't want to make one of them feel left out or less loved, so the choice was proving to be a dilemma. Brian's band had gone through a slight change of personnel recently, and he was rehearsing with some new musicians. Tracy's exam results had been a disappointment to her, though not to Banks, and she was passing her time rather miserably working in a bookshop in Leeds and sharing a house in Headingley with some old student friends. So, who deserved a Porsche? He could hardly cut it in half. Outside he found it had turned windy and cool, so he went back to switch his sports jacket for his zip-up leather jacket. If he was going to be standing around in the back alleys of Eastvale while the soccos, the photographer and the police surgeon did their stuff, he might as well stay as warm as possible. Once snug in the car, he started the engine and set off through Gratley, down the hill to Helmthorpe and on to the Eastvale road. He plugged his iPod into the adapter, on shuffle, and Ray Davies' All She Wrote came on, a song he particularly liked, especially the line about the big Australian barmaid. That would do for a Sunday morning drive to a crime scene, he thought. It would do just fine. Gilbert Downey didn't particularly like walking the dog. He did it, but it was a chore. The whole thing was one of those typical family decisions gone wrong. His daughter Kylie had wanted a puppy, had talked about nothing else since she was 8. Finally, Gilbert and Brenda had given in and bought her one for her birthday, though Brenda wasn't especially fond of dogs, and they sometimes made her sneeze. A few years later, Kylie had lost interest and moved on to boys and pop music, so it was now left to him, Gilbert, to take care of Hagrid. That Sunday morning the weather was looking particularly nasty, but Gilbert knew he shouldn't complain. At least Hagrid gave him an excuse to get out of the house, while Brenda and Kylie, now 14, had their usual Sunday morning row about where she'd been and what she'd been doing out so late on Saturday night. There weren't any decent walks near the village, at least none that he wasn't already sick to death of, and he liked the sea, so he drove the short distance to the coast. It was a bleak and lonely stretch, but he enjoyed it that way, and he would have it all to himself. More and more these days he preferred his own company, his own thoughts. He wondered if it was something to do with getting old, but he was only 46. That hardly qualified as old, except to Kylie and her deadbeat friends. Gilbert pulled up the collar of his wax jacket and shivered as the damp wind hit him. The grass was slippery from a previous shower. Hagrid didn't seem to mind. In no time he was off sniffing clumps of grass and shrubbery. Gilbert, ambling behind, hands in pockets, glancing out at the choppy water and wondering what it must have been like to go out on the whaling ships from Whitby. The crews were gone for months at a time, the women waiting at home, walking along West Cliff day after day, watching for signs of a sail, and hoping to see the jawbone of a whale nailed to the mast, a sign that everyone was safe. Then Gilbert saw a distant figure sitting at the cliff edge, Hagrid, ever gregarious, dashed toward it. The odd thing, as far as Gilbert was concerned, was that a seagull was perched on each shoulder. The scene reminded him of an old woman he'd once seen on a park bench, absolutely covered by the pigeons she was feeding. When Hagrid got close enough and barked, the seagulls launched themselves languidly and floated out over the sea, making it clear from their close circling and backward glances that this was only a temporary setback. Gilbert fancied they squawked in mockery that mere earthbound animals like him and Hagrid couldn't follow where they went. Hagrid lost interest and edged towards some bushes away from the path, where he probably sniffed a rabbit, and Gilbert walked towards the immobile figure to see if he could offer any assistance. It was a woman, he realised. At least something about the way she sat and the hair curling over her collar indicated that she was. He called out, but got no response. Then he realised that she was sitting in a wheelchair, wrapped in a blanket, her head propped up by something. Perhaps she couldn't move. There was nothing unusual about seeing a woman in a wheelchair around Loughborough Head. The care home wasn't far away, and relatives occasionally came and took parents or grandparents for walks along the coast. But what on earth was she doing there all by herself, especially on Mother's Day, abandoned in such a precarious position? It wouldn't take much for the chair to slip over the edge, just a change in the wind. Where the hell was her nurse or relative? When he arrived at the figure, Gilbert was struck almost simultaneously by two odd things. The first, bloodless scratches around her ears. He noticed because he approached her from behind, and when he moved around to the front, he saw the second. The upper half of her body, including the blanket, from her neck to her upper thighs, was absolutely drenched in blood. Before he even looked into her eyes, he knew that she was dead. Holding back the bitter taste of bile that surged in his throat, Gilbert whistled for Hagrid and started running back to the car. He knew from experience that his mobile wouldn't get a signal out here, and that he had to drive at least a couple of miles inland before calling the police. He didn't want to leave her just sitting there for the gulls to peck at, but what else could he do? As if reading his mind, two of the boldest gulls drifted back toward the still figure as soon as Gilbert turned his back and ran. Banks unplugged the iPod and stuck it in his pocket halfway through Tom Waite's slowdown and climbed out of the warm Porsche into the wind, which now seemed to be whipping sleet in his direction. The market square was busy with locals in their Sunday best going to the Norman church in the centre of the square, the women holding their hats fast against the wind, and the bells were ringing as if all were well with the world. One or two sightseers, however, had gathered around the taped-off entrance to Taylor's Yard. On one corner stood a pub called The Fountain, and on the other, Randall's leather goods shop. Between them, the narrow cobbled street led into the maze, that labyrinth of alleys called Ginnels and Snickets locally, tiny squares, courtyards, nooks and crannies, and small warehouses that had remained unchanged since the 18th century. Short of knocking the whole lot down and starting again, there was nothing much anyone could do with the cramped spaces and awkward locations, other than use them for storage or let them lie empty. The alleys weren't really a shortcut to anywhere, though if you knew your way, you could come out into the castle car park above the terraced gardens that sloped down to the river below Eastvale Castle. Apart from a row of 4 tiny occupied cottages near the car park end, the buildings were mostly uninhabitable, even to squatters, and as they were also listed, they couldn't be knocked down. So the maze stayed as it was, a handy hideaway for a quick knee-trembler, a hit of crystal meth or skunkweed before a night on the town. The street cleaners had complained to the police more than once about having to pick up needles, roaches, used condoms and plastic bags of glue, especially around the back of the Bar None Club or down Taylor's Yard from the Fountain. But even though the maze was just across the square from the police station, they couldn't police it 24 hours a day. D.C. Rickard and his community support officers, the plastic policemen, as the townsfolk called them, did the best they could, but it wasn't enough. People stayed away from the maze after dark. Most law-abiding folks had no reason to go there anyway. There were even rumours that it was haunted, that people had got lost in there and never found their way out again. Banks took his protective clothing from the boot of the car, signed the log for the constable on guard duty, and ducked under the blue and white police tape. At least the sleet barely penetrated the maze. The buildings were so high and close, like the shambles in York, that they blocked out the sky, except for a narrow grey strip. If anyone had lived on the upper floors, they could have easily reached out and shaken hands with their neighbours across the street. The blocks of limestone from which the maze was built were dark from the earlier rain, and a hint of peat smoke drifted through the air from the distant cottages. It made Banks think of Laphroaig, and he wondered if he might regain the taste for Islay malt whisky before long. The wind whistled and moaned, changing pitch, volume and timbre like breath blown through a woodwind. The maze was a stone wind, though, Banks reckoned. As promised, DS Kevin Templeton was keeping a watch on the building where the body had been found, where Taylor's Yard crossed Cutpurst Wynd. It wasn't much more than an outbuilding, a stone-built shed used for storing swatches and remnants by Joseph Randall, the owner of the leather goods shop. The frontage was limestone, and there were no windows. Usually, if a building did have any ground-floor windows in the maze, they were boarded up. Templeton was his usual suave self, gelled black hair, expensive tan chinos, damp around the knees, and a shiny leather jacket slick with rain. His eyes were bloodshot from the previous night's success, and Banks imagined him at a rave or something, twitching away to a techno-pop beat, or some DJ mixing Elvis with Eminem. Whether Templeton took drugs or not, Banks wasn't sure. He'd noticed no evidence, but he was certainly keeping an eye on him ever since the over-ambitious DS's attempt to ingratiate himself as the new super's toady. That had backfired, with a little help from Banks and Annie, but it hardly seemed to have dampened Templeton's ardour for advancement, or his apparent taste for arse-licking. The man wasn't a team player, that was for certain. Now all they could do was keep their fingers crossed and hope he got sent as far as Cornwall or Hampshire and put on traffic duty. "What have we got?" Banks asked. "Doc Burns is in with her now," Templeton answered. "Sarkos?" "On their way." "Then we better have a look now before the little Hitlers take over." Templeton grinned. "It's not very pretty in there." Banks stared at him. In the ranks of pointless comments he had heard in his time, it didn't rate particularly high, but it had its place. Templeton shrugged. Didn't even have the awareness to be embarrassed. Banks wondered if that was a psychopath's trait, along the lines of lack of conscience, no sense of humour, and zero human empathy. Kitted out in protective overalls and gloves, Banks pushed the green wooden door. It creaked on rusty hinges as it opened to reveal Dr. Burns kneeling over a body in the light of a naked bulb. For a split second, Banks was reminded of an image from a film he'd seen, something to do with Jack the Ripper bending over one of his victims. Well, the maze certainly had its similarities to the Ripper's Whitechapel, but Banks hoped that that was where the comparison ended. He turned back to Templeton. "Do you know whether the door was locked before the girl was put in there?" "Hard to say, Gov. The wood's so old and rotten. A quick hard shove would have done for it. It could have been broken for ages." Banks turned back to the storage room. The first thing he noticed, other than the dust, whitewashed walls and spider webs, was the mingled smells of leather, vomit and blood, the latter faint, a distant sweet metallic undertone, but nevertheless discernible. The victim was lying on a pile of leather scraps and remnants. From what Banks could see in the dim light, they were of various colours, green, blue, red, brown, and mostly triangular or rectangular. Banks picked one up. It was very soft, pliable leather that might be useful for something down the line, an elbow patch, say, or a small item like a change purse. Dr. Burns glanced over his shoulder and moved back to stand beside Banks. The room was just high enough for them both to stand upright.
"Ah, Alan, I've disturbed things as little as possible. I know what the Sarkos are like."
Banks knew too. The scenes of crime officers were very territorial about their work, and woe betide anyone who got in their way, DCI or not. "Have you had a chance to determine the cause of death?" he asked.
"Looks like manual strangulation to me, unless there are any hidden causes,"
Burns said, stooping and carefully lifting a strand of blonde hair, gesturing toward the dark bruising under her chin and ear. From what Banks could see, she was young, no older than his own daughter Tracy. She was wearing a green top and a white miniskirt with a broad pink plastic belt covered in silver glitter. The skirt had been hitched up even higher than it was already to expose her upper thighs. The body looked posed. She lay on her left side, legs scissored, as if she were running in her sleep. Something glistened on her pale flesh lower down, just above her knee, and Banks thought it might be semen. If so, there was a good chance of DNA. Her red knickers, skimpy as string, had snagged on her left ankle. She was wearing black patent leather high heels and a silver chain around her right ankle. Just above it was a tattoo of a tiny butterfly. Her top had been pushed up to expose the profile of her small pale breasts and puffy nipples, and her eyes were open, staring at the far wall. 2 or 3 of the leather remnants protruded from her mouth.
"Pretty young thing," said Dr. Burns. "Damn shame."
"Is that all she was wearing? It's bloody freezing."
"Kids today, you must have seen them."
Banks had. Whole groups of them, girls in particular, though plenty of boys wore nothing but T-shirts and jeans, running around town from pub to pub in the middle of winter, wearing thin sleeveless tops and short skirts. No tights. He had always assumed it was because they wanted to show off their bodies, but perhaps it was a simple practical matter. It just made things easier when you were on the move. No clutter, nothing to remember or forget, except your handbag. It made coming and going from places easy, and perhaps it was a mark of youth too, indifference to the cold, thumbing one's nose at the elements. "She wouldn't have ended up in that position naturally, would she?" Banks asked.
"Not if she was raped and strangled," said Burns. "She would have been on her back with her legs open, but there's no sign of lividity there."
So he moved her when he'd finished, turned her on her side, turned her face away, made her appear a bit more decent, as if she was sleeping. Perhaps he cleaned her up, too.
"Well, if he did, he missed something, didn't he?"
said Dr. Burns, pointing to the glistening spot. Dr. Burns moved and accidentally bumped his head against the light bulb, which started swinging back and forth. In the corner beside the door, Banks glimpsed something catching the light. There, on the dusty stone floor, lay a gold lame bag with a thin shoulder strap. Carefully, with his gloved hands, Banks picked it up and opened it. Lipstick, compact with mirror, 3 condoms, 4 Benson and Hedges, purple Bic cigarette lighter, and a book of matches from the Duck and Drake, facial tissues, paracetamol, nail file and clipper, a tampon, cheap turquoise gel pen, iPod shuffle in a pink skin, driving license, an unmarked vial with 4 white pills in it, ecstasy, each stamped with a crown, a small purse with £20 in notes and 65p in coins. Finally, a small address book with a William Morris cover, and in the front a name, Hayley Daniels, the same name that appeared with the photograph on her driving licence, and an address in Swainshead, a village about 30 miles west of Eastvale. Banks made a note of the details in his notebook and put everything back in the handbag for the sockos. He called Kevin Templeton into the doorway and told him to phone the local police station in Swainshead and have the constable there break the news to the girl's parents. Arrangements would then be made for them to come to Eastvale to identify the body. No more than the necessary details to be given. Then Banks glanced back towards the girl's twisted body. "Anything on the sexual element?" he asked Dr. Burns, "apart from the obvious?"
"Nothing certain yet, but it looks as if she's been brutally raped," said Burns. "Vaginal and anal, And Dr. Wallace will be able to tell you more when she gets her on the table. One odd thing."
"Yes?"
"Well, she's been shaved. Down there."
"The killer?"
"It's possible, I suppose, but some girls do it. So I've heard. And there's a tattoo where the hair would have been. You can't see it well at all from this position, and I don't want to disturb the body any more than necessary until the sockos have had their turn. But it would seem to indicate maybe she had it done herself some time ago. You can see the tattoo on her ankle, too."
"Yes." Dr. Burns was the local police surgeon, and as such, his job usually stopped with attending the scene, declaring death, and releasing the body for the coroner. After that, Dr. Wallace, the new Home Office pathologist, usually performed the post-mortem. Banks had found Burns useful in the past, though. Like all doctors, he didn't like to commit himself, but he could be led into a speculation or two on cause and time of death, which usually proved accurate enough to save Banks some time. That was what he asked about next. Burns checked his watch.
"It's 9:30 now," he said. "The cold would slow down rigour, and she seems young and healthy enough. You know."
Banks knew. Over the years, he had got used to dead people being described as in good health.
"I'm only guessing, of course," Burns went on, "but I'd say after midnight, maybe as late as 2 in the morning, but not likely later than that."
"Was she killed here?"
"It seems that way," said Burns.
Banks scanned the room.
"It's a pretty isolated spot," he said. "Insulated, too. Thick walls. I doubt anybody would hear anything, if there was anything to hear."
He looked at the swatches of leather that filled the girl's mouth. Even if she got off one good scream to start with, that would have soon silenced her. Dr. Burns said nothing. He took out his notebook and made a number of jottings, which Banks assumed to be time, temperature, position of body, and such like. They needed the photographer here soon. The sockos would have to wait until he'd finished, of course, but they wouldn't like it. They'd be straining at their chains like a pack of Dobermans who hadn't been given a lump of meat in a month. The hinges creaked, and Peter Darby, the police photographer, arrived with his old Pentax and a new digital video cam. The room was small, so Banks and Burns edged out and left him to it. Banks felt an urge for a cigarette. He didn't know why, as nobody around him was smoking. Perhaps it was the Benson and Hedges he'd seen in the victim's handbag, or the rain that had now replaced the sleet. He had a memory of a cigarette tasting so good in the rain once, when he'd been a very young smoker, and it had stuck with him for some reason. He let go of the thought, and the urge faded. From the church in the market square, he thought he could hear the congregation singing "There is a green hill far away," and it reminded him that Easter was coming up soon.
"She'd also been sick," Dr. Burns added. "I don't know if it's significant, but I noticed traces of vomit, both inside and on the wall outside."
"Yes," said Banks. "I smelled it too. There's also a chance it could have been the killer's. Not everyone has the stomach for this sort of thing, thank God. I'll make sure the sockos pay close attention."
"Thanks, Doc."
Dr. Burns nodded and walked away. Templeton came over and shifted from foot to foot, rubbing his hands together.
"Juicy one, isn't it, Gov?" he said. "Just like I told you."
Banks closed his eyes, turned his head up to the strip of grey sky, feeling a few drops of rain on his eyelids, and sighed. "It's a dead girl, Kev," he said. "Raped and strangled. Now, I appreciate a bit of crime scene humour as much as the next copper, but can you just hold back your glee for a while longer, do you think?"
"Sorry, Gov,"
said Templeton, his tone indicating that he had absolutely no idea what he had to apologise for. "And we'll want to interview all local sex offenders, everyone on the books, and those we think should be."
"Yes, Gov."
"And ring the super," Banks said. "She'll have to know." Templeton reached for his mobile. Banks enjoyed the quiet for a moment, the music of the wind, water dripping from a gutter somewhere, and the distant choir singing a hymn. It was so long since he'd been to church. Then he heard new sounds, A notice DC Winsome Jackman and DS Stefan Novak, crime scene coordinator, come bustling down Taylor's yard with a gaggle of soccos kitted out like spacemen. Soon they would have the area as brightly lit as a film studio, and their various tools and gadgets would be sucking up or illuminating tiny traces of the most unusual and practically invisible substances. Everything would be carefully bagged, labelled and stored, to be used in the event of a court case down the line, and some of it might even be of use in tracking down the girl's killer. If they got lucky, they would find DNA, and it would match a sample they already had in the DNA National Database. If. Banks welcomed Stefan Novak and explained what he knew of the situation. Novak had a few words with his team, and when Peter Darby came up, they went in. They'd be a while setting up and getting started, Novak explained, and they wanted everyone out of their way. Banks checked the time. Pity, he thought, that with all these new liberal opening hours, none of the local pubs extended them to as early as 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning. Banks sent Winsome off to Swainshead to interview the girl's parents before bringing them back to Eastvale General Infirmary to identify the body. He needed to know as much as she could find out about where the girl had been last night and with whom. There was a lot to set in motion, and the sooner the better. Leads had a habit of vanishing very quickly. After about 3/4 of an hour, Banks had another brief period of peace in which to assess the situation. By the looks of her, the girl had been out on the town, most likely with a boyfriend or with a group of friends. They needed to be tracked down and interviewed. Someone would have to get hold of all the closed-circuit television footage, too. Most of the market square was covered by CCTV these days, though there were blind spots. How had she ended up alone? Had she gone off with someone, or had the killer been lurking in the maze, waiting for a victim? Why had she wandered in there alone? Unfortunately, there was no CCTV in the maze itself. Then a voice cut through his reverie. "This had better be bloody important, DCI, Banks. I've had to cut short my morning gallop, and my son and his wife are expecting me for lunch." And down the alley strutted the diminutive but svelte and powerful figure of Detective Superintendent Catherine Gervais, resplendent in jodhpurs, caps and boots, slapping her riding crop gently against her thigh as she approached. Banks smiled. "I must say, ma'am, you cut quite a dashing figure. Fancy a coffee? We can have a chat and leave DS Novak to watch over things here." Was Banks imagining it, or did Superintendent Gervais actually blush at the compliment? Somewhere in the distance, beyond the pain screaming in her head and the sound of the seagulls and church bells, D.I. Annie Cabbot could hear her mobile ringing. They don't really ring these days, she thought, as she strained towards consciousness. They have ring tones. They tinkle. They play tunes. Hers was playing Bohemian Rhapsody, and it was driving her crazy. The phone salesman's little joke. She would have to learn how to change it. Just when she managed to half open an eye and reach for the bedside table, the sound stopped. Damn, she thought, as her hand reached into the empty space. There was no bedside table. Where had the bloody thing gone? She had a moment of absolute panic, not knowing where or even who she was. She certainly wasn't at Mrs. Barnaby's B&B, where she should have been. Then she became aware of a warm, heavy object resting on her hip. When she got both her eyes open and looked around, she became immediately aware of 3 things. She was not in her own bed, hence no bedside table. She had a splitting headache, and the warm, heavy thing lying across her hip was a man's arm. Fortunately, or not as the case may be, it was still attached to a man. Piece by piece, like flipping through cards to make a moving picture, but with cards missing, fragments of the previous evening came back to her. It was vague and fuzzy, and there were big gaps. But she did remember beer, loud music, dancing, fizzy blue drinks with umbrellas, flashing lights, a live band, people laughing. Stumbling through winding, dimly lit streets, up a long hill, a steep staircase. Then things got more blurred. Another drink or two, perhaps, drunken fumblings, and a tumble onto bed. This bed. Gently, Annie disengaged the arm. Its owner stirred and grumbled in his sleep, but thankfully he didn't awaken. Then Annie sat up and took stock. She was naked. Her clothes lay strewn across the hardwood floor with the kind of carelessness that suggested desperate and wanton abandon. Her black silk knickers hanging on the bed knob like some obscene sort of trophy. She snatched them off, swung to the side of the bed and slipped them on. She felt like shit. Idiot, she said to herself. Idiot. She glanced at his body where the sheet had slipped off. Short black hair sticking up here and there where he'd slept on it. One lock over his right eye. A strong jaw, broad shoulders. A nice chest, not too hairy, but masculine enough. Thank God he wasn't a colleague, someone from the station. She couldn't see what colour his eyes were because they were closed, and it shamed her that she couldn't remember. He needed a shave, but not too many years ago he wouldn't have. How old was he? 22? 23 at the most, she guessed. And how old was she? Just turned 40. At least he wasn't married, not as far as she could tell from the appearance of the flat. It was usually the older ones, the married ones, that she fell for. With a sigh, she began to gather up the rest of her clothes and get dressed. The room was pleasant enough, with pale blue walls, a poster of a Modigliani nude, and a Venetian blind that didn't keep out very much light. There was also a poster of some rock band she didn't recognise on the opposite wall. Worse, there was an electric guitar propped up beside a small amplifier. She remembered him telling her that he played in a band. Christ, had she really gone home with a musician? Well, look on the bright side, she told herself. At least it was the guitarist, not the drummer or the bass player, as her old friend Jackie would have said, and especially not the saxophone player. Never go with a sax player, sweetie, Jackie had told her. The only thing he's thinking of is his next solo. Still, what a cliché. In the cold light of day, was he even younger than she thought? She checked him out again. No, at least 22. Younger than Banks's rock-star son, Brian, though. Perhaps it should make her feel good, she tried to tell herself, that someone so young and attractive had fancied her, that she still had such pulling power. But somehow it didn't. It made her feel like an old whore. Perfectly all right for older men and younger women. A man would feel proud of himself, but not for her. She zipped up her jeans. Christ, they felt tight. She'd been putting on weight like nobody's business lately, and it didn't make her feel any better to see that little bulge of fat where her flat belly used to be. Time for more exercise and less ale. Annie found her mobile in her shoulder bag and checked the call. It was from the station. She didn't know if she could face work feeling the way she did. Before anything else, she took her bag with her into the bathroom and closed the door. She used the toilet first, then found some aspirin in the cabinet above the sink, washed herself as best she could, was that what they called a whore's bath, and applied some makeup. He didn't have a shower, and she didn't feel like undressing again and getting in the bath. Best just to leave, find her car, answer the message, then go home, or whatever passed for home these days, for a good long soak and self-flagellation. Write out 1,000 times, I must not go home with strange young guitarists I meet in nightclubs. At least she knew she had left her car somewhere near the club. She hadn't been stupid enough to drive. She'd had some sense then. And she thought she could even remember which club they'd ended up in. The air in the bedroom smelled of stale smoke and worse, and Annie saw on a small table by the door an ashtray with cigarette butts and a couple of roaches. Beside it lay a small plastic bag of marijuana and her hoop earrings. God, had she had the presence of mind to take her earrings off, and yet she had smoked a couple of joints and, well, what else had she done? It didn't bear thinking about. She fumbled with the earrings and got them on. He stirred as she opened the door, but just enough to pull the sheet up, wrap it around himself, and curl up like a child. Annie shut the door behind her and walked down the stairs to a strange new day in a strange place. She could smell the fresh sea air as soon as she got outside, feel the cold wind, and hear the seagulls squealing. At least she had a warm jacket. While she headed back down the hill in the direction of the club to her car, she fumbled with her mobile and accessed her voicemail. She was finally rewarded by the stern voice of Detective Superintendent Bruff from Eastern Area Headquarters, telling her to get down to Loughborough Head immediately. There had been a murder, and the locals needed her. Being on loan, she thought, ending the call, sometimes felt like being a whore. Then she realized she'd had the same thought twice in the space of about half an hour, under different circumstances, and decided it was time to change metaphors. Not a whore at all, but an angel of mercy. That's what she was. Annie Cabbot, angel of mercy at your service. She found the purple Astra in the public car park beside the club, thinking for the 100th time that it was about time she got a new car, consulted her AA roadmap, and with a crunch of gears, set off for Loughborough Head, at the far northern edge of Easton's territory. At least the cafes in the market square were open. Banks chose one only 3 doors down from Taylor's Yard, on the upper level above the Age Concern shop, where he knew the coffee was good and strong, and sat down with Detective Superintendent Gervais. She appeared quite attractive, he noticed, with the pert nose, blue eyes, Cupid's bow lips, and the slight glow her morning exercise had given to her pale complexion. The faint scar beside her left eye was almost a mirror image of his own. She was probably a good 10 years younger than him, which put her in her early 40s. Once they'd given their orders, his for coffee, hers for a pot of Earl Grey tea and toasted tea cakes for both of them, they got down to business. "It looks like we've got a particularly nasty murder on our hands," Banks said. "And things have been so quiet lately," said Gervais. She laid her riding crop on the table, took off her helmet, gave her head a shake, and ran her hand through her short fair hair, which lay flattened against her skull. "Ever since that business with the rock group." She gave Banks a look. Banks knew that, even though she'd given him the freedom he needed to solve his previous murder case, she had still been unhappy with its conclusion. Banks had too, but that couldn't be helped. Sometimes things just don't work out the way you hope they will. Banks moved on quickly, telling her what he'd found out from D.S. Templeton and Dr. Burns. The body was discovered at 8:15 this morning by Mr. Joseph Randall, age 55, of Hyacinth Walk. And what was he doing in the maze at that time on a Sunday morning? "He's the owner of the leather goods shop on the corner," Banks explained. "It's his storage room. He said he went around there to search for some samples, found the lock broken, and saw her just lying there. Swore he didn't touch anything. Said he backed out and ran straight across the square to the station." "Do we believe him?" "He says he opened the storage room door at 8:15, but one of the people in the market square told D.S. Templeton she saw Randall go into the maze at 8:10 by the church clock, which is pretty accurate. She remembers because she was late for church and glanced up to see the time. The desk sergeant logged the report from Randall at 8:21. "That's 11 minutes, Gervais pursed her lips. "Sounds rather thin," she said. "Where is he now?" D.S. Templeton sent him home with a constable. Apparently Mr. Randall was very upset. Interview him yourself. Go in hard next time." "Yes, ma'am," said Banks, making a doodle in his notebook. Ever one for stating the obvious was Gervais. Still, it was best to let her think she was in control. Their order arrived. The coffee was as good as he remembered, and the tea cakes had plenty of butter on them. "What was she doing in the maze by herself?" Gervais asked. "Well, that's one thing we have to find out," said Banks. "But for a start, we don't know that she was by herself. She could have gone in there with someone." "To take drugs, perhaps?" "Perhaps. We found some pills in her handbag. Ecstasy. Or maybe she just got separated from her friends and someone lured her there with the promise of drugs. Still, you hardly need to hide away in the maze to pop E. You can do it in any pub in town. She could have been taking a short cut to the car park or the river. Did she have a car? We don't know yet. She did have a driving licence. Follow it up. We will. She was probably drunk, Banks said. Or at least tipsy. There was a whiff of vomit in the storeroom, so she may have been sick, if it wasn't our killers. Forensics should solve that one anyway. She most likely wouldn't have been thinking about safety, and I doubt there's any great mystery as to how or why she came to be in the maze alone. There are any number of possibilities. She could have had an argument with her boyfriend, for example, and run off. And someone was lying there in wait for her. Or the chance of someone like her, which indicates it might be a killer who knows the habits of the locals on a Saturday night in Eastvale after closing time. Better round up the usual suspects, then. Local sex offenders, known clients of sex workers. It's being done. Any idea where she'd been? Well, judging by the way she was dressed, Banks said, it seems as if she'd been doing the rounds of the Market Square pubs. Typical Saturday night get-up. We'll be canvassing all the pubs as soon as they open. He glanced at his watch, which won't be long now. Gervais squinted at him. Not personally, I hope. Too much of a job for me, I'm afraid. I thought I'd put Detective Sergeant Hatchley in charge of it. He's been housebound lately. Do him good to get out and about. Keep him on a tight leash, then, said Gervais. I don't want him offending every bloody minority group we've got in town. He's mellowed a lot. Gervais gave him a disbelieving look. Anything else? She dotted her mouth with a paper serviette after a couple of dainty nibbles of tea cake. I'll get a couple of officers to work on reviewing all the CCTV footage we can find of the Market Square last night. A lot of the pubs have CCTV now, and I know the Bar None does too. There should be plenty, and you know what the quality's like, so it'll take time. But we might find something there. We'll also conduct a thorough search of the maze, adjacent buildings, the lot. We'll do a house-to-house of the immediate area. Trouble is, there are ways in and out that don't show up on any CCTV cameras. The exit into the car park above the river gardens, for example. Surely there must be cameras in the car park. Yes, but not covering it from that angle. They're pointing the other way, into the car park from the alley. Easy to slip under them. It's only a snicket, and hardly anyone uses it. Most people use the Castle Road exit, which is covered. We'll try our luck anyway. Check them all out as best you can. Banks told her what Dr. Burns had said about cause and approximate time of death. When will Dr. Wallace be available to do the post-mortem? She asked. Tomorrow morning, I should hope, said Banks. Dr. Glendenning had retired, in his own words, to play golf about a month ago, and Banks hadn't really seen his replacement at work since there hadn't been any suspicious deaths in that period. From what he could gather from his brief meetings with her, she seemed to be a dedicated professional, an efficient pathologist. The picture on the driving licence I found in the handbag matches the victim, Banks said, and we've got an address from the flyleaf of her address book. Hayley Daniels, from Swainshead. Reported missing? Not yet. So perhaps she wasn't expected home, said Gervais. Any idea how old she was? 19, according to the licence. Who is following up? D.C. Jackman's gone to Swainshead to talk to the parents. She ought to be arriving there about now. Rather her than me, said Gervais. Banks wondered if she had ever been given the job of breaking bad news to a victim's parents. I know what you're thinking, Gervais said with a smile. You're thinking me, with all my nice upper-middle-class upbringing, university degrees, accelerated promotion and the rest. What would I know about it, aren't you? Not at all, said Banks with a straight face. Liar. Gervais sipped some tea and stared at a spot just over Banks's head. My first week as a probationary PC, she said. I was working at Poole, Dorset, mostly making tea and coffee. Friday morning they found the body of an 11-year-old schoolboy on a tract of wasteland at the edge of town. He'd been raped and beaten to death. Working-class family. Guess who they sent? Banks said nothing. Christ, I was sick to my stomach. Gervais said. "Before I went out there, really physically sick, I was convinced I couldn't do it." "But you did." She looked Banks in the eye. "Of course I did. And you know what happened? The mother went berserk, threw a plate of eggs, beans and chips at me, cut my head open. I had to put the bloody handcuffs on to restrain her in the end. Temporarily, of course. She calmed down eventually, and I got 10 stitches. Gervais shook her head. "What a day." She looked at her watch. "I suppose I'd better ring my son and tell him lunch is off." Banks glanced out of the window. The wind was blowing harder, and the people coming out of church were having a difficult time keeping their hats on and stopping their umbrellas from turning inside out. He thought of the body on the pile of leather. "I suppose so," he said. "Today isn't looking too good so far either." Then he went to the counter to pay. Swains-Head, or the Head as the locals called it, started with a triangular village green which split the main road at the T-junction with the Swainsdale Road. Around the green were the church, the village hall, and a few shops. This, Winsome knew, was called Lower Head, and was the part most frequently visited by tourists. The Daniels family lived in Upper Head, where the two branches of the road joined into one and separated 2 rows of stone cottages facing each other. Behind the cottages, on both sides, the pastures rose slowly, criss-crossed by dry stone walls, and finally gave way to steep fells, ending in moorland. The area was so named because the source of the River Swain was to be found in the surrounding hills. It began as a mere puddle bubbling forth from the earth, overflowing into a thin trickle and then gaining strength as it went, finally plunging over the edge of a hanging valley at Rawley Force to cut its main course along the dale. Banks had once told Winsome about a case he'd worked on there, long before her time in Eastvale. It had taken him as far as Toronto in search of a missing expatriate. As far as Winsome knew, none of the people involved still lived in Swains-Head, but those who did live there remembered the incident. It had become a part of village folklore. Years ago, people would have written songs about it, the kind of old broadsheet folk ballads that Banks liked so much. These days, when the newspapers and telly had picked the bones clean, there was nothing left for anyone to sing about. The sound of Winsome's car door closing shattered the silence and sent 3 fat crows soaring up into the sky from a gnarled tree. They wheeled against the grey clouds like black umbrellas blowing inside out. Winsome checked the address as she walked past a pub and a couple of houses with bed and breakfast signs swinging in the wind. Vacancies cards displayed in their bay windows. 3 grizzled old men leaning on their walking sticks and chatting on the old stone bridge, despite the weather, fell silent and followed her with their eyes as she walked by. Winsome supposed they didn't often see a 6-foot black woman in Swains-Head. The wind seemed to be blowing from all directions, and with it, like a part of it, came the sleet, stinging her eyes, seeping through her black denim jeans, tight around the thighs, where her jacket ended. It wouldn't do the suede jacket much good either, she realised, thinking she ought to have worn something more practical. But she'd been in a hurry, and it was the first thing she touched in the hall cupboard. How was she to know it was going to be like this? Winsome found the house and rang the doorbell. A dour constable answered, tried unsuccessfully to cover up his surprise at the sight of her, and led her into the front room. A woman who looked far too young to have a daughter the victim's age sat there staring into space. "Mrs. Daniels?" Winsome asked.
"McCarthy. Donna McCarthy. But Jeff Daniels is my husband. I kept my maiden name for professional reasons. I was explaining to the constable here that Jeff's away at the moment on business."
Winsome introduced herself. She noticed with approval that Donna McCarthy showed neither surprise nor amusement at her appearance. Mrs. McCarthy's eyes filled up.
"Is it true, what he told me, about our Hayley?"
"We think so," Winsome said, reaching for the plastic bag that held the address book Banks had given her. "Can you tell me if this belonged to your daughter?" Donna McCarthy examined the cover with its William Morris pattern, and the tears spilled over.
"She's not my real daughter, you understand," she said, voice muffled through the handkerchief. "I'm Jeff's second wife. Hayley's mother ran off 12 years ago. We've been married for 8.
"I see," said Winsome, making a note. "But you can definitely identify that address book as belonging to Hayley Daniels." Donna nodded.
"Can I have a peek inside?"
"I'm afraid you can't touch it," said Winsome. "Here, let me." She took out the latex gloves she had brought for just such an eventuality, slipped the address book out of its bag, and opened it to the flyleaf. "Is that Hayley's handwriting?" Donna McCarthy put the handkerchief to her face again and nodded. Winsome flipped a few pages, and she kept on nodding. Finally, Winsome put the book away again and took off her gloves and crossed her wet legs. "Any chance of rustling up some tea?" she asked the constable. He gave her a look that spoke volumes about a man like him being asked to do such a menial task by a black woman of equal rank, albeit a detective, and sloped off, presumably toward the kitchen. Miserable bugger. Winsome touched the woman's hand gently with her own. "I'm so sorry," she said, "but I do need to ask you a few questions." Donna McCarthy blew her nose. "Of course," she said. "I understand." She seemed a slight, desolate figure, alone on the sofa, but Winsome could see that she was also fit, almost muscular in her shoulders and arms. She had pale green eyes and short light brown hair. Her clothes were casual, jeans and a plain white T-shirt, showing the outline of her bra over small, firm breasts. It stopped just short enough to show an inch or so of flat stomach. "Do you have a recent photograph of Hayley?" Winsome asked. Donna McCarthy got up and rummaged through a drawer, coming back with a snapshot of a young girl standing by the market cross. "That was taken about a month ago," she said. "Can I borrow it?" "Yes, I'd like it back, though." "Of course. When did you last see Hayley?" Winsome asked.
"Yesterday evening. It must have been about 6 o'clock. She was going to catch the bus to Eastvale to meet some friends."
"Was this something she did often?"
"Most Saturdays. As you probably noticed, there's not a lot to do around here."
Winsome remembered the village where she'd grown up, high in Jamaica's Cockpit Mountains above Montego Bay. Nothing to do had been an understatement there. Nothing but a one-room schoolhouse and a future in the banana chip factory, like her mother and grandmother. Unless you went down to the bay, as Winsome did at first, and worked at one of the tourist resorts. "Can you give me the names of her friends?" she asked.
"Maybe a couple of them, first names, but she didn't talk about them to me, and she didn't bring them back here to meet us."
"Were they friends from work, school, college? What did Hayley do?"
"She was a student at Eastvale College."
"She went by bus every day? It's a long way."
"No, she drove. She's got an old Fiat. Jeff got it for her second hand. It's his business."
Winsome remembered the driving licence Banks had found in the girl's handbag. "But she didn't drive last night?"
"Well, no, she wouldn't, would she? She was off drinking. She was always careful that way. Wouldn't drink and drive."
Did she plan on getting home?"
"Oh, she didn't. That's why I mean, if I'd expected her home, I'd have reported her missing, wouldn't I? I might not be her birth mother, but I did my best to love her as if I was, to make her feel—"
"Of course," said Winsome. "Any idea where she planned on staying?"
"With one of her college friends, as usual."
"What was she studying?"
"Travel and tourism. National diploma. It was all she wanted to do. Travel the world."
Donna McCarthy started crying again.
"What's happened to her? Was she—"
"We don't know," Winsome lied. "The doctor will be examining her soon."
"She was such a pretty girl."
"Did she have a boyfriend?" The constable returned, bearing a tray, which he plunked down on the table in front of the two women. Winsome thanked him. "Anything else?" he asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. "No," Winsome said. You can go now if you like."
"Thanks."
The constable grunted, ignored Winsome, and made a bow towards Donna McCarthy, then left. Donna waited a moment until she heard the front door shut, then said,
"No one in particular. Not that I know of. A lot of kids today like to hang around with a group rather than hitch themselves up to just one lad, don't they? I can't say I blame them. Having too much fun to start going out with anyone seriously, aren't they?"
"I don't mean to pry," said Winsome, "but had there been anyone? I mean, was Hayley sexually active?" Donna thought for a moment, then said,
"I'd be surprised if she wasn't, but I don't think she was promiscuous or anything. I'm sure she tried it. A woman can tell these things."
The central heating was turned up, and it was too warm in the small room. A sheen of moisture glistened on Donna's brow. "But you don't know the name of the boy?"
"No, I'm sorry."
"Never mind." Winsome thought she probably had enough to go on. She'd track Hayley's friends through the college's travel and tourism department and take it from there. "You said earlier," she went on, "that you kept your maiden name for professional reasons. Might I ask what they were?"
"What?"
She wiped the back of her hand across her eyes, smearing some mascara.
"Oh, I was a personal trainer. Fitness. Nothing special. But people knew me by that name. I had cards printed, the business logo, everything. It just seemed easier to keep it. And Jeff didn't mind. That's how I met Jeff in the first place, actually. He was a client."
"What happened to the business?"
"I packed it in 6 months ago. Jeff makes more than enough for us all to live on, and I've got plenty of other things to occupy my time. Besides, I'm getting a bit old for all those hard workouts."
Winsome doubted that.
"What did you do last night, all on your own?"
she asked casually. Donna shrugged. If she felt that Winsome was prodding her for an alibi, she didn't show it.
"Just stayed in. Caroline from over the road came over with the DVD, Casino Royale, the new one, you know, with that dishy Daniel Craig. We drank a few glasses of wine, or ordered a pizza. Got a bit giggly, you know."
"Girls' night in, then?"
"I suppose so. Look, do you know how I get in touch with your husband?"
Winsome asked.
"It's important." "Yes, he's staying at the Faversham Hotel just outside Skipton. A convention. He should be back home sometime tomorrow."
"Have you rung him?"
"Not yet. The policeman was here and I just don't know what to say. Jeff dotes on Hayley. He'll be devastated."
"He has to be told," Winsome said gently. "He is her father. Would you like me to do it?"
"Would you? Have you got the number?" "I always just ring his mobile,"
Donna said, and gave Winsome the number.
"The phone's in the kitchen, on the wall."
Winsome walked through, and Donna followed behind her. The kitchen looked out on the sloping hillside at the back of the house. There was a large garden with a small wooden tool shed leaning against the green fence. Hail pellets now pattered against the window panes behind the net curtains. Winsome picked up the handset and dialed the number Donna had given her. As she waited for an answer, she tried to work out what she was going to say. After a few rings, the call went through to Jeff's answering service. "Have you got the hotel's number?" Winsome asked. Donna shook her head. "It's okay." Winsome rang directory inquiries and got connected to the Faversham. When someone from reception answered, she asked to be put through to Hayley Daniels. The receptionist asked her to please hold. There was a long silence at the other end, then the voice came back on. "I'm sorry," the woman said, "but Mr. Daniels isn't answering his telephone." "Perhaps he's at a session," Winsome said. "He's with the convention, the car salesman. Can you check?" "What convention?" the receptionist said. "There's no convention here. We're not a convention hotel." "Thank you," said Winsome, hanging up. She looked at Donna McCarthy, and the hopeful, expectant expression on her face. What the hell was she going to say now? Well, whatever it was, she would have a bit of time to think while she drove Donna to Eastvale General Infirmary to identify her stepdaughter's body. Chapter 2. It didn't take Annie long to drive to Loughborough Head from Whitby, where she was temporarily on loan to Spring Hill Police Station, District of Scarborough, Eastern Division, their rank of detectives being decimated by illness and holidays. Usually she slept in Mrs. Barnaby's B&B on Westcliff, special rates for visiting police officers, a nice but small third-floor room whose luxuries consisted of an ensuite bathroom, sea view, telephone and tea-making facilities. But last night had been different. It was a Saturday. She'd been working late, and she hadn't had a good night out in ages. At least that was what she told herself when the girls in the station invited her for a drink at the local watering hole, and then on to a club or two. She had lost contact with the rest of the girls sometime during the evening, and only hoped they hadn't seen what had become of her. The guilt and shame bit away at her stomach almost as bad as the heartburn as she pulled up at the side of the unfenced road about 100 yards from the edge of the cliff. Her heart sank when the first figure she saw was the bulky shape of Detective Superintendent Bruff heading over to her.
"Good afternoon, D.I. Cabbot," he said, though it was still morning. "Glad you could join us."
Considering how quickly Annie had got there, she thought that was a stupid and insensitive remark, but she let it pass. She was used to those coming from Bruff, well known as a lazy, time-serving sod with both eyes fixed on retirement 6 months down the road, endless rounds of golf and long holidays in Torremolinos. Even as a working copper, he hadn't had the energy or gumption to line his pockets, like some. So there was no villa, just a rented flat with polyfiller walls and an ageing Spanish floozy with a predilection for flashy jewellery, cheap perfume and even cheaper booze. Or so rumour had it. "I'm surprised to find you up and about on a Sunday morning, sir," Annie said, as brightly as she could manage. "Thought you'd be in church."
"Yes, well, needs must. Duty, Cabbot, duty," he said. "The magic word, and something we would all do well to embrace."
He gestured over to the cliff edge, where Annie could see a seated figure ringed by police.
"It's over there,"
he said, as if washing his hands of the entire scene.
"D.S. Naylor and D.C. Baker will fill you in. I'd better get back to the station and start coordinating. We've had to shoo off a couple of local reporters already, and there's bound to be more media interest. You'll know what I mean when you've seen it. Bye for now, D.I. Cabbot. And I expect 120% on this. 120, remember?"
"Yes, sir. Bye, sir," Annie said to his retreating back. She mumbled a few curses under her breath and started walking with difficulty against the wind over the slippery clumps of grass to the cliff. She could taste salt on her lips and feel its sting in her eyes. From what she could make out as she squinted, the figure was sitting in a wheelchair staring out to sea. When she got closer and saw it from the front, she noticed that it was a woman, her head supported by a halo brace. Below her chin, a broad, deep bib of dark blood had spread all the way down to her lap. Annie had to swallow an ounce or so of vomit that rose up into her mouth. Dead bodies didn't usually bother her, but a few pints of Sam Smith's the night before, followed by those fizzy blue drinks with the umbrellas, didn't help. Naylor and Baker were standing beside the body while the police surgeon examined her, and the photographer hovered and snapped. Annie greeted them. "What have we got here?" she asked Naylor.
"Suspicious death, ma'am,"
said Naylor in his usual laconic manner. D.C. Baker smiled. "I can see that, Tommy," said Annie, taking in the ear-to-ear cut, exposed cartilage and spilled blood. "Any sign of a weapon?"
"No, ma'am."
Annie gestured to the cliff edge. "Anyone check down there?"
"Got a couple of PCs doing a search right now," said Naylor. They'll have to hurry up, though. The tide's coming in fast. Well, in the absence of a weapon, I think we can assume she didn't top herself, said Annie. Think the seagulls did it? Might have done at that, said Naylor, glancing up at the noisy flock. They're getting bolder, and they've definitely been at the body. He pointed. See those marks in and around the ear? My guess is there's no blood because she'd already bled out by the time they started pecking at her. Dead bodies don't bleed. The doctor glanced up. We'll make an MD out of you yet, Tommy, he said. Annie's stomach gave another unpleasant lurch, and again she tasted sick in the back of her throat. No, she wasn't going to do it. She wasn't going to be sick in front of Tommy Naylor. But seagulls! She had always hated them, feared them even, ever since she was a kid in St. Ives. It didn't take the birds to make Annie aware of the threat inherent in a flock of gulls. They had once swarmed her when she was in her pram, and her father was off about 20 yards away sketching a particularly artistic group of old oaks. It was one of her earliest memories. She shivered and pulled herself together. Anything for us yet, Doc? Not much, I'm afraid. She's been dead for an hour or two, and the cause is most likely exsanguination, as you can see. Whoever did this is a very sick bastard. The woman was seriously disabled by the looks of it. Probably couldn't even lift a bloody finger to defend herself. Weapon? Some sort of very thin, very sharp blade, like a straight-blade razor or even a surgical instrument. The pathologist will no doubt be able to tell you more later. Anyway, it was a clean, smooth cut, no soring or signs of serrations. Right or left-handed? It's often impossible to say with slash wounds, especially if there's no hesitation cuts. But I'd say probably left to right, from behind, which makes the killer right-handed. Unless he was faking it. Only probably, mind you. Don't quote me on it. Annie smiled, as if I would. She turned to Naylor. Who found the body? Naylor pointed to a bench about 200 yards away. Bloke over there. Name's Gilbert Downey. Walking his dog. Poor sod, said Annie. Probably put him right off his roast beef and Yorkshire pud. Anyone know who she is? Not yet, ma'am, said D.C. Baker. No handbag, purse or anything. Helen Baker was a broad, barrel-shaped woman, built like a brick shithouse, as the saying went, but she was remarkably nimble and spry for someone of her shape and build. And she had flaming red, spiky hair. Among her friends and colleagues, she was known affectionately as Ginger Baker. She glanced around. Not even a wristband, like they sometimes wear. This is a pretty isolated spot, mind you, especially at this time of year. The nearest village is 4 miles south and half a mile inland. About the only place in any way close is that residential care home about a mile to the south, Mapston Hall. Residential care home for what? Don't know. Ginger glanced at the wheelchair. For people with problems like hers, I'd hazard a guess. But there's no way she could have made it all the way here by herself, is there? Doubt it, Naylor chipped in. Unless she was doing an Andy. Annie couldn't help but smile. She was a big fan of Little Britain. Banks, too. They'd watched it together a couple of times after a long day at work over an Indian takeaway and a bottle of red. But she didn't want to let herself think of Banks right now. From the corner of her eyes, she saw the Socko van turn onto the grass verge. "Good work, Tommy and Ginger," she said. "We'd better get out of the way and let the Soccos do the stuff. Let's sit in the car and get out of this bloody wind." They walked over to Annie's Astra, stopping for a brief chat on the way with the crime scene coordinator D.S. Liam McCullough, and sat in the car with the windows open an inch or two to let in some air, Ginger in the back. Annie's head throbbed, and she had to force herself to pay attention to the matter at hand. Who'd want to murder some defenceless old woman confined to a wheelchair? She asked out loud. Not that old, said Naylor. I reckon that sort of injury ages a person prematurely, but if you can see past the hair and the pasty complexion, you'll see she's not more than 40 or so, maybe late 30s, and she was probably quite a looker. Good cheekbones, a nice mouth. 40, Annie thought. My age. Dear God, not old at all. Anyway, Naylor added, it takes all sorts. Oh, Tommy, don't come the world-weary cynic with me.
It might suit your rumpled appearance, but it doesn't get us anywhere. You saw her, the chair, halo, brace and all, and you heard what the doc said. She probably couldn't move at all, maybe even couldn't talk either. What kind of threat could she have posed to anyone?
I bet she wasn't always in a wheelchair, said Ginger from the back seat.
Good point, said Annie, turning her head. Very good point. And as soon as we find out who she was, we'll start digging into her past. What do you think of the bloke who found her, Tommy? If he did it, he's a damn good actor. I think he's telling us the truth. Tommy Naylor was a solid veteran in his early 50s, with no interest in the greasy poles of ambition and promotion. In the short while they'd been working together, Annie had come to respect his opinions. She didn't know much about him or about his private life, except rumour had it that his wife was dying of cancer. He was taciturn and undemonstrative, a man of few words, and she didn't know whether he approved of her or not. But he got the job done without question, and he showed initiative when it was called for. And she trusted his judgment. That was as much as she could ask. So someone took her walkies out there, cut her throat and just left her to bleed to death, she said. Looks that way, said Naylor. Annie mulled that over for a moment, then said, Right. Ginger, you go see about setting up the murder room. We'll need a man-mobile unit out here too. And Tommy, let's you and me get down to Mapston Hall and see if we can find out if that's where she came from. Maybe, if we're lucky, they'll even offer us a cup of tea. While Detective Superintendent Gervais went to the station to set up the mechanics of the murder investigation and deal with the press, the various experts performed their specialist tasks, and Detective Sergeant Hatchley organised a canvassing of the town centre pubs, Banks decided to pay a visit to Joseph Randall, the leather shop owner who had discovered Hayley Daniels' body. Hyacinth Walk was an unremarkable street of run-down pre-war red-brick terraces just off King Street, about halfway down the hill between the Market Square and the more modern Lee View estate, a good 15 or 20-minute walk from the maze. Inside, Joseph Randall's house was starkly furnished and neat, with plain coral wallpaper. A large TV set, turned off at the moment, held centre stage in the living room. Randall seemed still dazed by his experience, as well he might be, Banks thought. It's not every day you stumble across the partially clad body of a young girl. While everyone else was no doubt eating their Sunday lunch, Randall didn't seem to have anything cooking. Radio 2 was playing in the background, Parkinson interviewing some empty-headed celebrity on his Sunday supplement programme. Banks couldn't make out who it was or what was being said.
Sit down, please, said Randall, pushing his thick-lensed glasses up on the bridge of his long, thin nose.
Behind them, his grey eyes looked bloodshot. His wispy grey hair was uncombed, flattened to the skull in some places and sticking up in others. Along with the shabby beige cardigan he wore over his round shoulders, it made him appear older than his 55 years. And maybe this morning's trauma had something to do with that too. Banks sat on a brown leather armchair, which proved to be more comfortable than it seemed. A gilt-edged mirror hung at an angle over the fireplace, and he could see himself reflected in it. He found the image distracting. He tried to ignore it as best he could while he spoke to Randall. "I'd just like to get a bit of clarification," he began. "You said you discovered the body when you went round to the storage building to pick up some samples. Is that correct?"
"Yes."
"But it was Sunday morning. What on earth could you possibly want with a few swatches of leather on a Sunday?"
"When you run your own business, Mr. Banks, you find yourself working the oddest hours. I'm sure it must be the same for you."
"In a way. said Banks, thinking that he had little choice in the matter, especially when it came to murder. Who were the samples for?
For me.
Why?
Someone asked me to make a woman's handbag for his wife's birthday. I wanted to know what the options were.
You didn't have samples in the shop?
Some, but not the ones I wanted.
Why were you in such a hurry?
The birthday's on Tuesday. It was a rush job. I thought if I got off to a quick start...
He paused and adjusted his glasses again.
Look, Mr. Banks, I can see why this might seem odd to you, but it isn't. I don't go to church. I'm not married. I have no hobbies. Outside of my work, I don't have a great deal to do with my time, except watch television and read the papers. This project was on my mind. The shop isn't far away, so I thought I'd get started, rather than idle around with the news of the world.
That wouldn't take long, Banks thought, but he could see Randall's point. Very well, he said. Can you give me the woman's name and address? The one whose birthday it is on Tuesday. Randall frowned, but gave Banks the information. Is there a back or side entrance to your shop?
No, just the front.
Is there a way from the shop to the storage room from the inside?
No, you have to go down Taylor's yard. I rent it very cheaply, and that's one of the minor inconveniences.
OK. Now tell me exactly how it happened, Banks went on. How did you approach the building? What did you see? Randall paused and glanced at the rain-splattered window.
I approached the place as I usually would, he said. I remember being annoyed about the weather. There was a sudden shower. My umbrella had broken near the top of King Street, blown inside out, and I was getting wet.
Did you notice anything odd in the market square? Anyone behaving oddly?
No, everything was normal. You surely don't think...
Banks had a pretty good idea from Dr. Burns that Hayley Daniels had been killed late the previous night, but that didn't rule out the killer returning to the scene or leaving it, having revisited. Anyone heading out of the maze?
No, only a couple of latecomers going to church in the square, and a small queue waiting for the Darlington bus.
That's all?
Yes.
All right, go on.
Well, as I said, I was put out by the weather, but there was nothing I could do about that. Anyway, the rain had stopped when I got to the storage building.
What did you notice first?
Well, nothing.
You weren't aware that it had been broken into?
No, the door looked closed as usual. It opens inward. There was only a Yale lock and a handle to pull it shut.
And it was shut?
Well, as far as I could see, yes, but I wasn't really paying much attention. This was something I'd done hundreds of times before. I was just on automatic pilot, I suppose. There must have been a small gap if the lock had been broken, but I didn't notice it.
I understand, said Banks. Carry on.
When I went to unlock the door, it just started to swing open. Well, obviously, it couldn't have been pulled all the way shut because the lock was broken, as if someone had forced it from the outside.
In your opinion, would that have taken much pressure?
No, the wood was old, the screws loose. I never really worried about it Well, all I kept there were scraps and remnants, really. They weren't valuable. Who'd want to steal them? As I think I've told you, they're usually the bits left over from various projects, but they're often useful for patchwork and as samples, so I just throw them in there whenever the basket gets full. I've got a workshop in the back of the shop where I do most of the cutting and sewing and repairs.
Do you have any employees?
Randall barked. You must be joking. Most of the time I hardly have enough work to pay the rent, let alone hire an employee.
Enough work to get you there very early on a Sunday morning, though.
I told you that was a special commission, a rush job. Look, I'm getting tired of this. I had a hell of a shock to my system a few hours ago, and now here you are practically accusing me of attacking and killing that poor girl. By all rights, I should be under sedation. My nerves are bad.
I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression, said Banks. Calm down, take it easy. I'm just trying to find out as much as I can about what happened this morning."
"Well, nothing happened this morning. I went to the storage room and I saw...
He put his hands to his head and his chest started heaving, as if he were having difficulty breathing.
"Oh, God, I saw..."
"Can I get you anything?" Banks asked, afraid that Randall was having a heart attack.
"Pills,"
he gasped.
"They're in my jacket pocket."
He pointed, and Banks saw a navy sports jacket hanging on the back of the door. He took out a small bottle of pills, noting that it was labelled Activan Sublingual, prescribed by Dr. Llewellyn, and passed it to Randall, who opened it with shaking hands and placed a tiny tablet under his tongue. "Water?" Banks asked. Randall shook his head.
"See what I mean?"
he said a few moments later.
"It's my nerves. Shattered. Never been strong. I get anxiety attacks."
"I'm sorry, Mr. Randall," said Banks, feeling his patience running out. It wasn't that he didn't feel compassion for anyone who found a dead body, but Randall seemed to be pushing everything just a little over the top. "Perhaps we can get back to your account of what happened next, if it isn't too painful." Randall gave him a glare to indicate that the sarcasm wasn't lost on him.
"It is painful, Mr. Banks. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I can't get the image out of my mind, out of my memory. That poor girl, as if she were just asleep."
"But you knew she was dead?"
"Well, yes, you can tell. I mean, there's something missing, isn't there? Nobody home, just a shell."
Banks knew the feeling, and had often put it that way himself. "The image will fade in time," he said, though he doubted that it would. None of his had. "Just tell me exactly what happened. Try to visualize it. Concentrate on the details. There might be something important you've overlooked." Randall seemed to have calmed down.
"All right," he said. "All right, I'll try."
"How dark was it in the room?"
"Quite dark. Oh, I mean, I couldn't really make anything out until I turned on the light. It's just a bare bulb, as you probably know, but it was enough."
"And you saw her straight away?"
"Yes, on the pile of remnants."
"Did you know her?"
"Well, of course not."
"Ever seen her before?"
"No."
"Did you touch her at all?"
"Why would I touch her?"
"To check if she was still alive, perhaps?"
"No, I didn't. It never really occurred to me."
"So, what did you do next?" Randall shifted in his chair and tugged at his collar.
"I just... I suppose I just stood there a few moments, in shock, taking it all in. You have to understand that at first it seemed so unreal. I kept thinking she would get up and run out, giggling, that it was some sort of practical joke."
"Have any of the local young people played practical jokes on you before?"
"No. Why?"
"Never mind. You said earlier that you knew she was dead."
"Oh, that was later. These things can run through your mind at the same time. It was the shock, I suppose."
"Did you touch anything in the room?"
"Only the door, and the light switch. I never got beyond the doorway. As soon as I saw her, I stopped where I was."
"And when you got over the shock?"
"I thought I'd go into the shop and dial 999. Then I realised the police station was just across the square and it would probably make more sense to go over there. So I did."
"Can you give me any idea of how long it was between your finding the body and getting to the station?"
"Not really. I had no concept of time. I mean, I just acted. I ran across the square."
"You said you found the body at 8:15.
"That's right. I checked my watch when I got there. Habit."
"And you reported it at 8:21. Does that sound right?"
"If you say so."
6 minutes, then. How accurate is your watch?"
"It's accurate, as far as I know."
"You see," said Banks, shifting in his chair, "we have a witness who saw you enter the maze at 8:10 by the church clock, and we know it's no more than 30 seconds or so from the entrance on Taylor's Yard to your storage room. What do you make of that?"
"But that would mean 11 minutes."
Well, I surely can't have been that long.
Could your watch have been fast?
I suppose so.
Mind if I see it?
What?
Banks gestured toward his wrist. Your watch. Mind if I have a look?
Oh, not at all.
He turned the face toward Banks. 12:27, the same as his own, and he knew, the same as the church clock. Seems to be accurate. Randall shrugged.
Well,
have you any explanation for those 11 minutes?
I didn't even know there were 11 minutes, said Randall. As I told you, I've no conception of how long it all took.
Right, said Banks, standing. That's what you said. And it's only 5 minutes difference from what you told us, after all, isn't it? I mean, what could possibly happen in 5 minutes? Banks held Randall's eyes, and the latter broke away first. Stick around, Mr. Randall, Banks said. I'll be sending someone along to take your official statement later this afternoon. Mapston Hall was an old pile of dark stone squatting on its promontory like a horned toad. Beyond the high gates and the surrounding wall, the gravel drive snaked through a wooded area to the front of the building, where there was parking for about 10 cars. Most spots were already taken by staff or visitors, Annie guessed, but she found a place easily enough and approached the imposing heavy wooden doors. Tommy Naylor ambling beside her, nonchalant as ever, taking in the view. Despite the aspirins, Annie's headache was still troubling her, and she felt in desperate need of a long, regenerative soak in the tub.
Must cost a bob or two to run this place, Naylor speculated. Wonder who pays the bills.
Not the NHS, I'll bet, said Annie, though the sign outside had mentioned that the National Health Service had a part in running the place, and that Mapston Hall specialised in care for people with spinal cord injuries.
Rich people in wheelchairs, said Naylor. Where there's a will,
just a thought. Some relative couldn't wait for the cash, or a mercy killing. Annie glanced at him. Funny way to go about it, slitting her throat, she said. But we won't forget those angles. How aware would the victim have been of her life slipping away from her, Annie wondered. Perhaps her body had been incapable of sensation, but what emotions had she felt during those final moments? Relief? Horror? Fear? Though the inside of the hall was as old and dark as the exterior, like a stately home, with its parquet floor, wainscoting, broad winding staircase, high ceiling complete with crystal chandelier, and oil paintings of 18th century dignitaries on the wall, the Mapston clan, no doubt, the computer set up behind the reception desk was modern enough, as was the elaborate stair lift. The place was surprisingly busy, with people coming and going, nurses dashing around, orderlies pushing trolleys down corridors. Controlled chaos. Annie and Naylor presented their warrant cards to the receptionist, who looked like a frazzled schoolgirl on her weekend job, and told her they were making inquiries about a patient. The girl probably wanted to work with handicapped people and was getting some work experience, Annie thought. She certainly seemed earnest enough and had that slightly bossy, busybodyish, passive-aggressive way about her that so often indicated a social worker. Her name badge read Fiona.
I can't tell you anything, she said. I'm only part-time.
Then who should we talk to? Fiona bit her lip.
We're short-staffed. It's Sunday. Mother's Day, in fact.
Meaning? Annie asked.
Well, it's a very busy day for us. Visitors. Most of them come on the weekends, you see, and Sunday morning's the most popular time, especially as it's
Mother's Day. Yes, I see, said Annie. Is there anyone who can help us?
What is it exactly you want to know?
I told you. It's about a patient, a possible patient.
Name?
That's one thing we're trying to find out.
Well, I don't...
Fiona, Annie cut in, this is really important. Will you please page someone who knows what they're doing?
Well, you don't have to take...
Please. Fiona held Annie's gaze for just a moment. Annie felt her head throb. Fiona sniffed and picked up the phone. Annie heard her page someone called Grace Chaplin over the PA system. In a few moments, A woman of about the same age as Annie, looking elegant and handsome in a crisp white uniform, came striding in a no-nonsense way along the corridor, clipboard under her arm. She stepped over to Fiona and asked what the problem was. Fiona looked nervously toward Annie, who proffered her warrant card. "Is there somewhere we can talk, Miss Chaplin?"
"Grace, please," the woman said. "By the way, I'm Director of Patient Care Services."
"Sort of like a matron," Annie said. Grace Chaplin gave her a tiny smile.
"Sort of like that," she said. "And the conference room is over here, if you would just follow me. It should be free."
Annie looked at Tommy Naylor and raised her eyebrows as Grace Chaplin turned and led them toward a set of double doors. "Have a nose around, Tommy," she said. "I'll deal with this. Chat up some of the nurses, and patients too if you can. Use your charm. See if you can find anything out. Am I after anything in particular?" "No, just have a wander around and try to develop a feel for the place. See how people react to you. Make a note of anyone who strikes you as useful or obstructive. You know the drill." "Right, ma'am," said Naylor, heading off across the tiled hall. The conference room had a large round table on which sat a jug of water and a tray of glasses. Grace Chaplin didn't offer, but as soon as Annie had sat down, she reached for a glass and filled it. The more water she could get into her system, the better.
"You look a bit under the weather, Inspector," said Grace. "Is everything all right?"
"I'm fine," said Annie. "Touch of flu, maybe."
"Ah, I see. What is it I can help you with?"
Annie explained a little about the body in the wheelchair, and Grace's expression became more serious as she spoke. "In the end," Annie said, "this place seemed a natural one to start asking questions. Any idea who it might be?"
"I'm afraid I don't," said Grace. "But if you don't mind staying here a moment, I might be able to find out for you."
"Thank you." Annie topped up her water. Through the large window she could see Grace go back to the reception desk and talk to Fiona, who seemed flustered. Eventually Fiona picked up a large ledger from her desk and handed it to Grace, who looked at the open page and returned to the conference room carrying the book.
"This should help," she said, placing it on the table. "It's a log of all patient comings and goings. Anyone who leaves the building with a friend or relative has to be signed out."
"And is anyone?" asked Annie.
"Only one. Usually we have far more out on a Sunday morning, but today the weather has been so unsettled, hail one minute, sleet and gale force wind the next, that most visitors either didn't stay out long or decided simply to stay in with their loved ones. We've organised a special Mother's Day lunch, and most people will be staying indoors for that."
"And the one who signed out?" Grace slid the book around so Annie could read the single entry. "Karen Drew, taken out at 9:30 a.m. No return time filled in. And next to her name was an unintelligible signature, the first part of which might, just at a stretch of the imagination, have been Mary. "Are you sure she's not back?" Annie asked.
"I don't know. Mistakes do happen. I'll have to have someone check her room to make certain."
"Would you do that, please?"
"Just a moment. I'll get Fiona to page Mel, her carer. You'll want to talk to her anyway, I presume."
"Yes, please," said Annie, reaching for the water jug again as Grace went back to see Fiona. When Banks arrived at the Queen's Arms for a working lunch, Detective Sergeant Hatchley and the new probationary DC, Doug Wilson, were already there and had been lucky to snag a dimpled copper-topped table by the window looking out on the church and Market Cross. The pub was crowded already, and people were crossing the market square carrying bouquets of flowers or potted plants. It reminded Banks that he still had to phone his mother. The detectives were still on duty, at the very beginning of a serious inquiry, so under Detective Superintendent Gervais's new totalitarian regime, alcohol was strictly out of the question. Food, though, was another matter entirely. Even a working copper has to eat. Sipping a Diet Coke when Banks arrived, Hatchley ordered roast beef and Yorkshire pudding all round, and they settled down to business. Hatchley was starting to appear old, Banks thought, though he was only in his 40s. The cares of fatherhood had drawn lines around his eyes and bags under them. Lack of exercise had put on pounds that sagged round the waist of his suit trousers. Even his thatch of straw-like hair was getting thin on top, not helped at all by a very precarious comb-over. Still, Hatchley was never a man who had taken great pride in his appearance, though perhaps the saddest thing about him now was that he would hardly scare even the most mouse-like of villains. But he remained a stubborn and dogged copper, albeit slow on the uptake, and Banks valued his presence on the team when they could steal him away from his teetering piles of paperwork in CID. D.C. Wilson was fresh from detective training school and looked as if he'd be happier out playing football with his mates. Hayley Daniels, it seemed, had been around. A number of landlords and bar staff recognised her from the picture Winsome had got from Donna McCarthy, though nobody admitted actually to knowing her. She had been part of a large mixed group of Saturday night regulars, mostly students from the college. At some times there were 8 or 9 of them, at others 5 or 6. Hayley had been drinking Bacardi breezes, and toward the end of the evening at least one landlord had refused to serve her. Nobody remembered seeing her enter the maze. "The barmaid from the Duck and Drake recognised her," D.C. Wilson said. "In fact, she's a student at the college herself, working part-time, like a lot of them, and she said she'd seen Hayley around on campus. Doesn't know her especially well, though." "Anything else?" Banks asked.
"She was able to give me a couple of names of people who were with Hayley on Saturday night. She thought there were about 8, maybe 9 of them in all, when she saw them. They met up at the Duck and Drake around 7 o'clock, had a couple of drinks and moved on. They weren't particularly boisterous then, but it was early on."
"Did you ask if she noticed anyone paying them much attention?"
"I did. She said it was pretty quiet around then, but there was one bloke by himself in a corner giving the girls the eye. In all fairness, the barman said she didn't blame him, given how little they were wearing."
"Name?"
"Didn't know," said D.C. Wilson. "Said he was vaguely familiar. Thought she'd seen him before, but couldn't think where. Thought he might be one of the local shopkeepers having a quiet drink after work. Anyway, I gave her my mobile number in case she remembered."
"Well, that's good work, Doug," said Banks. The pub was filling up and getting noisy around them. It was hardly a day for tourists, but a coach had pulled up in the market square nevertheless, and they all came dashing toward the Queen's Arms, plastic Macs over their heads, mostly ageing mothers led by their sons and daughters.
"So, D.C. Wilson found one place they had drinks at, and I found 3, Hatchley said. "Did we miss anywhere, lad?"
Hatchley glanced at Wilson, who didn't need telling twice. He shot up from his seat and hurried to the bar ahead of the tourists.
"He'll be all right,"
said Hatchley, winking at Banks. "Find out anything else about Hayley?" Banks asked.
"Well," said Hatchley, "she had quite a mouth on her, according to Jack Bagley at the Trumpeters, especially when he refused to serve her. Wouldn't believe the stream of foul language that came out of such a pretty young thing, Jack wouldn't, and there's not much he hasn't heard."
"It's the drink," said Banks. "Lord knows, I don't mind a drop or two myself, but some kids don't know when to stop these days."
"Well, it's not just these days,"
said Hatchley, scratching the side of his nose.
"I could tell you a rugby club tale or two that were curly toes. And what's binge drinking anyway, when you get right down to it? 5 or more drinks in a row? 3 or more times a month? That's how the so-called experts define it. But you tell me which one of us has never done that. Still, you're right. Drinking's quite the social order problem these days, and Eastvale's up there with the worst for a town its size. And it was St. Paddy's Day yesterday, too. Well, you know the Irish. Couple of drinks, a punch-up, a few songs, and another drink."
"Come on, Jim," said Banks. "I promised Superintendent Gervais you weren't going to offend anyone." Hatchley looked hurt.
"Me? Offend?"
D.C. Wilson rejoined them, looking pleased with himself.
"It seems they were here later on in the evening," he said.
"And Cyril served them?"
"Cyril wasn't here last night. The young lad at the far end was, though. He said they were quiet enough by then. Maybe a bit the worse for wear, but nobody was acting so drunk he thought he ought to refuse to serve them. They had a drink each, just the one, and left in orderly fashion, half an hour or so before closing time.
That would be about 11:30, then, said Banks.
Did he say where they went?
Hatchley asked.
Over to the Fountain.
The Fountain was the pub on the far side of the square on the corner of Taylor's Yard, and it was known to stay open until about midnight, or not long after.
The others must have quietened Hayley down after that fracas in the Trumpeters so they could get more drinks, Hatchley said. I wonder if they went to the Bar None when the Fountain closed. They've been stricter about who they serve in there since the last time they were in trouble, but it's the only place in town you can get a drink after midnight, unless you fancy a curry and lager at the Taj.
D.C. Wilson's mobile buzzed, and he put it to his ear. When he'd asked a couple of questions and listened for a while, the frown deepened on his brow. "What is it?" Banks asked when Wilson turned the phone off.
"It was that barmaid at the Duck and Drake," he said. "She remembered where she'd seen the bloke sitting by himself. Got a tear in her leather jacket a couple of months ago, and someone recommended that shop on the corner of Taylor's Yard for invisible mending. Said she didn't know the bloke's name, but it was him, the bloke from the leather shop."
Mel Danvers, Karen Drew's assigned carer, was a slender young thing of 20-something, with doe eyes and a layered cap of chocolate-brown hair. Grace Chaplin seemed in control, but Mel seemed nervous, fiddling with a ring on her finger, perhaps because she was in front of her supervisor. Annie didn't know if the nervousness meant anything, but she hoped she would soon find out. Someone had managed to get her hands on an assortment of sandwiches, she noticed, along with some digestive biscuits and a pot of tea. Things were looking up in the conference room. Mel turned from Annie to Grace.
"I can't believe it," she said. "Karen? Murdered?"
She had checked Karen's room, and her colleagues had searched the rest of Mapston Hall just in case Karen had somehow returned without anyone knowing. But she was nowhere to be found, and Karen fit the description that Annie gave Grace and Mel. Tommy Naylor was busy searching her room. "Tell me what happened," Annie said. "Were you there when she left?"
"Yes, I even advised her against it. The weather. But her friend was quite adamant. She said a bit of wind and rain never bothered her, and it would be a long time before she could come again. I couldn't stop her from going. I mean, she wasn't a prisoner or anything."
"It's all right," said Annie. "Nobody's blaming you. What was her friend's name?"
"Mary."
"No surname?"
"Well, she didn't give me one. It should be in the log,"
Mel said with a glance at Grace.
"They have to sign the log."
Annie showed her the signature. Mel narrowed her eyes and shook her head.
"I can't read it," she said.
"Nobody can," said Annie. "I think that was the intention."
"But you can't mean... Oh, dear God!"
She put her hand to her mouth. Grace touched her shoulder gently.
There, Mel," she said. "Be strong. Answer the inspector's questions." "Yes,"
said Mel, stiffening and straightening her uniform. "Is the time right? 9:30? Annie asked.
"Yes,"
Mel answered. Well, that was something, Annie thought. "Do you require any sort of identification from people signing patients out?" she asked. "No," said Grace.
"Why would we?
Who would want to—" She let her words trail off when she realized where she was heading. "I understand," said Annie. "So, basically, anyone can walk in and take any one of your patients out?"
"Well, yes," said Grace. "But usually they're friends or relatives, unless they're social workers or volunteers, of course, and then they take whoever requires them." She paused. "Not all our patients have relatives who recognise their existence."
"It must be difficult," Annie said, not entirely sure what she meant. She turned to Mel again. "Have you ever seen this Mary before?" she asked.
"No."
"Are you certain it was a woman?"
"I think so," Mel said. "It was mostly her voice, you know. I couldn't see much of her face because she was wearing a hat and glasses, and she had a long raincoat on with the collar turned up. So, you know, it sort of hid her shape, her figure and her neck. I'm pretty sure, though."
What was her voice like?
Just ordinary.
Any particular accent?
No, but not Yorkshire-like or Geordie, just sort of neutral. She didn't say very much, just said she was a friend and had come to take Karen for a walk.
What did you notice about her?
Well, she was quite slight, wiry, not very tall.
Did you catch a glimpse of her hair colour at all?
Not really. I think it must have been under the hat.
What kind of hat?
I don't know. A hat with a brim.
What colour?
Black.
Any idea what age she was?
Hard to say. I didn't get a real look at her face. Old, though, from the way she moved and her general appearance. I'd say maybe late 30s or 40.
Annie let that go by. Anything distinguishing about her?
Just ordinary, really.
OK. Did you see her car? She couldn't have walked here.
No, said Mel. I mean, I was inside all the time. Someone might have seen it in one of the parking spots.
Do you have CCTV in the car park?
No, we don't have it at all here. I mean, it's not as if the patients are under guard or they're going to run away or anything.
How did Karen react to the idea of a walk with Mary? Mel fiddled with her ring and reddened.
She didn't. I mean, she couldn't, could she? Karen was a quadriplegic. She couldn't communicate.
Did she have any particular friends here? Annie asked. Anyone she spent a lot of time with?
Well, it's difficult when a person can't communicate, Mel said. You tend to be confined to a pretty solitary existence. Of course, the staff here make sure she has all she needs. They talk to her, tell her what's going on. They're all truly wonderful people. And she has her television, of course, but, well, it all goes in, but nothing comes out.
Mel shrugged. So you had no way of knowing whether she recognised Mary or not, or indeed wanted to go with her?
No, but why would this Mary... I mean...
Mel started crying. Grace passed her a handkerchief from her pocket and touched her shoulder again.
Why would anybody want to take Karen out if they didn't know her?
Mel went on.
What would be the point?
Well, I think we know the answer to that, Annie said. Someone wanted to get her alone in an isolated spot and kill her. The puzzle that remains is why. Was Karen wealthy?
I believe she had some money from the sale of her house,
Grace said. But that would all have been put toward her care. I wouldn't say she was wealthy, no. How did she end up here, by the way? Annie asked.
Drunk driver, said Grace. Broke her back.
Awkward area. Spinal cord damage. It happens far more often than you would imagine. Tragic case. There'd be insurance, then.
Whatever there was, it would have also gone toward her care.
How long had she been here?
About 3 months.
Where did she come here from?
A hospital called Grey Oaks, just outside Nottingham. It specialises in spinal injuries.
Well, how did she end up here? What's the process?
It varies, said Grace. Sometimes it's people's families who've heard of us. Sometimes it comes through social services. Karen's stay in the hospital was up. There was nothing more they could do for her there, and they need all the beds they can get, so the social services helped and came up with us. We had a room available, and the details were worked out.
Do you know the name of the social worker involved?
Which should be in the file.
Does Karen have any relatives?
None that I know of, said Grace. I'd have to check the files for the information you want.
I'd like to take those files. Grace paused, then said,
Of course. Look, do you seriously think the motive was money?
I don't know what it was, said Annie. I'm just covering all the possibilities. We need to know a lot more about Karen Drew and the life she lived before she ended up here, if we hope to get any further. As nobody seems to be able to help us very much on that score, perhaps we'd better concentrate our efforts elsewhere.
We've told you all we can, said Grace. You should find more information in her files.
Maybe. Annie looked at Mel, who seemed to have pulled herself together and was nibbling on a digestive biscuit. "We'll need a description of this Mary as soon as possible. Someone might have seen her locally. Mel, do you think you could work with a police artist on this? I don't know how quickly we can get someone here at such short notice, but we'll do our best."
"I think so," said Mel. "I mean, I've never done it before, but I'll have a try. But like I said, I never got a good look at her face."
Annie gave her a reassuring smile. "The artist's very good," she said. "Just do your best. He'll help steer you in the right direction." Annie stood up and said to Grace, "We'll be sending some officers over to take statements from as many staff members and patients as possible. D.S. Naylor will be picking up the files before we leave. I hope you'll be cooperative." "Of course," said Grace. Annie remained in the conference room and ate a potted meat sandwich, washed down with a glass of water, until Tommy Naylor came in with the files. Then they left together. "What do you think?" she asked Naylor when they got outside. "I think we've got our work cut out," he said, waving a file folder about half an inch thick. "I've had a quick glance, and there's not a lot here except medical mumbo-jumbo, and we don't even have a next of kin to go on." Annie sighed. "These things are sent to try us. See if you can get the artist organised. Not that it'll do much good by the sound of things. And I'll find out if D.S. McCullough and the Sockers have anything for us." Chapter 3. Winsome wondered if she was doing the right thing as she parked outside the Faversham Hotel that afternoon. She had told Donna McCarthy that Jeff was at a meeting and unavailable over the telephone. Rather than try to reach him later, leave a message or wait for him to come back to Swainshead, she said she would go and find him and break the news herself. Donna had been grateful and relieved that someone else was going to tell Jeff about his daughter. Winsome had tried his mobile and the hotel switchboard a couple more times on her way to Skipton, but with no luck. The hotel lay just outside the town, not far from where the wild millstone grit of the Bronte moorland metamorphosed into the limestone hills and valleys of the Dales National Park. Winsome knew the area reasonably well, as she'd been potholing with the club in the Malham area on several occasions, but she didn't know the Faversham. It resembled a big old manor house with a few additions tacked on. A stream ran by the back, and Winsome could hear it burbling over the rocks as she went in the front door. Very rustic and romantic, she thought, and not at all the sort of place for a convention of used car salesmen. She showed her warrant card at the front desk and explained that she needed to talk to Mr. Daniels. The receptionist rang the room, but got no answer. "He must be out," she said. "What's his room number?" "I can't. This is police business," Winsome said. "He forgot to bring his medicine, and without it he could die. Bad heart." It was a quick improvisation, but the word "die" did the trick. You didn't have to see Faulty Towers to know what problems a dead body in a hotel room could cause. "Oh, my God," said the receptionist. "He hasn't been answering his phone all morning." She called someone in front from the back room to take over from her, then asked Winsome to follow her. They made their way in silence on the lift to the second floor and along the corridor, where trays of empty plates and cups sat outside doors. Outside number 212 was a tray with an empty champagne bottle in a cooler. Veuve Clicquot, Winsome noticed, the ice long melted to water, and a couple of plates bearing the discarded translucent pink shells of several prawns. A "Do Not Disturb" sign hung on the door handle. Winsome was immediately transported back to the time when she worked at the Holiday Inn outside Montego Bay, cleaning up after the American and European tourists. She'd hardly been able to believe the state of some of the rooms, the things people left there, shamelessly for a young impressionable girl who went to church in her best frock and hat every Sunday to clean up or throw away. Winsome remembered how Beryl had laughed the first time she'd held up a used condom and asked what it was. Winsome was only 12. How could she be expected to know? And sometimes people had been in the rooms doing things, though they hadn't posted a sign. 2 men once, one black and one white. Winsome shuddered at the memory. She had nothing against gays, but back then she'd been young and ignorant and hadn't known that such things happened. Winsome looked at the receptionist, who held the pass card, and nodded. Reluctantly, the receptionist stuck the card in the door, and when the light turned green, she pushed it open. At first, Winsome found it hard to make out what was what. The curtains were drawn, even though it was past midday. The air was stale and filled with the kind of smells only a long night's intimacy imparts to an enclosed space. The receptionist took a step back in the doorway, and Winsome turned on the light. A man lay spread-eagled on the bed, tied to the frame by his ankles and hands with black silk scarves, wearing a thick gold chain around his neck, and nothing else. A woman in the throes of ecstasy squatted on his mid-parts, wearing a garter belt and black stockings, and when the light came on, she screamed and wrapped a blanket around herself.
"What the fuck's going on?" the man yelled. "Who the fuck are you?"
The receptionist headed off down the corridor, muttering,
"I'll leave this to you, then, shall I?"
"Police." Winsome showed her warrant card. She didn't think of herself as a prude, but the scene shocked her so much that she didn't even want to look at Daniels, lying there with his drooping manhood exposed. It also made her angry. Maybe Jeff Daniels couldn't have known that his daughter was going to die a terrible death while he was playing sex games with his mistress, but she was damn well going to make him feel the guilt of it. She asked the woman her name.
"Martina," she said. "Martina Redfern."
She was a thin, pouty redhead who looked about the same age as Hayley Daniels, but was probably closer to Donna McCarthy. "Okay, Martina," Winsome said. "Sit down. Let's have a little chat."
"What about me?" said Daniels from the bed. "Will someone fucking untie me and let me go?"
Martina looked toward him anxiously, but Winsome ignored him and took her aside. She knew she should break the bad news to Daniels, but how do you tell a naked man tied to a bed by his mistress that his daughter has been murdered? She needed time to take in the situation, and it wouldn't do any harm to put a few dents in his dignity along the way. "Care to tell me about your evening?" she said to Martina.
"Why?"
Martina asked.
"What is it?"
"Tell me about your evening first." Martina sat in the armchair by the window.
"We had dinner at the Swan near Settle. Then we went to a club in Keighley. After that we came back to the hotel, and we've been here ever since."
"What club?"
"The Governor's."
"Would they remember you? We can check, you know."
"Probably the barman would," she said. "Then there's the taxi driver who brought us back here. And they'd remember us at the Swan too. They weren't very busy. But what are we supposed to have done?"
Winsome was more interested in the time after midnight, but any sort of an alibi for last night would be a help for Martina and Daniels. It would take at least an hour to drive from Skipton to Eastvale. "What time did you get back here?" she asked.
"About 3 o'clock.
"No wonder you needed a line," said Winsome. "Long past bedtime. And you were together all that time?" Daniels cursed and thrashed around on the bed.
"That was the whole point of the exercise," he said. "And this is police brutality. Untie me right now, you fucking black bitch."
Winsome felt herself flush with anger and shame, as she always did when someone insulted her that way. Then she calmed herself down, the way her mother had taught her.
"Can I get dressed now?"
Martina asked, gesturing towards the bathroom. Winsome nodded, and looked at the naked man on the bed, the man who had just called her a black bitch. His daughter had been raped and murdered last night, and she had to tell him now. She couldn't just leave him there and keep putting it off, much as she would like to. Courses taught you only so much about dealing with unusual situations, and simulations even less. When it came right down to it, Winsome thought, there was no book to go by, only instinct. She wanted to hurt him, but she didn't want to hurt him in the way she knew she was going to do. The image of Hayley Daniels lying there on the pile of leather like a fallen runner caused her breath to catch in her throat. Winsome took a deep breath. "I'm very sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Daniels," she said, "but I'm afraid it's about your daughter." Daniels stopped struggling. "Hayley, what's about her? What's happened to her? Has there been an accident?" "Sort of," said Winsome. "I'm afraid she's dead. It looks very much as if she was murdered." There it was said, the dreaded word that would change everything, and its weight filled the room and seemed to suck out all the air. "Murdered?" Daniel shook his head. "But, well, she can't be. It must be someone else." "I'm sorry, sir. There's no mistake. She was carrying her driving licence and an address book with her name in it." "Was she... did he..." "I'd rather not say anything else until we get back to Eastvale," Winsome said. "Your wife's waiting for you there." Martina came out of the bathroom in time to hear this. She looked at Winsome. "Can I untie him now?" she asked. Winsome nodded. Since she had told Daniels the news about Hayley, she had forgotten that he was still naked and tied to the bed. He seemed to have forgotten it too, and somehow humiliating Daniels didn't matter any more. She wasn't a cruel person. She had simply wanted to quash his arrogance and hear an alibi from Martina before the two of them had time or reason to make anything up. In both these matters she thought she had succeeded, but now she felt a little ashamed of herself. Martina got to work on the scarves as Daniels just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Finally freed, he sat up and wrapped the bedsheet around himself and cried. Martina sat beside him, glum and flushed. She tried to touch him, but he flinched. He had curly dark hair, a Kirk Douglas cleft in his chin, and sideburns reaching the line of his jaw. Perhaps he was the kind of man some white women liked to mother, Winsome thought, but he did less than nothing for her. He looked up at her through his tears, like a penitent schoolboy. "I'm sorry," he said. "That remark I made earlier was uncalled for." "I'm sorry too," said Winsome. "But untying you wasn't my first priority. I needed to know why you were lying to your wife and where you were last night." She pulled up a chair and sat down. "I've been trying to reach you all morning." Daniels got to his feet and pulled on his underpants and trousers. Then he put on a shirt and started tossing socks and underwear from the drawers into an overnight bag. "I must go," he said. "I must get back to Donna." "Donna?" said Martina. "What about me? You told me you were going to leave her and get a divorce. We were going to get married." "Don't be stupid. Didn't you hear? I've got to get back to her."
"But, Jeff, what about us?"
"I'll ring you," Daniel said. "Go home, I'll ring you."
"When?"
"When? When I bury my bloody daughter. Now bugger off, won't you, you stupid cow? I don't think I can stand the sight of you any more." Sobbing, Martina picked up her bag, not bothering to go and pick up her toiletries from the bathroom or anything she may have put in the wardrobe, and headed for the door. Winsome headed her off. "I need your name, address and phone number," she said. Martina glared over at Daniels. "Ask him, why don't you?" She edged forward. Winsome stood her ground. "I want you to tell me." Martina paused, then gave Winsome the information. Next, she opened the wardrobe and took out a 3/4-length suede jacket. "Mustn't forget my birthday present," she said to Daniels, and then she was out of the door and off down the corridor. Daniels stood with his grip in his hand. "All right," he said. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Winsome looked at him, shook her head slowly, and led the way out. Karen Drew's body had been removed according to the coroner's instructions, but the Sockos were still clustered around the wheelchair at the cliff edge when Annie and Tommy Naylor got back after their visit to Mapston Hall. The wind had died down a little, leaving a light, tepid drizzle. The Sockos had tended the area to protect it from the elements while they worked, collecting samples and bagging them for evidence. The surrounding area had been thoroughly searched in a grid pattern, yielding nothing of immediate interest, and no weapon had been found at the bottom of the cliff or anywhere else. It could have drifted out to sea, or Mary, if she was the killer, could have taken it away with her. Somehow or other, Annie thought, the mysterious Mary had slipped away into the morning and disappeared. She could be anywhere by now, anonymous in the London crowds, on a train to Edinburgh or Bristol. Had the murder been premeditated? If so, the odds were that she had worked out an escape route. If not, then she was working off her wits. But a stranger doesn't just walk into a care home, ask to take out a specific patient, and then slit her throat. She had said she was a friend, and whether that was true or not, there had to be some connection between this Mary and Karen Drew. To have any hope of finding Mary, they first had to discover as much as they could about Karen and the people she had known before her accident. It was best not to assume too much yet. While there were no signs of a struggle, it was also possible that Mary wasn't the killer, but had been another victim. What if Karen had been killed and Mary abducted, or killed and dumped in the sea, or somewhere else? Annie cursed the lax security at the care home. But to be realistic about it, Grace Chaplin had been right. What or whom did their patients need protecting from? They were harmless, incapable of moving, and some of them even of speaking. Why on earth would anyone want to kill one of them? That was what Annie and her team had to find out. Annie noticed DS Liam McCulloch, the crime scene coordinator, detach himself from the group of white-suited figures, and she called him over. They had met on several occasions before they started working together, as Liam was a close friend of the Western Area CSC, Stefan Novak, which made for a less strained relationship, Annie found. Sockos could be annoyingly possessive of their crime scenes and tight-assed about any information they gave out, but with Liam in charge, Annie's job was just that little bit easier. "Nearly finished," McCulloch said, walking over to her, that lopsided grin on his face showing a mouthful of ill-fitting teeth. "Find anything useful?" "We won't know what's useful until later," McCulloch said. "We think the killer might be a woman," Annie told him. "At least it was a woman who took the victim out of Mapston Hall, so that's the theory we're working on at the moment." "Thanks for letting me know. It doesn't make much difference now, but it's good to bear in mind." "I don't suppose you found any footprints?" Liam pulled a face. "And this grass?" "Thought not. Fingerprints?" "Plenty on the wheelchair. Don't worry, we'll be every bit as thorough as Western Area." "I've no doubt," Annie said. "Any traces of a car parked in the vicinity?" "None that we could find." "OK," said Annie. "I didn't expect anything. We'll have to send out a house-to-house team." She looked round the bleak, windswept stretch of coast. Not that there's really anywhere for them to go. "We did find several hairs on the victim's blanket," McCulloch said. "No doubt some belong to the staff at the care home, and perhaps some to other patients, but you never know. The killers might be among them." "The person who dealt with our suspect at Mapston said the woman's hair was hidden under a hat." McCulloch smiled. "Haven't you ever noticed how hair gets just everywhere?" "I expect you're right," said Annie, who had noticed the short black hair on her sleeve on her way there, as if she needed reminding about last night. "What about the marks on her ears and neck?" McCulloch pulled a face. "Seagulls," he said. "Post-mortem, thank God. That's why there's no blood." "I suppose that she was killed here, in the wheelchair?" "Yes, consulted with the doc on that. Lividity is as you'd expect, if that were the case, and there's enough blood on the grass around the chair to bear it out. She was killed where she sat. We haven't finished spatter analysis yet. The grass makes it difficult, but we've photographed and videoed every square inch." "OK. Well, carry on, Liam, and thanks for the update." McCulloch doffed his imaginary cap. "No problem. I trust you're in charge of this inquiry." "Detective Superintendent Bruff's the official SIO." So we send everything to you. McCulloch smiled. Annie smiled back. Might as well, but do it discreetly. My middle name, discretion. Bye, Mum.
See you, said Annie.
She shivered as a gust of wind blew in from the sea, and a seagull glided over her. She walked to the edge of the cliff and stood as close as she dared on the treacherous, slippery grass, looking down. The tide was well up now, the crashing waves dizzying and magnetic. She could understand how people had been drawn to jump into moving water, hypnotized and seduced by its sinuous, swirling motion. Feeling a twinge of vertigo, she glanced at the empty wheelchair. It would have been so easy just to push it that extra foot or so onto the rocks. No fuss, no blood. Why go to the trouble and mess of slitting Karen Drew's throat? Unless, Annie thought with a sinking feeling, it was done to make some kind of statement. In her experience, killers who wanted to make statements were like bores at a party, a bugger to shut up until they'd finished what they had to say. While Joseph Randall waited in an interview room, Banks sat in his office, enjoying his first few moments of peace and quiet since Templeton's phone call that morning. He had remembered to phone his mother, who thanked him for the card, and was pleased to hear that all was well in the Banks household. His parents were going on a Mediterranean cruise in June, she had told him, their first time abroad, except for the time his father was in the army towards the end of the war. They were leaving from Southampton, so they didn't have to fly. Now Banks was sipping a cup of tea, eating a Kit Kat and listening to Anna Netrebko's Russian album as he jotted down a list of actions and TIEs, trace, interview and eliminate, he thought should be carried out as quickly as possible in the Hayley Daniels murder investigation. Winsome had questioned the father, Jeff Daniels, and the hotel staff at the Faversham confirmed his alibi. No one had seen him leave his room since he arrived with his girlfriend Martina, rather the worse for wear, around 3 o'clock in the morning. The barman and doorman at the club in Keighley also remembered the couple, who had been there the whole time between about midnight and 2:30. They'd had more than enough to drink, he said, and at one point they were practically doing it right there on the dance floor. The bouncer even had to step in and ask them to cool it. There was no way either or both of them could have driven to Eastvale and killed Hayley. Winsome hadn't tracked down the taxi driver yet, but it was just a matter of time. Also, mostly for form's sake, Winsome had checked Donna McCarthy's alibi with her friend and neighbour, Caroline Dexter. They had indeed spent the evening together eating pizza and watching Casino Royale, until well after midnight. Officers were already reviewing as much CCTV footage as they'd been able to gather, and forensics experts were still busy in Taylor's yard, while most of the samples the Sockers had collected were being prepared for analysis. Nothing would happen until Monday, of course, and results wouldn't start coming in until Tuesday or even later in the week, depending on the tests and workloads of the labs involved. If only DNA results came as quickly as they seemed to do on television, Banks thought, his job would be a lot easier. Sometimes waiting was the worst part. Banks put the writing pad aside. He'd enter it all into the computer later. He glanced out of the window and was surprised to see snowflakes blowing horizontally on the wind, obscuring the market square. He watched for a few moments, hardly believing what he saw. Then it stopped, and the sun came out. Strange weather indeed. He glanced at the map of the maze he had had enlarged and pinned to his corkboard. There were far more ways in and out than he'd realized, and it covered a greater area. Next to the map hung his Dalesman calendar. The month of March lay in neat columns below a photograph of Settle Marketplace on a busy day. He'd had check-up appointments with both his dentist and his GP, having thought at the time it was best to get both unpleasant duties out of the way simultaneously. Now he was beginning to wonder. Perhaps he should postpone the dentist until next month, or the doctor. His only upcoming social engagement was a dinner party at Harriet Weaver's, his old next-door neighbour in Eastvale, the following Saturday. Informal, Harriet had said, about 10 or 12 people. Bring a bottle. He would enjoy himself. Her niece Sophia was up from London and might drop by. Every man fell in love with Sophia, Harriet said. Banks thought it would be a very foolish thing to do in that case, and determined not to. It was all very well for middle-aged writers, artists or rock stars to go around falling in love with younger women, but most irresponsible for a police detective with as much baggage as he was carrying. Banks hated dinner parties anyway, and he was only going because he felt guilty about not having kept in touch with Harriet and her husband since he had split up with Sandra, and she had the good grace to invite him. Well, he'd go, then he'd leave as quickly as he decently could. It shouldn't be too hard to get Winsome or someone to call his mobile on some pretext or other. It would save him from having to explain the latest crime statistics, or why so many obvious rapists and murderers got off. The usual sort of stuff you get at parties when people know you're a policeman. One woman had even had the nerve to ask Banks to put a tail on her husband, whom she suspected of having an affair with a local estate agent. After Banks explained that he wasn't Sam Spade or Philip Marlowe, the woman lost all interest in him and started making eyes at the host. Banks got up. It was time to have a chat with Joseph Randall, who didn't seem too happy at being dragged down to Western Area headquarters that afternoon and left to stew in an interview room accompanied only by a taciturn constable who wouldn't tell him why he was there. There was no reason for the delay other than to make Randall nervous and angry. In that state, he might make a slip. He had his Activan with him if he needed it, and the constable had been warned to watch out for any signs of a panic attack, so Banks hadn't been worried on that score. The interview room was cramped, with one high-barred window, a bare bulb covered by a rusty grill, metal table bolted to the floor, 3 fold-up chairs, and the recording equipment. The interview would be videotaped, and as Banks set it up, D.C. Doug Wilson sat facing a disgruntled Randall, who began asking for his solicitor. "You're not under arrest, Mr. Randall, and you haven't been charged with anything," Banks explained, sitting down. "You're simply here to help us with our inquiries." "Then I don't have to talk to you." Banks leaned forward and rested his forearms on the table. "Mr. Randall," he said, "we're both reasonable men, I hope. Now, this is a serious case. A young girl has been raped and murdered. On your property. I think you'd be as interested as I am in getting to the bottom of it, wouldn't you?" "Of course I am," said Randall. "I just don't understand why you're picking on me." "We're not picking on you." Banks turned to D.C. Wilson. Might as well give the new kid a chance. "Detective Constable Wilson, why don't you tell Mr. Randall here what you found out from the barmaid at the Duck and Drake?" Wilson shuffled his papers nervously, played with his glasses, and licked his lips. Banks thought he looked rather like a nervous schoolboy about to translate a Latin unseen for the class. The blazer he wore only enhanced the image. "Were you in the Duck and Drake around 7 o'clock yesterday evening?" Wilson asked. "I had a couple of drinks there after I closed the shop, yes," said Randall. "As far as I was aware, that's not against the law." "Not at all, sir," said Wilson. "It's just that the victim, Hayley Daniels, was also seen in the pub around the same time." "I wouldn't have recognised her. How could I? I didn't know her." "But you'd remember her now, sir, wouldn't you?" Wilson went on. "Since you saw her in the storage shed. You'd remember how she looked, what she was wearing, wouldn't you?" Randall scratched his forehead. "I can't say I do, as a matter of fact. There are always a lot of young people in the Duck and Drake at that time on a Saturday. I was reading the paper, and in the shed it was all such a blur." "Is it your local, then, the Duck and Drake?" "No, I don't have a local, really. I just go where it strikes my fancy, if I want a drink after shutting up. It's not very often I do. Usually I just go home. The drinks are cheaper." "Where were you between the hours of midnight and 2 a.m. last night?" Wilson asked. "At home. Can anybody corroborate that?" "I live alone." "What time did you go to bed?" "About 1:45, shortly after I put the cat out." "Anybody see you?" "I don't know. The street was quiet. I didn't see anybody." "What were you doing before that?" "After I left the pub, about 8, I picked up some fish and chips on my way home and watched television." "Where did you get the fish and chips?" "Chippy on the corner. Now look, this is—" "Let's go back to the Duck and Drake, shall we?" Wilson persisted. Randall crossed his arms and sat in a rigid position, lips set in a hard line. "Now, you've had a chance to think back, sir," Wilson went on. "Do you remember seeing Hayley Daniels in the pub?"
"I suppose I might have."
"Did you or didn't you?"
"If she was there, I suppose I must have seen her. I just don't remember her in particular. I wasn't really interested."
"Oh, come off it," said Banks. "A beautiful girl like her, a lonely old pervert like you. You were giving her the eye. Why don't you admit it? You want us to think you'd never seen her before because you set your sights on her right from the start. I'm right, aren't I?" Randall glared at him and turned back to D.C. Wilson, his ally. Sometimes Banks thought good cop, bad cop was that easy. They hadn't even decided to play it this way. It just worked out as the interview went on. For all the courses he'd done and all the books he'd read on interview techniques over the years, Banks found that a spontaneous approach often worked best. Go in with a general vague outline and play it by ear. The most revealing questions were often the ones that just came to you as you sat there, not the ones you'd worked out in advance. And when there were two of you doing the interviewing, a whole new dynamic sprang up. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Then you ended up with egg on your face. But young Wilson didn't seem to need telling what his role was, and that was good. She was with a group of people about her own age, and they were laughing and talking and drinking at the bar. Is that right? Wilson went on.
Yes.
Did you see anybody touch her? If she had a special boyfriend, he might touch her on the shoulder, let his hand linger, hold hands, sneak a quick kiss, that sort of thing.
I didn't see anything like that. Randall glared over at Banks. But as I've been trying to explain, I wasn't paying much attention.
Who left first?
They did. One minute they were there, noisy and full of themselves. The next minute they were gone, and it was nice and quiet.
Full of themselves? Banks echoed. What do you mean by that?
Randall shifted in his chair. You know what I mean. Preening, showing off for one another, laughing at their own jokes, that sort of thing.
Don't you like young people?
I don't like ruffians.
And you think they were ruffians?
Well, I wouldn't have wanted to get on the wrong side of them. I know how things get around here on a weekend, when they all go binge drinking. It's got so a decent person can't go out for a drink in town on a Saturday night. Sometimes I wonder what you police are here for. I've seen the vomit and the rubbish outside my shop the morning after.
But this morning it was something different, wasn't it? Banks said.
The thing is, sir,
Wilson cut in so gently Banks admired him for it, that the barmaid in the Duck and Drake distinctly remembers you ogling Hayley Daniels. She hadn't actually used the word ogling, Banks knew, but it showed inventiveness on the new kid's part. It had so much more impact than looking at or even eyeing up.
I was doing no such thing, Randall replied. As I told you, I was sitting there quietly with my drink, reading the paper.
And you didn't even notice Hayley Daniels?
Randall paused. I didn't know who she was, he said, but I suppose one couldn't help but notice her.
Oh? Said Wilson. In what way, sir?
Well, the way she was dressed for a start. Like a common trollop. All that bare leg and tummy. If you ask me, girls who dress like that are asking for trouble. You might even say they deserve what they get.
Is that why you lied about ogling her in the first place? Banks said. Because you thought if you admitted it, it would seem suspicious that you also found her body. Was it you who gave her what she deserved?
That's an impertinent question, and I won't dignify it with an answer, said Randall, red-faced. I've had enough of this. I'm leaving.
Are you sure you didn't follow Hayley Daniels around for the rest of the evening and somehow lure her into your storeroom, where you knew you'd be able to have your way with her? Said Wilson, an innocent and concerned expression on his young face. Maybe you didn't mean to kill her, but things just went too far. It could go in your favour if you told us now. Randall, half standing, gave him an et tu, Brutus look and collapsed back into the chair.
What I've told you is the truth, he said. She was in the pub with a group of friends. That was the first and last time I saw her. I didn't pay her any special attention, but now you mention it, I'll admit she stood out from the crowd, though not in a way I approve of.
I didn't mention it at first because I know the way your minds work. That's all I have to say on the matter." He glared at Banks. "And I am leaving now." "As you wish," said Banks. He let Randall get to the door, then said, "I'd appreciate it if we could get a set of your fingerprints and a DNA sample, just for the purposes of elimination, you understand. At your own convenience. D.C. Wilson will sort out the consent forms." Randall slammed the door behind him. Chapter 4. Annie was in her office at the squat brick and glass building on Spring Hill, bright and early on Monday morning, feeling a lot better than she had on Sunday. Even the weather seemed to echo her lift in spirits. The rain had passed, and the sky was bright blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The usually grey North Sea had a bluish cast. There was a chill in the wind, but by mid-afternoon people would be taking their jackets off on the quays and piers and sitting outside at the pubs. It was almost spring, after all. The wheelchair murder had hit the local papers and TV breakfast news, and Superintendent Brough had scheduled a press conference for later that morning. Luckily, Annie wouldn't have to attend, but he would expect her to give him something to feed the hungry mob with. Annie felt another quiver of guilt and self-loathing when she thought about Saturday night. Behaving like a randy teenager at her age was hardly becoming, she felt. But it had happened. Now it was time to follow the old Zen lesson and let go with both hands. Life is suffering, and the cause of suffering is desire, so the Buddhists say. You can't stop the desires, memories, the thoughts and the feelings, the teaching went, but you didn't have to grasp them and hang on to them to torture yourself. You could simply let them go, let them float away like balloons or bubbles. That was what she did when she meditated, concentrated on one fixed thing, a breathing or a repeated sound, and watched the balloons with her thoughts and dreams inside them drift away into the void. She needed to get back to it regularly again. Anyway, it wasn't as if she didn't have plenty of other things to think about this morning. Like Karen Drew, for a start. The first detail Annie read from the files Tommy Naylor had brought from Mapston Hall shocked her. Karen Drew had been only 28 years old when she died. Annie had thought her an old woman, and even Naylor had pegged her age at around 40. Of course, they had only had the bloodless, shapeless lump under the blanket in the wheelchair, with dry, greying hair to go by. Even so, Annie thought, 28 seemed terribly young. How could the body betray one so cruelly? According to the records, Karen's car had been hit by a driver losing control and crossing the centre of the road 6 years ago. She had been in a coma for some time and had had a series of operations and lengthy spells of hospitalisation until it became apparent to every medical expert involved that she wasn't going to recover, and that the only real option was full-time care. She had been at Mapston Hall for 3 months, as Grace Chaplin had said. That wasn't very long, Annie thought. And if Karen couldn't communicate, she could hardly have made any enemies so quickly. Passing psychopaths aside, it seemed all the more likely that the reason for her murder lay in her past. Medically, the reports suggested there had been no change in her physical condition, and there never would be. When someone is as limited in self-expression as Karen Drew was, the slightest hint of progress tends to be hailed as a miracle. But nobody had really known what Karen was thinking or feeling. Nobody even knew whether she wanted to live or die. That choice had been taken out of her hands now, and it was up to Annie to find out why. Was it a mercy killing, as Naylor had hinted at? Or did someone benefit in some way from Karen's death? And if mercy was the motive, who had given it to her? These were the questions she would like answered first. One thing Annie noticed about the files was that they told her very little of Karen's life before the accident. She had lived in Mansfield, Nottinghamshire, but there was no specific address listed, nor any indication as to whether she had grown up there or moved from somewhere else. Her parents were marked as deceased, again without details, and she apparently had neither siblings nor anyone especially close, like a husband, live-in partner or fiancé. All in all, Karen Drew hardly appeared to have existed before that fateful day in 2001. Annie was chewing on the end of her yellow pencil stub and frowning at this lack of information when her mobile rang shortly after 9 o'clock. She didn't recognise the number, but answered anyway. In the course of an investigation, she gave her card out to many people. "Annie?" "Yes?" "It's me, Eric." "Eric? Don't tell me you've forgotten so quickly. That hurts." Annie's mind whizzed through the possibilities, and there was only one glaringly obvious answer. "I don't remember giving you my mobile number," she said. "Well, that's a fine thing to say. Something else you don't remember, I suppose, like my name?" Shit. Had she been that drunk? "Anyway," she went on, "it's my work number. Please don't call me on it." "Well, give me your home number then." "I don't think so." "Well, then how am I supposed to get in touch with you? I don't even know your last name." "You're not. That's the point." Annie ended the call. She felt a tightness in her chest. Her phone rang again. Automatically she answered. "Look," Eric said, "I'm sorry, we got off to a bad start here." "Nothing started, and nothing's going to start," Annie said. "I'm not proposing marriage, you know, but won't you at least allow me to take you out to dinner? I'm busy." "All the time?" "Pretty much. Tomorrow. Washing my hair. Wednesday? Tenants' Association meeting. Thursday? School reunion. Friday?" Annie paused. "Visiting my aging parents." "Aha, but you hesitated there," he said. "I distinctly heard it." "Look, Eric," Annie said, adopting what she thought was a reasonable but firm tone. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to play this game anymore. It's not going to happen. I don't want to be rude or nasty or anything, but I'm just not interested in a relationship right now. End of story." "I only asked you to dinner. No strings." In Annie's experience, there were always strings. "Sorry, not interested." "What's wrong? What did I do? When I woke up, you were gone." "You didn't do anything. It's me. I'm sorry. Please, don't call again." "Don't ring off." Against her better judgment, Annie held on. "Are you still there?" he asked after a moment's silence. "I'm here." "Good. Well, have lunch with me. Surely you can manage lunch one day this week. How about the Black Horse on Thursday?" The Black Horse was in Whitby's old town, on a narrow cobbled street below the ruined abbey. It was a decent enough place, Annie knew, and not one that was frequented by her colleagues. But why was she even thinking about it? Let go with both hands. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'll be there at noon," Eric said. "You do remember what I look like?" Annie remembered the young face with the slept-on hair, the stray lock, the night's growth of dark beard, the strong shoulders, the surprisingly gentle hands. "I remember," she said, "but I won't be there." Then she pressed the end call button. She held the phone in her shaking hand for a few moments, heart palpitating, as if it were some sort of mysterious weapon, but it didn't ring again. Then a very unpleasant memory started surfacing into the light of consciousness. She had only had her new mobile for a week. It was a BlackBerry Pearl, which combined phone, text and email, and she was still learning all its bells and whistles, like the built-in camera. She remembered that Eric had the same model, and he had shown her how to work one or two of its more advanced features. Hand trembling, she clicked on her recent saved photographs. There they were. Her head and Eric's leaning toward each other, touching, almost filling the screen as they made faces at the camera with the club lights in the background. She remembered she had sent the photo to his mobile. That would be how he had got hold of her number. How could she be so stupid? She put the phone in her handbag. What was she playing at? She ought to know she couldn't trust her judgment in these matters. Besides, Eric was just a kid. Be flattered and let it go. Enough of this crap. Why did she even let her behaviour haunt her so? She picked up a slip of paper from her desk. Time to go and talk to the social worker who got Karen Drew placed in Mapston Hall. The poor woman had to have some kind of life before her accident. Dr. Elizabeth Wallace's post-mortem approach was far less flamboyant and flippant than Glendenning's, Banks discovered in the basement of Eastvale General Infirmary late that Monday morning. She seemed shy and deferential as she nodded to acknowledge Banks's presence and made her initial preparations with her assistant, Wendy Gage. They made sure that the equipment she would need was all at hand, and the hanging microphone on which she recorded her spoken comments was functioning properly. She seemed to be holding her feelings in check, Banks noticed, and it showed in the tight set of her lips and the twitching muscle beside her jaw. Banks couldn't imagine her smoking the way he and Glendenning had, or making bad jokes over the corpse. Dr. Wallace first performed her external examination in a studied, methodical way, taking her time. The body had already been examined for traces and intimate samples, and everything the doctor and the Sockos had collected from Hayley Daniels and her clothes had been sent to the lab for analysis, including the leather remnants that had been stuffed in her mouth, presumably to keep her quiet. Banks glanced at Hayley, lying on her back on the table, pale and naked. He couldn't help but to stare at the shaved pubes. He'd already been told about it at the scene, but seeing it for himself was something else entirely. Just above the mound was a tattoo of two small blue fishes swimming in opposite directions. Pisces, her birth sign. Dr. Wallace caught him staring.
"It's not unusual," she said. "It doesn't mean she was a tart or anything. It's also not recent, not within the past few months anyway, so the killer can't have done it. Tattoos like that are common enough, and a lot of young girls shave or get a wax these days. They call it a Brazilian."
"Why?" said Banks.
"Fashion, style. They also say it increases pleasure during intercourse."
"Does it?" She didn't crack a smile.
"How would I know?" she said,
then went back to her examination, pausing every now and then to study an area of skin or an unusual mark closely under the magnifying lens and speaking her observations into the microphone. "What's that brown discoloration below the left breast?" Banks asked.
"Birthmark."
"The arms and between the breasts?"
"Bruising, pre-mortem. He knelt on her."
She called to her assistant.
"Let's get her opened up."
"Anything you can tell me so far?" Banks asked. Dr. Wallace paused and leaned forward, her hands on the metal rim of the table. A couple of strands of light brown hair had worked their way out of her protective head cover.
"It certainly appears as if she was strangled manually. No ligature. From the front, like this."
She held her hands out and mimicked the motion of squeezing them around someone's neck. "Any chance of fingerprints from the skin or DNA?"
"There's always a chance that some of the killer's skin or even a drop of blood rubbed off on her. It looks as if he cleaned her up afterward, but he might not have caught everything."
"There was something that might have been semen on her thigh," Banks said.
Dr. Wallace nodded. "I saw it. Don't worry, the lab has samples of everything. But it'll take time. You ought to know that. Fingerprints? I don't think so. I know it's been done, but there's so much slippage in this case. Like when you open a doorknob, your fingers slip on its surface, and everything gets smeared and blurred."
"Did she struggle?" Dr. Wallace glanced away.
"Of course she bloody did."
"I was thinking of scratches." Dr. Wallace took a deep breath.
"Yes, there might be DNA in the samples the Sockos took from under her fingernails. Your killer might have scratches on his forearms or face." She paused. "Frankly, though, I wouldn't hold out a lot of hope. As you can see, her fingernails were bitten to the quicks."
"Yes, I'd noticed," said Banks. "And the bruising?"
As I said, he knelt on her arms, and at one point on the centre of her chest, probably to hold her down while he used his hands to strangle her. She didn't have a chance.
You're sure it's a man? Dr. Wallace gave him a scornful glance.
Take it from me, this is a man's work, unless someone's girlfriend did the strangling after the boyfriend raped and sodomized her.
It had been done, Banks knew. Couples had acted in tandem as sexual predators or killers. Fred and Rosemary West, Myra Hindley and Ian Brady, Terry and Lucy Payne. But he thought Dr. Wallace was probably right to dismiss it in this case. Were all the injuries inflicted while she was alive?
There's no evidence of post-mortem maltreatment, if that's what you mean. The bruising and tearing in the vagina and anus both indicate she was alive while he raped her. You can see the marks on her wrists where he held her, and you can see her upper arms, neck and chest for yourself, as well as the bruising on her thighs. This was a rough and violent rape, followed by strangulation.
How did he restrain her while he was raping her? Banks mused out loud. He couldn't have done it with his knees on her arms.
He could have had a weapon, a knife, say.
So why not stab her? Why strangle her?
I couldn't tell you. He may simply have used threats to control her. Isn't it often the case that rapists will threaten to kill their victims if they don't cooperate, or even to hunt them down later, harm their families?
Yes, said Banks. He knew his questions might sound crude and insensitive, but these were things he had to know. That's why it had always been so easy with Dr. Glendenning. Working with a woman pathologist was different. Why kill her at all? He asked. Dr. Wallace looked at Banks as she might a specimen on her table.
I don't know, she said. To shut her up, perhaps? Maybe she recognized him or could identify him. That's your job, isn't it, to figure out things like that?
I'm sorry, I was just thinking out loud. Bad habit of mine. I was also just wondering if there was any evidence that the strangulation was part of the thrill, rough sex gone wrong. Dr. Wallace shook her head.
I don't think so, though he was certainly rough with her. As I said, it very much looks as if he had one knee pushing against her chest as he strangled her, and it would be difficult, if not impossible, in that position to perform a sexual assault on her. I'd say in this case that he strangled her when he'd done with her.
Dr. Burns estimated time of death at between midnight and 2 a.m. on Sunday morning. Do you agree?
I can't find anything that would argue against that estimate, Dr. Wallace said. But it is just an estimate. Time of death is...
I know, said Banks. Notoriously difficult to establish. The one thing that can sometimes help us most. Just one more of life's little ironies. Dr. Wallace didn't respond. Anything odd or unusual?
All perfectly normal so far for this sort of thing.
Dr. Wallace sounded weary and too old for her years, as if she'd seen it all too many times before. Banks stood back and kept quiet to let her get on with her work. She gripped the scalpel and started to make the Y incision quickly and precisely, and Banks felt a shiver run up his spine. Annie took Ginger with her to Nottingham to talk to Gail Torrance, Karen Drew's social worker, while Tommy Naylor held the fort back in Whitby. Annie liked Ginger's company, felt at ease with her. She was irreverent and funny, chewing gum constantly, talking a mile a minute, complaining about the other drivers, and she always seemed cheerful. Perhaps because of her rather butch appearance, many of the blokes at the station had first thought she was a lesbian, but it turned out that she had a stay-at-home husband and 2 young kids. For a moment, as Annie drove and listened to the hilarious tirade about the kids' weekend with a bouncy castle, she thought that Ginger might be someone she could talk to about Eric. There, he had a name now, but she realized it wouldn't be appropriate, that she didn't really know her well enough, and that she didn't want anyone to know, at least not right now. What did she expect? Advice? She didn't need any. She knew what to do, and if she talked to anyone about it, it would be winsome, though they hardly saw each other these days. Annie was driving because she didn't feel safe with Ginger behind the wheel, and Ginger knew that. Though she had somehow got her licence, driving was simply one of the skills she hadn't truly mastered yet. She apologised, and she was due for yet another training course in a month's time. But by the time they got lost in an area of desolate industrial estates, Annie was wishing she had handed the wheel over to Ginger, who was proving to be an even worse navigator than she was a driver. They finally found the social services office in West Bridgeford. It was almost lunchtime when they arrived, and Gail Torrance was more than happy to join them in the nearest pub. The place was already busy with office workers, but they found a table cluttered with the previous occupants' leftover chips, salad and remains of Scotch eggs, along with empty lipstick-stained half-pint glasses with pools of pale warm lager in the bottom. The ashtray, too, was overflowing with crushed pink-ring cigarette ends, one of them still smouldering slightly. Ginger took the orders and went up to the bar. By the time she got back with the drinks, a sullen teenage waitress had cleared away the debris, then brought knives and forks folded in paper serviettes. Annie and Ginger drank slimline bitter lemon, and Gail sipped a Campari and soda. She lit a cigarette. "Ah, that's better," she said, blowing out the smoke. Annie managed to smile through the smoke. "As you know," she said, "we've come to talk about Karen Drew." She noticed Ginger take out her pen and notebook. Despite her size and her flaming red hair, she had the knack of disappearing into the background when she wanted to. "You're probably wasting your time," said Gail. "I mean, I can't really tell you very much about her." "Why not?" "Because I don't know anything." "But you were her liaison between the hospital and Mapston Hall." "Yes, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, I handle all sorts of similar residential care cases all over the county." "So tell us what you do know." Gail pushed back her hair. "About 4 months ago," she began, "the administration at Grey Oaks, the hospital where Karen had been for almost 3 years, got in touch with me. I've worked with them before, and told me about a woman they'd been treating who needed special care. That's my area. I went out there and met Karen for the first and only time, I might add, and talked to her doctors. They'd assessed her needs, and from what I could see, I agreed with them. Not that my opinion on the matter was required, of course." She flicked the ash off her cigarette. "There was nothing suitable available locally, and I dealt with the Mapston Hall people before, so I knew their area of specialisation matched Karen's needs. It was just a matter of waiting for a bed, getting the paperwork done, dotting the I's and crossing the T's. I really had nothing more to do with it than that." "What were your personal impressions of Karen?" Annie asked. "Well, that's a funny question." "Why?" "Well, what impression can you have of someone who just sits there and says nothing?" "Well, she must have had a life before the accident." "Well, I suppose so, but that wasn't any of my business." "Didn't you have to contact her family at all?" "Well, she didn't have any. You must have read her file." "Yes, it tells me nothing." "Which is about as much as I can tell you, too." Gail stubbed out her cigarette as the food arrived. Burgers and chips for Gail and Ginger, the inevitable cheese and tomato sandwich for Annie. Maybe she should start eating meat again, she thought, then decided that her diet was probably the only part of her life she seemed to have much control over at the moment. The conversations ebbed and flowed around them. At one table, a group of women laughed loudly at a bawdy joke. The air was full of smoke, tinged with hops. "Karen lived in Mansfield before the accident, according to her file," said Annie. "Do you know what her address was?" "Sorry," said Gail, "but you should be able to find out from Morton's, the estate agents. They handled the sale for her. I do happen to know that. It was part of the financing." "OK," said Annie. "How do you know about the estate agents?" "Her solicitor told me about them." "Karen Drew had a solicitor?" "Of course. Someone had to take care of her affairs and look after her interests. She couldn't do it herself, could she? And a proper bloody busybody she was, too. Always ringing about this, that or the other. Voice like fingernails on a blackboard. Gail, do you think you could just... Gail, could you... She gave a shudder. "Do you remember her name?" "Do I? Connie Wells, that was her name. Constance, she called herself. Insisted on it. Right bloody smarmy stuck-up bitch." Do you have a phone number or address?
Probably, somewhere in my files. She worked for a firm in Leeds, that's all I can remember. Park Square.
It would be, thought Annie. Leeds. That was interesting. If Karen Drew lived in Mansfield, why was her solicitor with a firm in Leeds? It wasn't far away, true, just up the motorway, but there were plenty of lawyers in Mansfield or Nottingham. Well, she could Google Constance Wells easily enough when she got back to Whitby. Maybe the solicitor would be able to tell them something about Karen Drew's mysterious past. "Look, there she goes," said DS Kevin Templeton, pointing at the television screen. "Right there." They were in the viewing room on the ground floor of Western Area Headquarters, reviewing one of the CCTV tapes. It could have been a clearer image, Banks thought, and perhaps technical support could tidy it up. But even blurred in the dark, with flaws and light flares, there was no doubt that the tall, long-legged girl, a little unsteady on her pins, heading up the alley between Joseph Randall's leather shop and the Fountain Pub, was Hayley Daniels, teetering on her high heels, reaching her hands out to touch the walls on both sides as she made her way down Taylor's yard. She had come out of the pub with a group of people at 12:17, said something to them, and after what looked like a bit of a heated discussion, waved them away and headed into the alley at 12:20. It was hard to make out exactly how many of them there were, but Banks estimated at least 7. He could see the backs of a couple of her friends as they lingered and watched her disappear, shaking their heads. Then they shrugged and walked in the direction of the Bar None after the others. Banks watched as Hayley's figure was finally swallowed up by the darkness of the maze. Nobody waited for her. "Anyone go down there before or after her?" "Not on any of the surveillance tapes we've seen," said Templeton. "It's her, though, isn't it, sir?" "It's her, all right," said Banks. "The question is, was he waiting or did he follow her?" "Well, I've watched it through till 2:30 in the morning, sir, well after the doc's estimate of time of death," said Templeton. "And no one else went up Taylor's yard earlier, and no one goes up there after her. No one comes out, either. We've got some footage from the Castle Road cameras to view, but this is it for the Market Square." "So whoever it was entered by some other way, an entrance not covered by CCTV, said Banks. "Looks that way, sir. But surely no one could have known she was going to go into the maze, and if no one followed her—" "Someone was already there, waiting for just such a likelihood." "Possibly," said Banks. "A serial killer?" Banks gave Templeton a long-suffering look. "Kev, there's only one victim. How can it be a serial killer?" "So far, there's only one victim," said Templeton. "But that doesn't mean it'll stop with one. Even serial killers have to start somewhere." He grinned at his own weak joke. Banks didn't follow suit. Banks knew what he meant, though. Sexual predators who had done what this man had done to Hayley Daniels didn't usually stop at just one victim, unless the killer was a personal enemy of Hayley's, an area that remained to be explored. "What if she isn't his first victim?" he said. "Sir?" "Get on the national database," Banks went on. "See if you can find any similar incidents in the last 18 months, anywhere in the country. Get Jim Hatchley to help you. He's not much good with the computer, but he knows his way around the county forces." "Yes, sir," said Templeton. A few years ago, Banks knew, such information would not have been easily available. But a lot had changed in the wake of the Yorkshire Ripper investigation and other interforce fiascos. Now, belatedly, Banks thought, they'd come kicking and screaming into the 21st century with the realization that criminals don't respect city, county, or even country borders. "I still wonder why she went into the maze alone," Templeton said, almost to himself. "No one went in with her, or waited for her to come back." "She was well pissed," said Banks. "They all were. You could see that for yourself. People don't think straight when they're pissed. They lose their inhibitions and their fears, and sometimes it's only your fears that keep you alive. I'll send D.C. Wilson out to the college. He looks young enough to be a student there himself. We've got to find those people she was with, and the odds are that they were fellow students. She talked to them. You can see her doing it. They talked to her. It looks as if they were maybe trying to persuade her not to go.
Someone must know something. She could have arranged to meet someone in there earlier. The maze, that is. She could have, Banks agreed. Again, we need to talk to her friends about that. We need to interview everyone she met that night from the time they set out to the time she went into that alley. We've let ourselves be sidetracked by Joseph Randall. I'm still not sure about him, said Templeton. Me neither, Banks agreed. But we have to broaden the inquiry. Look, before you get cracking on that database, have another word with the bartender who was on duty at the fountain on Saturday night. Find out if there were any incidents in the pub itself, any sign of him on the tapes. Oddly enough, yes, sir, said Templeton. Why oddly? Well, he wheeled his bicycle out of the front door and locked up. Well, what's so strange about that? It was nearly 2:30 in the morning. Maybe he's a secret drinker. What did he have to say? He wasn't there when the lads canvassed the pubs yesterday. Day off. Nobody's talked to him yet. Interesting. If he's not there today, find out where he lives and pay him a visit. Ask him what he was doing there so late, and ask if he remembers anything more. We know Hayley and her friends left the fountain, had a discussion in the market square, then 3 minutes later she left to go down Taylor's yard. Maybe something happened in the pub. It's almost the last place she was seen alive in public. Yes, sir. Templeton left the viewing room. Banks took the remote control and rewound the surveillance tape. He pressed play again and watched Hayley Daniels argue with her friends and head down Taylor's yard. He couldn't read her lips. The tape was of too poor a quality. There was also an annoying, flickering strip of light, as you get on old film prints, behind the group, beside Taylor's yard. It disappeared. When Hayley stretched her arms out for balance, she could touch both sides of the alley easily. The glitter on the cheap plastic belt around her waist caught the headlights of a passing car. After she had disappeared into the darkness, Banks rewound and watched the tape one more time. They might be able to isolate and enhance the license plate of that car, he thought, reasoning that if the driver had seen a pretty girl walking into the maze alone, he might have zipped around the back and entered from the car park, where there were no CCTV cameras, and seized his opportunity. It was a long shot, but in the absence of anything else, it was worth a try. Banks called D.C. Wilson down from the squad room. There was no point in going all the way back to Whitby first, Annie realised, as she aimed the car towards Leeds on the M1. Not when she could ring D.I. Ken Blackstone at Millgarth and find out exactly where on Park Square Constance Wells practised law. "Annie," said Blackstone, "how nice to hear from you. How's things?" "Fine, Ken. And Alan?" Blackstone sometimes spoke as if Banks and Annie were still an item, or as if he wished they were, but it didn't bother her. "Haven't seen him for a while," she said. "I'm on loan to Eastern area. Look, maybe you can help me." "Of course, if I can." "Should be easy enough. I'm trying to track down a Park Square solicitor, name of Constance Wells. Ring any bells?" "No, but give me a few minutes. I'll call you back." They passed close by the massive cooling towers near Sheffield, and around the bend Annie saw the sprawl of Meadowhall, the popular shopping mall, to her left, cars parked everywhere. Annie's mobile rang, and she answered immediately. "Ken?" "Ken?" said the voice. "Who's that? Do I have a rival? Sorry to disappoint you, but it's me, Eric." "What do you want?" "I just wanted to check if you were still going to join me for lunch on Thursday." "I'm expecting an important call. I can't talk now," Annie said. "See you Thursday, then. Black Horse." Annie pressed end. She felt her face flush as Ginger gave her a sideways look. "Boyfriend trouble?" she asked. "I don't have a boyfriend." Ginger held her hands up. "Sorry." Annie glanced at her, then laughed. "Some blokes just won't take no for an answer, right?" she said. "Tell me about it." It wasn't an invitation, or Annie might have relented. As it was, the mobile saved her. Ken Blackstone this time. "Yes?" Annie said. "Constance Wells does indeed work in Park Square," he said. "Conveyancing." "Makes sense," said Annie. "Anyway, she's with the firm of Ford, Reeves and Mitchell." Blackstone gave an address on Park Square. "Will that help?" "Very much,"
said Annie. "It even sounds familiar. Would that be Julia Ford's practice?"
"Indeed it would," said Blackstone.
Julia Ford was a hotshot solicitor who specialised in high-profile criminal cases. Annie had seen her name and picture in the papers from time to time, though they'd never met.
"Thanks, Ken," she said. "My pleasure. And don't be a stranger."
"I won't."
"Say hello to Alan from me, and ask him to give me a ring when he has time."
"I'll do that," said Annie, not at all sure as to when she would get the chance. "Bye." She ended the call and concentrated on the road. They were coming to the eastern edge of Leeds, where the tangle of roads and motorways merging and splitting almost rivalled Birmingham's Spaghetti Junction. Annie followed the signs to the city centre as best she could, and with Ginger's help, ended up completely lost. Eventually they found a car park near the back of City Station, and with only some vague idea of where they were, left the Astra there and walked the rest of the way. It was easy enough when they got to City Square, with its old post office turned into a restaurant, the statue of the Black Prince and torch-bearing nymphs, and a pedestrian area where people sat at tables eating and drinking when the weather was good. Even today 1 or 2 brave souls had ventured out into the open. They walked along Wellington Street for a short distance, then turned up King Street and made their way over to Park Square. The buildings were mostly Georgian, and the solicitors' offices hadn't been modernised that much inside. A receptionist sat clicking away at her computer in the high-ceilinged entrance hall and asked them what they wanted. "We'd like to see Constance Wells, please," Annie said, showing her warrant card.
"Do you have an appointment?"
"I'm afraid not." She picked up her telephone.
"Let me see if Miss Wells is available right now. Please take a seat."
She gestured toward the L-shaped sofa with the table of magazines. Annie and Ginger looked at each other, then sat. Annie picked up hello, and Ginger went for practical mechanics. They hadn't got very far when the receptionist called out,
"She says she can see you in 10 minutes, if you'd care to wait."
"Of course," said Annie. "Thank you."
"Probably just sitting twiddling her thumbs, making us wait," said Ginger.
"Or twiddling something else," Annie added. Ginger laughed, a deep guffaw. The receptionist glared at her, then went back to her computer. The time passed quickly enough, and Annie was just about to find out the secrets of the latest megastar divorce settlement when the receptionist's phone buzzed, and she directed them toward the first office at the top of the stairs. Constance Wells appeared lost behind the huge desk. She was a petite woman with wispy dark curls, probably somewhere in her mid-30s, Annie guessed. Filing cabinets and bookcases rested against the walls, and her window looked out over the square. A framed illustration of a scene from Hansel and Gretel hung on one wall. Annie admired the delicate colours and fluid lines. It was quality work. A couple of hard-back chairs had been placed before the desk.
"Please," she said, gesturing. "Sit down. How can I help you?"
"Karen Drew," Annie said. Constance Wells blinked once.
"Yes."
"She's dead."
"Oh,
I'm sorry to be so abrupt," said Annie, "but it's why we're here. Karen Drew's death, murder, rather. It raises a few questions." Constance put her hand to her chest.
"I do apologise," she said. "You took me quite by surprise. I'm not used to such things. Murder, you said?"
"Yes. Karen was murdered yesterday morning on the coast, not far from Mapston Hall. Someone took her for a walk and didn't bring her back."
"But who?"
"That's what we're trying to find out," said Annie. "So far we're not having a lot of luck."
"Well, I don't see how I can help you."
Annie turned to Ginger. "That's what everyone says, isn't it?"
"Yes, ma'am," said Ginger. "Quite frankly, I'm getting sick of it myself."
"I can't help that," said Constance Wells.
"It happens to be true."
"We understand that you're her solicitor, and that, among other things, you handled the sale of her house."
"Yes."
"An address would help for a start." Constance Wells managed a tight smile.
"I think I can help you with that,"
she said, walking over to a cabinet. She was wearing a green pastel skirt and matching jacket over a white blouse with a ruffled front. She opened a drawer, extracted a file and gave them an address.
"I can't really see how that will help you, though," she said, sitting down again.
"It's a start. Can you tell us anything else about her?"
"As Miss Drew's solicitor," Constance said, "all communications between us are strictly privileged."
"Ms. Wells, you don't seem to understand.
Karen Drew is dead.
Someone slit her throat from ear to ear." Constance Wells turned pale.
"Oh,
I'm sorry if I shocked you," said Annie, "but believe me, it nearly shocked me right out of my breakfast." She hadn't had any breakfast yesterday, she remembered, having flown from Eric's flat like a bat out of hell, but Constance Wells wasn't to know that.
"Yes, well, look, I really can't help you. I'm bound by... I only acted for Karen in her business affairs, the house sale, but I think you should... Would you excuse me for a moment?"
She got up and dashed out of the office. Annie and Ginger stared at each other.
"What's with her?"
Ginger said.
"Off to be sick? Taken short?"
"No idea," said Annie. "Interesting reaction, though."
"Very. What do we do?"
"We wait." It was almost 5 minutes before Constance Wells came back, and by then she seemed more composed. Ginger had stayed in her chair, but Annie was standing by the window, looking down on Park Square, people watching. She turned when she heard the door open.
"I'm sorry," said Constance. "I suppose that was rude of me, but it's all rather unusual."
"What is?" Annie asked.
"Karen's case. Look, Julia, that's Miss Ford, one of our senior partners, would like to see you. Can you spare her a few moments?"
Annie and Ginger exchanged another glance. "Can we?" Annie said. "Oh, I think so. Don't you, D.C. Baker?" And they followed Constance down the corridor. Chapter 5. Templeton hated grotty old pubs like the Fountain. They were full of losers and tossers drowning their sorrows, and an atmosphere of failure hung in the air along with the stale smoke and ale. Just being in such a place made him cringe. Give him a modern bar, chrome and plastic seating, pastel walls and subdued lighting, even if the beer did come in bottles and the music was too loud. At least he didn't walk out smelling like a tramp. The place was almost empty at 3 in the afternoon, only a few pathetic diehards with no lives worth living slobbering over their warm pints. A young man in jeans and a grey sweatshirt, shaved head and black-rimmed spectacles, stood at the bar polishing glasses. They still looked dirty when he'd finished. "You the landlord?" Templeton asked, flashing his warrant card.
"Me? You must be joking," the man said.
He had a Geordie accent. Templeton hated Geordie accents, and he heard far too many of them around Eastvale.
"The landlord's away in Florida, like he is most of the time. I don't think he's set foot in the place more than twice since he bought it."
"What's your name?"
"Jamie Murdoch."
"Manager, then?"
"For my sins."
"You look too young."
"And you look too young to be a detective."
"I'm a quick study."
"Must be."
"Anyway, much as I love a bit of banter, I've got a few questions for you about Saturday night."
"Yeah?"
"Who was working?"
"I was."
"Just you?"
"Aye. Jill called in sick, and we couldn't get anyone else at short notice."
"That must have been fun, on your own on a Saturday night."
"Hilarious. Anyway, it happens often enough. This about the poor wee lassie who got killed?"
"That's right."
He shook his head. "Tragedy."
"Did you serve her?"
"Look, if you're asking me, were her and her friends intoxicated? They might have had a few, but there was no way they were so drunk I would have refused to serve them."
"Do you know they got kicked out of the Trumpeters before they came here?"
"No, I didn't. They must have been rowdy or something. They were well behaved enough here. It was the end of the evening. Things were winding down. It wasn't them causing the trouble."
"But someone was."
"Isn't someone always?"
"Tell me about it."
"Nothing much to tell, really."
Murdoch picked up another glass from the dish rack and started drying it with the tea towel. It was Saturday night, wasn't it? St. Patrick's Day, too. There always seems to be something, even on a normal Saturday. You get used to it. Didn't Elton John have a song about it? Saturday night's all right for fighting? Don't know that one, said Templeton. And this time? Gang of yobs from Lingarth got into a barney with some students in the pool room. Eastvale's version of Town and Gown. Came to nothing. A lot of sound and fury signifying nothing. Where'd you get that line from? It's Shakespeare. Macbeth. Go to college, do you? I've been. So tell me, an educated lad like you, how does he end up working in a dive like this? Just lucky, I suppose. Murdoch shrugged. It's all right. There are worse places. So, back to Saturday night. You're here behind the bar, all alone. You just calmed down a fracas. What happens next? The Lingarth lot left, and the girl and her friends came in. They knew some of the other students, so some of them started playing pool and the rest just sat around chatting. No incidents. No incidents. That was earlier. The fracas. And the vandalism. What vandalism? The bastards smashed up the toilets, didn't they? Ladies and gents. I think it was the Lingarth mob, but I can't prove it. Toilet rolls shoved down the bowl, light bulbs broken, glass all over the floor. Piss. I get the picture, said Templeton. Aye, well, I was here until nearly 2:30 in the morning, cleaning it up. 2:30, you say? Oh, that's right. Why? We saw you leaving on the CCTV, that's all. You could have said. Templeton grinned. Look at it from my point of view. If you'd said you went home at 12:30, we'd have had a discrepancy, wouldn't we? But I didn't. I left at 2:30. Like you said, it's on candid camera. Anybody vouch for you? I told you. I was here, alone. So you could have nipped out into the maze, raped and killed the girl, then got back to cleaning up the bog? I suppose I could have, but I didn't. You already said you saw me leave on the CCTV. But you could have sneaked out earlier and come back. Look around you. There's only 2 ways out of this place on account of its location. There's not even a window opens on Taylor's Yard. We take all our brewery deliveries down the chute at the front. The only ways out of the place are at the front, which leads to the market square, and the other side, the passageway between the toilets and the kitchen, which leads to Castle Road. I assume you've got CCTV there too. We have, said Templeton. Well, there you go, then. You tell me how I'm supposed to get out, rape and murder a girl, and come back without being seen. Mind if I have a look around? Not at all. I'll show you. Murdoch put the glass down, called to one of the regulars to keep his eye on the place, and first took Templeton upstairs, where there were an office, a toilet, a storeroom full of cases of wine and spirits piled against the wall, and a sitting room with a TV set, fading wallpaper, and a let-down sofa. Next, Murdoch showed him the pool room and the toilets downstairs, which weren't in such bad shape. Then the kitchen near the back, which was clean as it should be, and the side exit onto Castle Road. They went into the cellar next, a dank place with damp stone walls and barrels of beer in a row and crates of ale piled up. It stank of yeast and hops. The walls were solid everywhere, probably about 3 feet thick. Templeton couldn't see any possible way out, and he didn't particularly fancy staying down there a moment more than he needed, so he headed back up the worn stone steps. "Seen enough?" asked Murdoch when they got back to the bar. "For now," said Templeton. "This incident with the toilets, when did it happen?" "Don't know for certain," said Murdoch. "The Lingarth yobs had been gone maybe about 10 minutes or so when one of the students came and told me. Not that there was anything I could do about it right there and then, like, when I had drinks to serve. It was about that time the girl and her friends came in." "Pretty near closing time, then?" "Aye, not far off. I'd have closed up early except I had paying customers. I reckoned I'd see the punters off the premises at the usual time and get it cleaned up. Never imagined it would take so bloody long." "This Lingarth lot, did they stick around the square?" "I didn't see them again, but then I didn't get out till late." "Any names?" "Why, are you going to prosecute them?" "For what?" "Vandalising the pub." "No, dickhead. They might be suspects in a murder investigation." "Why, are you going to bring charges?"
No way. I value my life. I'd still like to talk to them. Names? You must be joking. Maybe one of them called his mate Steve and there was another called Mick. Wonderful. Thanks a lot. I told you. Anyway, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to find them if you want. Just ask around. Lingarth's not a big place, and the Yobs are probably pretty well known there. And you'd recognise them again? Aye, I'd recognise them. Had you seen the girl and her friends before? They've been in once or twice, yes. Regulars? I wouldn't call them regulars, but I've seen them occasionally in here on a Saturday night. Never caused any trouble. Did you hear anything from Taylor's yard while you were cleaning up the toilets? No. Did you see anyone go by the front? No, but I wouldn't have anyway. See, I was in the toilets at the castle roadside, as you've seen. Besides, I wasn't really paying attention. Cleaning up vandalised toilets sort of demands all your attention, if you know what I mean. Murdoch worked at the glass, then narrowed his eyes. I can hardly believe it, you know. Believe what? He gestured over toward the toilets. While I was busy cleaning up in there, what was happening in the maze? That poor girl. I can hardly get my head around it. Don't even try, said Templeton, heading toward the door. He'll only give you grief. And he left, rather pleased with himself for his piece of sage advice. He paused at the door and turned back. And don't run away, he said, pointing his finger at Murdoch. I might be back. As befitting that of a senior partner, Julia Ford's office was both larger and better appointed than Constance Wells's. She had the same fine view of the square, but from higher up, and the room was fitted with a thick piled carpet and a solid teak desk. What looked to Annie like an original David Hockney Yorkshire landscape hung on one wall. Julia Ford herself was elegance personified. Annie had no idea where her simple dark blue business suit and plain white blouse had come from, but it definitely wasn't Next or Primark. She bet there was a designer's name on it somewhere, and it probably came from Harvey Nicks. Her straight chestnut brown hair fell to her shoulders and was imbued with the kind of lustre Annie had only seen in television adverts. Julia Ford stood up, leaned across the table, and shook hands with both Annie and Ginger, then bade them sit. Her chairs were padded and far more comfortable than Constance Wells's. She regarded them both with watchful brown eyes, and then turned to Constance, who lingered in the doorway. "That's all right, Constance. Thank you very much," she said. "You can go now." Constance shut the door behind her. Julia Ford continued to regard Annie and Ginger with those serious eyes, and made a steeple of her hands on the table. No rings, Annie noticed. "I understand that Karen Drew has been murdered," she said finally. "That's right," said Annie. "We're trying—" Julia Ford waved her hand dismissively. "I should imagine you are," she said, a definite smile now playing around the edges of her thin lips. "And I should also imagine you're not getting very far. It's like squeezing the proverbial blood out of the proverbial stone," Annie said. "We were wondering if Miss Wells might be able to help, but she seemed to think we should talk to you." "I thought you should talk to me. Constance has very specific instructions regarding Karen." "And can you help?" "Oh, I think you'll find I'll be able to help you a great deal," said Julia Ford. "But will you?" "Will I?" She spread her hands. "Of course I will. I've never hindered a police investigation." Annie swallowed. Julia Ford had a reputation as a tough barrister who would do anything she possibly could to discredit the police and get her client off. "Can you tell us about her background, then?" Annie asked. "I could, but I don't think that's really the main issue right now. You'll find out soon enough anyway." "Miss Ford," said Annie, "with all due respect, aren't we supposed to be the ones who decide what questions we should ask?" Yes, of course. I'm sorry. I wasn't meaning to be rude, and I'm not trying to do your job for you. What I'm trying to tell you is that there is something more important you need to know first." "And what's that?" "Karen Drew wasn't her real name." "I see." "May I ask what her real name was?" "You may." "And?"
Julia Ford paused and played with her Mont Blanc on the desk in front of her. Annie knew she was indulging in typical courtroom tactics for dramatic effect, but there was nothing she could do but wait out the theatrics. Finally, the barrister tired of playing with her pen and leaned forward across the teak. "Her real name was Lucy Payne," she said. "Jesus Christ," whispered Annie. "Lucy Payne, the friend of the devil. That changes everything." "So what do you think of Jamie Murdoch?" Banks asked. He was sitting in his office comparing notes with Kevin Templeton and Winsome Jackman. Templeton, he noticed, kept sneaking glances at Winsome's thighs under the tight black material of her trousers. "He's got an attitude," Templeton said, "and he's a bit of a plonker, but that hardly qualifies him as a murderer, no more than being a Geordie does. I don't know. I'm sure we'll be able to verify his story about the vandalised bogs when we talk to Hayley's friends and the yobbos from Lingarth. We've got film on him leaving on his bike at 2:30, and no sign of him before that. Like he says, there's no access to the maze from the pub without using the front or side exits, and they were both covered by CCTV. "OK," said Banks. "Now what do we make of this new angle Winsome's come up with?" Winsome had been watching the rest of the CCTV footage and noticed someone coming out of the maze from the narrow shopping arcade that led off Castle Road at 12:40, which was 20 minutes after Hayley had gone in. There was no CCTV record of the persons having entered. The images were indistinct, but Winsome thought he resembled one of the people Hayley Daniels had been talking to earlier in the square, just before she went off down Taylor's yard by herself. "Well," said Templeton, "he certainly hadn't been shopping at that time of night. Someone searching for her? A friend?" "Could be," said Winsome. "Maybe he got worried when she didn't turn up at the Bar None. But why not use the Taylor's Yard entrance? It's nearer than the Bar None." "Is there a back way from the Bar None to the maze?" Banks asked. "Yes, sir," said Templeton. "A fire exit." "So he could have left that way," said Banks. "I suppose it's possible that he knew about the Market Square CCTV, which is the setup that gets all the publicity, but not about that on Castle Road. He didn't know he'd be seen coming out. 20 minutes isn't very long, but it's probably long enough for what the killer did, and he seems in a bit of a hurry. This looks very promising. D.C. Wilson's at the college working on that list of names. It could take some time to get through them all. Do you think you can get technical support to come up with a still image from the video? Enhanced?" "I can always try," said Winsome. "They're already working on that car number plate, but no luck so far." "Ask them to do their best," said Banks. "It's another long shot, but it might save us time." Banks leaned back in his chair and ran his hand across his closely cropped hair. "OK," he said. "Let's review what we've got so far." He counted off on his fingers as he spoke. Joseph Randall, who swears he was at home alone when Hayley was killed, but has no real alibi and also can't account for the 11 minutes between finding the body and reporting it. Oh, and he also eyed up the victim in the Duck and Drake earlier on the evening she was killed. After making a fuss, he volunteered a DNA sample and signed the waiver. The lab's working on it. Next, we've got Jamie Murdoch, pub manager of the Fountain, who says he was fixing broken toilets during the time Hayley was raped and killed. He appears to have had no access to the murder scene, at least not without being spotted, and he doesn't show up on CCTV until he leaves on his bike at 2:30. Finally, one of Hayley's friends is seen exiting the maze by the Castle Road arcade at 12:40, but not seen going in. What had he been doing in there? How long had he been there? What was he hoping for? A quick grope in the ginnel? "Hayley's stepmother said she didn't have a steady boyfriend," Winsome said, "but she did think Hayley was sexually experienced." Banks noticed Templeton give a little smile at Winsome's discomfort in talking about sex in front of them. "We probably won't find out any more about that until we talk to the people she was with," said Banks. "There's still the possibility that someone was lying in wait," Templeton said. He glanced at Banks. "A serial killer just starting out. Someone who knew how to come and go in the maze without being seen, which probably means he's a local and knows the area." "We won't forget that possibility, Kev," said Banks, "but so far we've had no luck with the local sex offenders." He turned back to Winsome. "What about the family? You talked to them?"
"Yes, sir. I can't say I was very impressed by the father, but maybe it's hard to be impressed by a bloke you find tied naked to a bed in a hotel room."
"Oh, Winsome," said Templeton, "you disappoint me. Don't tell me it didn't turn you on." "Shut up, Curve," said Banks. Winsome glared at Templeton.
"There's no way either of the parents could have done it," she went on. "Donna McCarthy was watching a DVD with Caroline Dexter, and Jeff Daniels and Martina Redfern have a watertight alibi. I found the taxi driver who drove them back from the nightclub to the hotel around 2:30, and even he remembers them." She gave a nervous glance at Templeton, then looked back at Banks. "They were, in the back of his taxi."
Even Banks had to smile at that. Templeton laughed out loud. "OK," said Banks. "So far our only suspects, who don't seem to have an alibi, are Randall and the mysterious figure on the Castle Road CCTV, and he should be easy enough to track down." Banks stood up. "Then there's the Lingarth Yobs to sort out. They were angry at Jamie Murdoch. They could have hung around the maze hoping to get a crack at him and found Hayley instead." "The CCTV just shows them walking away," said Templeton. "Well, they still need looking into, which is what we ought to be doing now instead of sitting around here. Thanks for bringing me up to date. Now, let's get to work and see if we can close this one before the week's out." A stunned silence followed Annie's response to the revelation of Karen Drew's real identity. Annie could hear other noises from the building, phone conversations, the clacking of a computer keyboard, mixed with the sounds of cars and birds from outside. She tried to digest what she'd just heard. "You weren't involved in that case, were you?" Julia Ford asked.
Peripherally," said Annie. "My boss was SIO.
Julia Ford smiled. "Ah, yes, Detective Superintendent Banks. I remember him well. How is he?"
"He's fine," said Annie. "Actually, he's a DCI. He was only acting super. I handled the Janet Taylor investigation."
Janet Taylor was the policewoman who had killed Lucy Payne's husband, Terence, after he had murdered her partner with a machete and come at her with it. The law about reasonable force being what it was, she'd been suspended and put under investigation until she died in a drunk driving accident. The whole affair still left a bitter taste in Annie's mouth. Julia Ford made a sympathetic grimace. "A tough one." "Yes. Look, do you think you could explain?" "Yes, of course. I'll do my best." She glanced at Ginger. "Are you aware of who Lucy Payne was, DC?"
"Baker," said Ginger. "And yes, I'm aware of who she was. She killed all those girls a few years ago. The newspapers called her the friend of the devil."
"So very melodramatic," said Julia Ford. "But what would you expect of the gutter press? As a matter of fact, Lucy Payne didn't murder anyone. Her husband was the killer, the devil in question." "And how convenient that he was dead, so he couldn't tell his side of the story," said Annie. "Well, you've only got Janet Taylor to blame for that, haven't you?" "Janet did—" "Look," Julia Ford interrupted. "As you know, I defended Lucy, so I'm hardly going to say she was guilty, am I? The Crown reviewed the evidence at the preliminary hearing, such as it was, and threw the case out of court. She never even went to trial." "Wasn't that something to do with the fact that she was in a wheelchair?" said Annie. "The state of her health may have been a mitigating factor. HM prisons have very limited facilities for dealing with quadriplegics. But the fact remains that there wasn't enough evidence against her to prove that she killed anyone." "Weren't there some dodgy videos?" Ginger asked. "Showing at the most sexual assault, at the least consensual sex," said Julia Ford. "The Crown knew they were on shaky ground with the videos, so they weren't even admitted as evidence. As I said, the case collapsed before it went to trial. Not enough evidence, as is sadly so often the case." Annie ignored the barb. "The fact that one of the star prosecution witnesses, Maggie Forrest, had a nervous breakdown and was unable to testify might have helped too," she said.
Possibly, but these things happen. Besides, even Maggie had no evidence to connect Lucy with any murders.
"All right," said Annie, raising her hand. "We'll get nowhere now debating Lucy Payne's role in the rape, torture and murder of those young girls."
"I agree," said Julia Ford. "I simply wanted to lay my cards on the table and let you know who you're really dealing with. The events took place 6 years ago, when Lucy was just 22. When faced with arrest, Lucy jumped out of a window. Maggie Forrest's window. Lucy was in hospital after hospital for a long, long time, and the firm took care of her affairs. She had a number of serious operations, none of which was entirely successful, but they managed to keep her alive, after a fashion. In the end, we found her a place at Mapston Hall. Given the publicity surrounding the Payne case, once she had managed to disappear from the public view and from the media, we thought it best that she assumed a new identity for the rest of her days. It was all perfectly legal. I have the papers."
"And what about the car accident they told us about at Mapston Hall? Drunk driving?"
"Another necessary fiction."
"I'm sure it was," said Annie, "and I'm not really here to contest any of that. I thought I was looking for the killer of Karen Drew, but now I find out that I'm looking for who killed Lucy Payne. That changes things. I hope knowing that won't stop you from putting just as much effort into it." Annie glared at her. "I won't even dignify that with a reply," she said. "There were plenty at the time who said Lucy got exactly what she deserved when she ended up in a wheelchair. Perhaps you were one of them?" "No." Annie felt herself turn red. She had never said that, but she had thought it. Like Banks, she believed that Lucy Payne had been as guilty as her husband, and spending the rest of her days paralysed was fitting enough punishment for what the two of them had done to those girls in their cellar, whether Lucy had actually delivered the killing blows or not. The videos showed that she knew all about what was going on, and had been a willing participant in her husband's sick, elaborate sexual games with his victims. No, Lucy Payne's fate elicited no sympathy from Annie, and now someone had put her out of her misery. It could almost be viewed as an act of kindness, but she wouldn't let any of that cloud her judgment. She wouldn't give Julia Ford the satisfaction of being right. She would work this case as hard as any other, harder perhaps, until she had discovered who killed Lucy Payne and why. "How does it change things?" Julia Ford asked. "Well, it brings two important questions to mind," said Annie. "Oh? First, did the killer know she was killing Lucy Payne? And the second? Who knew that Karen Drew was Lucy Payne?"
"Well, Stuart," said Banks, "I think you've got some explaining to do, don't you?"
Stuart Kinsey sat opposite Banks in the interview room that evening, pouting, picking at a fingernail, glancing at Winsome out of the corner of his eye. It had been a long 2 days. Everyone was tired and wanted to go home. Kinsey wore the typical student uniform of denim and a T-shirt proclaiming the Who's triumphant return to Leeds University the previous June. His hair was shaggy but not especially long, and Banks supposed he might be attractive to women in that surly, moody sort of way some of them liked. Whether he had been attractive to Hayley Daniels was another matter. "Am I under arrest?" he asked. Banks looked at Winsome.
"Why does everyone ask us that?" he said.
"Don't know, sir," said Winsome. "Maybe they think it makes a difference."
"Doesn't it?" said Kinsey.
"Not really," said Banks. "See, we could arrest you. Nothing easier. A mere formality. I'd say, 'Stuart Kinsey, you're under arrest on suspicion of the murder of Hayley Daniels. You don't have to say anything, blah, 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 blah.' The standard caution. Something along those lines. Then—"
Wait a minute," said Kinsey. "Murder? Now, hold on. I had nothing to do with that."
"Well, then you'd ask for a solicitor, as is your right, and we'd have to bring one in for you. He or she would probably encourage you to answer most of our questions so long as they didn't incriminate you, which they wouldn't if you didn't do anything wrong. We could go that route. After the arrest comes the charge, which is a lot more serious. That's when we take you down to the custody suite, divest you of your belt, shoelaces and possessions, and lock you in a cell for as long as we feel like. Banks tapped the side of his head. Oh no, what was I thinking about? That was the good old days. Sorry, it's 24 hours, unless our boss authorises further periods. And she's very upset about what happened to Hayley. Got kids of her own. Banks could sense Winsome rolling her eyes. But it worked. Kinsey had lost his cool and sullen demeanour, and he now appeared like a very frightened young man in a lot of trouble, which was exactly what Banks wanted. "What do you want to know?" he asked. Banks nodded to Winsome, who turned on the small television monitor they had set up. The first clip showed Hayley walking away from her friends, Kinsey included, and disappearing into Taylor's yard. The time, 12:20 a.m., appeared along the bottom, along with the date and other technical details to prevent tampering. The second excerpt showed Stuart Kinsey dashing out of the arcade onto Castle Road. The time was 12:40. After the videos had finished, Banks paused to let the images sink in. Then he said, "Whichever way you look at it, Stuart, you're in a lot of trouble. What were you doing running out of the maze at 12:40 on Saturday night?"
"All right, I've been looking for Hayley, but I didn't kill her."
"Tell me what happened."
"Well, it was like you saw in the other tape. We all said goodbye outside the fountain. Hayley was, well, she'd had a few, if you must know."
"I think we were aware of that," said Banks. "It looks as if you were arguing. Why was she going into the maze alone?"
"Well, you know."
"Tell me, Stuart."
"Look, she was going in for a piss, all right? The bogs in the fountain were out of order. She had a skimful and she was going for a piss. That's all. If it looks like we were arguing, it's because we were trying to persuade her not to be so daft. But you can't tell Hayley anything when she's made up her mind, especially if she's had a few."
"She never said anything about meeting anyone?"
"No."
"Wasn't she afraid?"
"What had she to be afraid of? She didn't know there was a murderer lurking there, did she?"
"OK," said Banks. "Why didn't she wait until she got to the Bar None?"
"Well, she just did things like that. She liked to be outrageous. She didn't care what people thought. Besides, she wasn't coming with us to the Bar None. She said she didn't like the music."
"Where was she going?"
"Dunno."
"OK, Stuart, you went into the maze through the back exit of the Bar None shortly after you got there. Why?"
"Well, I went to see if Hayley was OK."
"You were worried about her? But you just told me you didn't think she was in any danger, or had any reason to be."
"Yeah, well, it just struck me that it's dark down there and, she might get lost or something."
"And you wouldn't? You know your way around the maze, do you?"
"I didn't really stop to think."
"No, you just dashed out back to go and watch Hayley Daniels have a piss. Are you a pervert or something, Stuart?"
"No, I told you, it wasn't like that at all. I wanted to see where she went."
"What do you mean?"
"Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? After she'd finished, I wanted to see where she went. I didn't do anything. Please, you have to believe me. I wouldn't have hurt Hayley, not for anything."
"Were you in love with her?"
"I don't know about love," Kinsey said, "but I fancied her something rotten."
At least that sounded honest, Banks thought. "Did Hayley know that?"
"It was pretty obvious."
"What was her reaction?"
"Said we were friends. She blew hot and cold, did Hayley."
"What was your reaction?"
"What do you mean?"
"She rejected you. How did you react?"
"It wasn't like that."
"Do you mean she accepted your advances?"
"I'm confused."
"I didn't make any advances. So how did she know you were interested?"
"We talked we got on, had stuff in common, bands and things. Went to the pictures a couple of times. And there's like an electricity between people, you can feel it."
"Did Hayley feel it too?" Banks asked.
"I don't suppose she did. Or at least she wouldn't admit it. Hayley could be very distant. You never really knew where you stood with her. Like I said, hot and cold. She liked to be a part of the crowd, the party girl."
"Centre of attention."
"Well, it wasn't difficult for her. She was fit and she knew it. I mean, sometimes she got a bit rowdy, but it was just harmless fun. Sometimes I thought it was her way of, keeping away any one particular person, being part of the group so you never really had to get close to someone. You could keep them at arm's length. You'd get into a conversation with her, and then she'd say something, and before you knew it, everyone would be involved, and she was laughing at someone else's joke. You couldn't have her to yourself for very long.
That must have been very frustrating, Banks said.
You're telling me.
So where did it lead?
Well, it didn't lead anywhere, really. I didn't sleep with her or anything, just snogging and stuff. Sometimes I got the impression recently that she'd... Well, no, it doesn't matter.
It might, Stuart, said Banks. Let me be the judge. Kinsey paused and chewed on his fingernail.
Can I have a cup of tea or something? He asked. I'm thirsty.
Of course. Not wanting to interrupt the rhythm of the interview, Banks signalled to Winsome, who got up and asked the constable outside the door to rustle up some tea. Won't be long, Banks said to Kinsey. Now, Stuart, you were going to tell me about that impression you had.
Well, you know, it was just a sort of vague idea, like...
Even so.
Well, sometimes I thought maybe she got a bloke.
When did this start?
A couple of months ago. Around then.
Any idea who this bloke was? One of the others in the group?
No, someone she was keeping secret.
He leaned forward on the table.
You see, that's what I meant when I said I was in the maze, because I wanted to see where she went. I was going to follow her, find out who the mystery bloke was.
But you didn't see her?
No. I thought she must have already gone. I mean, it was a good 5 minutes or so after we left her that I went in. It doesn't take that long to, you know.
Right, said Banks. Hayley had been sick, he remembered Dr. Burns telling him, which would have kept her there longer. Did you see or hear anything while you were in there?
I thought I heard a door bang shut and a sort of, well, not a scream, but a muffled sort of cry. You don't think it could have been her, do you? It creeped me out, I have to tell you.
What time was this?
Just after I went in. I wasn't really aware of the time, but I suppose it was around 25 past, something like that.
Just 5 minutes after Hayley herself had entered the maze, Banks thought. Did you see anyone?
No, nothing.
What did you do when you heard the noise? Is that why you were running? Kinsey nodded and studied the scratched table.
I got out of there pretty damn quickly, he said. I figured she must have finished before I got there and left already. You don't really think it was her I heard, do you? Or maybe I could have saved her. But I got scared. Oh, God!
Kinsey put his head in his hands and started crying. Banks was almost certain that it was Hayley whom Kinsey had heard, but he wasn't going to tell him that. His own imagination would torture him more than enough as it was. At least the time of the attack could be fixed more accurately now. Hayley's killer had grabbed her about 5 minutes after she'd gone into the maze, just after she'd been sick and finished what she'd gone there to do. Perhaps watching her had excited and inflamed him. The timing made perfect sense, of course. Hayley would hardly have been hanging around there unless she had made an assignation. Again, what Kinsey had said about the mystery boyfriend came back to Banks. Maybe she had made a date with him. Maybe that was who had killed her. But why arrange to meet him in the maze if she was going to spend the night with him? It would make far more sense to go to his flat or wherever he lived. And why would a boyfriend resort to rape or murder? Such things did happen, Banks knew. Not long ago, West Yorkshire police had arrested a man who regularly drugged and raped 3 girlfriends who would have all been perfectly happy to have consensual sex with him. Nothing much surprised Banks these days when it came to sexual deviance. Hayley had carried condoms in her handbag, so she was obviously sexually active. Perhaps Stuart Kinsey had killed her, out of frustration or out of jealousy. They were powerful emotions, as Banks knew from previous cases. Under the sway of jealousy, a man or woman was capable of almost anything. The tea arrived, and Kinsey calmed down.
I'm sorry, he said. I just couldn't bear the thought that I might have been able to do something, but I ran away.
You didn't know what was happening, Banks said. It wasn't much consolation, but it was some. He leaned forward. I'm very interested in this idea of yours about Hayley having a secret boyfriend, he went on. "Any ideas who it might be, or why she might keep him a secret?" Chapter 6. "It's good to see you again, Alan," said Annie early on Tuesday afternoon in the Horse and Hounds, a tiny, quiet pub off the market square where you could get a decent salad and enjoy a pint without Detective Superintendent Catherine Gervais finding out about it. There was a tiny, windowless, non-smoking bar, all dark gleaming wood and plush red velveteen, with old hunting prints on the wall. At least it was still legal to depict scenes of fox hunting. Where it seemed that nobody ever sat. You had to go to the main bar to get drinks, but other than that, it was the ideal place for a private meeting. Annie was drinking Diet Bitter Lemon, having not touched a drop of alcohol since Saturday night. Banks was well into his pint of Tetley's cask, and the obvious pleasure he was taking in it was making Annie feel envious. Well, she thought, it wasn't as if she'd taken the pledge and was going to stop drinking forever. It was simply a small hiatus to get herself together, review the situation, and maybe lose a little weight. Tomorrow, perhaps, she'd have a pint, or maybe a glass of wine after work tonight. Fortunately, the burger Banks also seemed to be enjoying held no appeal for her whatsoever. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Banks asked after a few minutes of small talk about mutual friends and acquaintances in the Eastern area. "I know you're busy with the Mays case," Annie said. "I've heard about it. Poor girl. Any suspects yet?" "A few. We're waiting on forensics and toxicology results," said Banks. "And there are some more people we need to talk to. Kev Templeton thinks we've got a serial killer on our hands already. He might have a point. Even though there's been only one definite victim so far, it has all the hallmarks of a violent sex crime, and people who do that don't usually stop at one." "Kevin Templeton's an asshole," said Annie. "That may be, but he can be a good copper if he puts his mind to it." Annie snorted in disbelief. "Anyway," she said, "I think you'll be interested in what's happened out Whitby way." "Oh?" said Banks. "I'm intrigued. I did hear something about a woman in a wheelchair being killed out there." "Yes," Annie said. "A woman by the name of Karen Drew." "It doesn't ring any bells." "It wouldn't," said Annie. "It's not her real name." "Oh?" "No. Julia Ford told me what her real name was yesterday." Banks paused with the burger halfway to his mouth and put it back down on the plate. "Julia Ford? Now there's a blast from the past." "Starting to ring some bells?" "Yes, but I don't like the sound they're making. Julia Ford, woman in a wheelchair. Sounds very dissonant to me." "It was Lucy Payne." "Shit," said Banks. "I take it the media don't know yet." "No, but they'll find out soon enough. Detective Superintendent Bruff's trying to head them off at the pass. He's called a press conference for this afternoon." "I hope you don't expect me to feel any pity for her," Banks said. "It always struck me that you had a very complicated relationship with her," said Annie. "And that's partly why I've come to you." "Complicated? With the friend of the devil? Ruined a perfectly good Grateful Dead song for me, that's all. Now whenever I hear it, I see her face, see those bodies in the cellar." "Come off it, Alan. It's me, remember? Annie, and not Jim Hatchley. You don't have to play the Yahoo with me." Banks sipped some beer. Annie looked at him and tried to figure out what he was thinking. She never could. He thought he was transparent, but he was really as cloudy as an unfiltered pint. She was a complicated woman, Banks said, but she was a killer.
A young and beautiful killer,
Annie added. That too, Banks agreed. Are you saying that affected my judgment?
Oh, come on. I've never known a time when a woman's beauty hasn't affected a man's judgment. You don't even need to go back as far as Helen of Troy to work that one out.
I wasn't her champion, you'll remember, said Banks. As far as I was concerned, she was as guilty as her husband, and I wanted her put away for it.
Yes, I know that, but you understood her, didn't you?
Not for a moment. Banks paused. Well, I'm not saying I might not have wanted to, or even tried to, but it wasn't anything to do with her beauty. She was in bandages most of the time I saw her anyway. Look below the surface, and there was a hell of a lot of darkness. OK, I'll admit she was a complex and interesting killer. We both come across those.
Touché,
said Annie, thinking of Phil Keane, who had wreaked so much havoc on her and Banks's lives not much more than a year ago. Damage Annie had certainly not yet got over, if her recent behaviour was anything to go by. A charming psychopath, Keane had used Annie to monitor the investigation of a crime he had committed, and when he came close to getting caught, he had almost killed Banks. But Lucy Payne had a most unusual and deeply troubled childhood, Banks went on. I'm not saying that excuses anything she did, or even really explains it. But can you really get your head around being kept in a cage and sexually abused by your family day after day, year after year?
The abused becomes the abuser.
I know it sounds like a cliché, but isn't that often the case? Anyway, you didn't come to me for my theories on Lucy Payne. In a way, death was probably a blessing for her. He raised his glass for a moment, as if in a mock toast, then drank.
True, said Annie. What I was thinking was that I have to revisit that case if I want to have a hope in hell of catching her killer.
And what makes you want to do that?
My nature, Annie said. I can't even believe you'd ask me such a question.
Come off it, Annie. You thought she was as guilty as I did.
I know, said Annie. So what? If anything, that makes me want to solve her murder even more.
To prove you can overcome your own prejudices?
What's so wrong with that? I might never have said it, but I was glad when she ended up paralysed. Death would have been too easy for her. This way she suffered more, and part of me thought that was just, given the way she'd made those poor girls suffer. Karma, if you like.
And the other parts of you?
Told me what a load of self-justifying bollocks that was. Whatever she did, whatever she was, Lucy Payne was a human being. As a society, we don't tolerate executing people anymore. But someone has taken the law into his or her own hands and slit Lucy Payne's throat as she sat there unable to defend herself. Well, that goes against everything I believe in. No matter what she did, it was nobody's right to take Lucy Payne's life.
What, they should have let her go on suffering, a kind of living death? Come on, Annie. Someone did her a favour.
It wasn't a mercy killing.
How do you know?
Because I've never come across anyone who felt she deserved the tiniest drop of mercy, that's why. Except perhaps you.
Well, I didn't kill her, said Banks.
Now you're playing silly buggers.
Banks touched the scar beside his right eye. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so sarcastic. All I'm saying is that you have to be sure you want to open that can of worms. You know who the main suspects will be.
Of course I do, said Annie. The parents and families and friends of the girls the Paynes raped, abused and killed for a start. That neighbour, Maggie Forrest, who was taken in by Lucy and then betrayed. Maybe even one of the police officers on the case. A friend or relative of Janet Taylor's, who was another victim of the whole business. When you get right down to it, lots of people would want her dead, including publicity seekers. Can you imagine the confessions we'll get?
So why do you want to go back there?
Because I have to. It's the only place to go, and only by going there can I get where I want to be.
That sounds a bit too mystical for me, like the sound of one hand clapping.
Well, you've listened to enough Pink Floyd. You ought to know what that sounds like. The thing is, Alan, why I'm here, what I wanted to ask is, can I count on you?
Banks sighed, took another bite of his burger and washed it down with Tetley's. Then he stared Annie straight in the eye, gave her one of the most guileless looks she'd ever had from him. "Of course you can," he said softly. "You knew that from the start. I'll see if I can arrange a meeting for us with Phil Hartnell and Ken Blackstone in Leeds tomorrow morning." Annie threw a chip at him. "Then why did you give me such a bloody hard time about it then?" Banks smiled. "You wouldn't have had it any other way. Anyway, now you're here, you can tell me about all the interesting things going on in your life these days." "That's a laugh," said Annie, turning away and twirling her hair with her fingers. Winsome had never liked working with Templeton. It wasn't because he beat her to sergeant, though that did rankle, but she didn't like his methods, his callous disregard of people's feelings, or the way he kept ogling her. If she was going to take a boyfriend, which she wasn't, Templeton would be the last on her list. But in the meantime, they had to work together, so she tried to keep her feelings in check as he prattled on about clubs and DJs she'd never heard of, and hinted at a sexual prowess she wasn't interested in, as he sneaked glances at her thighs and breasts. She knew she could probably report him for sexual harassment, but that sort of thing had a way of coming back on you, especially if you were a woman. You didn't run to the boss and tell tales. You dealt with it yourself. Winsome had told Banks that she thought he was taking a big risk in sending Templeton to talk to Hayley Daniels' parents. Banks said he knew that, but they were short-staffed, and it would help to have a different perspective. Sometimes, he added cryptically, Templeton's unsavoury and idiosyncratic methods could result in a breakthrough. Winsome remained unconvinced. She'd seen the bastard in action in ways that Banks hadn't. Annie Cabbot would understand, but she wasn't around. Winsome pulled up outside the Daniels' house in Swainshead, once again drawing curious stares from the old men on the bridge. "What's that with them?" said Templeton. "They act like they'd never seen a black woman before." "They probably hadn't before I came along," Winsome said. The reporters had gone, and the house looked abandoned. It had only been 2 days since the news of Hayley's death, and already the place seemed shabbier somehow. When Winsome knocked, Jeff Daniels answered. He averted his eyes and appeared embarrassed to see her, as well he might. But he stood aside and let her and Templeton enter. Donna McCarthy was in the living room, sitting on an armchair. She looked as if she hadn't slept since Sunday. There was a strained atmosphere, Winsome sensed, though she couldn't tell whether Templeton felt it. Even if he did, in her experience, he would simply ignore it and do what he wanted anyway. "Any news?" asked Donna, as her husband slumped down in another armchair by the window. Winsome and Templeton took the sofa, and Winsome automatically pulled her skirt down over her knees. If she had known she was going to be riding out with Templeton this morning, she would have worn trousers. As it was, she'd gone and put on a business-style pinstripe skirt and matching jacket. Already, she could see him eyeing up Donna McCarthy, assessing his chances there. "Perhaps," said Templeton, "but we've got a few more questions to ask you." "Oh?" said Donna. "You told D.C. Jackman here that you didn't know if any particular boyfriends Hayley had, but that you thought she was sexually active. Am I right?" Donna twisted her wedding ring. "Well, is that true, Donna?" Daniels butted in, face red with anger. "You told the police my daughter was some sort of slut." "I never said any such thing," said Donna. "You've got some room to talk," said Templeton to Daniels. "Tied to a bed while some young tart bounced up and down on your jollies." "What's this?" Donna asked, looking at her husband. "What's he talking about?" "You mean you don't know?" Templeton said, a smirk of disbelief on his face. "He didn't tell you?" "I didn't think it was—" Winsome began. "No," Templeton went on, waving her down. "I think she should know." "Know what?" said Donna. "What are you talking about?" "When we found your husband, he wasn't at a convention, unless it was a convention of perverts. He was tied to a hotel bed while a naked young lady had her way with him. Our Winsome here got a front row seat, didn't you, love?" "You bastard," said Daniels. "I'll bloody have you for that." "Is this true, Jeff? Who was she? That little bitch from the office, the one who can't keep her legs closed?" Winsome rolled her eyes. "Calm down, everyone," she said. "I'm sorry.
You'll just have to deal with this between yourselves later. We have more important things to talk about. And no one implied that your daughter was promiscuous, Mr. Daniels."
"She was innocent," Daniels said. "Innocent. A victim. Do you both get that?" Winsome nodded, but you could see Templeton was rallying for another attack. Not a good sign. "Of course," Templeton began. "And I'm sorry if I implied in any way that your late daughter was the town bicycle. That wasn't my intention. The point is that it's come to our attention that she might have had a secret boyfriend. We were wondering if you could shed any light on this." "What boyfriend? Who said that?" said Daniels. "Doesn't matter who said it," Templeton replied. "Is it true?"
"How would we know?" said Donna, still glaring at her husband. "If she kept it a secret?"
"Well, what do you think?" Templeton asked. "Were there any signs, any unexplained absences, any occasions she wouldn't say where she was going, any nights she didn't come home?"
"Well, she sometimes stayed with friends from college if she went into Eastvale for a night out."
"I know," said Templeton. "She didn't want to drive because she set out to get paralytic. Do you know that people can lose all sense of judgment when they're that pissed?"
"I don't think Hayley drank that much," said Donna. "She was just having fun with her mates."
"Come off it," said Templeton. "She was so bladdered on Saturday, she went off into the maze alone for a piss. You can't tell me that's using good judgment." Donna started sobbing, and Daniels lurched forward to make a grab for Templeton's jacket collar, shouting, "How can you talk about our daughter like that, you filthy, heartless bastard?" "Get off," said Templeton, pushing him away and straightening his jacket. Wonderful, thought Winsome, regretting that Daniels hadn't managed to land a good punch. Another shambles of a Templeton interview. How on earth did such an insensitive pillock make sergeant in this day and age? She stepped into the breach. "Let's all calm down. Dear, Templeton might not always be diplomatic in his approach, but he has raised some serious questions, and any answers you give may help us catch Hayley's killer. Does either of you know anything about a boyfriend?" They both shook their heads. Daniels glaring at Templeton the whole time, and Donna looking as if she were ready to kill both of them. "Well, somebody must know something," Templeton said. "Surely you didn't just let her run wild and do whatever she wanted."
"She was 19, Mr. Templeton," said Donna. "You can't control a 19-year-old.
"Only with handcuffs in a bed," Winsome bet, making herself blush at the thought.
"Did she never let anything slip?" she asked. "Or didn't you notice any signs, woman to woman?" "You're making me feel guilty now," Donna said, reaching for a tissue. "You're saying I should have paid more attention, and it might not have happened."
"That's not true," Winsome said. "You shouldn't blame yourself. There's only one person responsible for what happened to Hayley, and that's the killer."
"But maybe if I don't know, been there."
"Did you know she carried condoms in her handbag?" Templeton asked.
"No, I didn't," said Donna. "I never went through Hayley's handbag."
Daniels glanced over at Templeton in disgust. "Does it surprise you?" Templeton asked.
"No," said Donna. "She knew if she was going to do anything she had to be careful. They all do these days."
"If she kept the boyfriend a secret," Winsome said, "we're wondering what the reason is. Perhaps he was an older man. Perhaps he was married."
"I still can't tell you anything," said Donna.
Templeton turned to Daniels. "You've had some experience in that department, haven't you?" he said. "Shagging Martina Redfern while Ellie was getting herself killed. Like them young, do you? Maybe it's you we should be looking at a lot more closely." If he expected to get a further rise out of Daniels, Winsome thought, he'd lost that one. Daniels sat there, spent and miserable. "I've made my mistakes," he said. "Plenty of them. I only hope Donna can find it in her heart to forgive me. But my mistakes aren't going to help you catch my daughter's killer. Now, if you can't do anything except sit there and try to stir things up, why don't you just get up off your arse and start doing your job?" "We're trying to do our job, sir," Winsome said, surprising herself that she was coming to Templeton's defence. But to defend the interview, she had to defend Templeton. She vowed she would never let anyone put her in this position again, no matter what they said. "Did she ever talk about any of her lecturers at college, for example?" she asked. "Sometimes," said Donna.
Was there anyone in particular?
Austin, said Daniels suddenly. Malcolm Austin. Remember, Donna, that bloke that led the class trip to Paris last April?
Yes, said Donna. She mentioned him a few times, but that was her favourite class. I don't think there was... Well, I mean...
Have you met him? Winsome asked.
No, said Donna. We haven't met any of them. When she was at school, we met her teachers, but when they're at college... I mean, you don't, do you?
So you don't know how old he is? Whether he's married or anything?
Sorry, said Donna. Can't help you there. You asked if she ever mentioned anyone, and that was the only one.
Romantic city, Paris, said Templeton, buffing his fingernails on his thigh the way a cricketer rubs the ball. Winsome got to her feet.
Well, thanks, she said. It's a start. We'll have a word with Mr. Austin.
Templeton remained seated, and his lack of movement was making Winsome nervous. She knew that he outranked her, so he should be the one to give the signal to leave, but she was so intent on damage control and getting out of there that she hadn't really thought about that. Finally, he stood up slowly, gave Daniels a long, lingering look, and said, "We'll be talking to you again soon, mate." Then he took out his card and pointedly handed it to Donna, who was contemplating her husband as a matador contemplates a bull. "If you think of anything else, love," Templeton said, "don't hesitate to ring me, day or night." When they got outside to the car, he grabbed Winsome's arm and leaned so close to her that she could smell the spearmint chewing gum on his breath, and said, "Don't you ever do that to me again." "There won't be any again," Winsome said, surprised at her own vehemence. Then she jerked her arm free and surprised herself even more by saying, "And take your fucking hands off me, sir." Banks was glad to get home at a reasonable hour on Tuesday, though he was still preoccupied with what Annie had told him about Lucy Payne's murder. He'd watched Bruff's Eastern Area press conference in the station that afternoon, and now Lucy Payne and the murders at 35 The Hill, or the House of Payne, as one newspaper had dubbed it at the time, were all over the news again. Banks put Maria Muldaur's Heart of Mine on the CD player and peered out of his front window as he tried to decide whether to warm up the lamb korma or try another Marks and Spencer's chicken Kiev. Maria was singing Dylan's Buckets of Rain, but the weather had improved considerably. The sun was going down, and streaks of vermilion, magenta and crimson shot through the western sky, casting light on the fast-flowing Gratley Beck, so that at moments it seemed like a dark, swirling oil slick. Next weekend they would be putting the clocks ahead, and it would be light until late in the evening. In the end, he made himself a ham and cheese sandwich and poured a glass of Peter Lehrman Shiraz. The main sound system was in the extension, along with the plasma TV, but he'd set up speakers in the kitchen and in the front room, where he would sometimes sit and read or work on the computer. The couch was comfortable, the shaded lamps cosy, and the peat fire useful on cool winter evenings. He didn't need it tonight, but he decided to eat his dinner in there anyway, and read the notes he had brought home with him from the office. He had got both Ken Blackstone and Phil Hartnell to agree to a meeting in Leeds the following morning. Annie was staying over at her cottage in Harkside that night, and he was due to pick her up there at 9:30 in the morning. But before that, he needed to do his homework. Anyway, though, he already knew his subject. He didn't have to read the files to know their names. Kimberly Myers, age 15, failed to return home from a school dance one Friday night. Kelly Diane Matthews, age 17, went missing during a New Year's Eve party in Roundhay Park, Leeds. Samantha Jane Foster, 18 years old, disappeared on her way home from a poetry reading at a pub near the University of Bradford. Leanne Ray, 16, vanished on a 10-minute walk between a pub and her parents' house in Eastvale. Melissa Horrocks, age 17, failed to return home from a pop concert in Harrogate. 5 young girls, all victims of Terence Payne, who came to be called the Chameleon, and many people believed also of his wife Lucy Payne, who later became the notorious Friend of the Devil. 2 police officers on routine patrol
had been called to the Payne house in West Leeds after a neighbour reported hearing sounds of an argument. There they had found Lucy Payne unconscious in the hall, the apparent victim of an attack by her husband. In the cellar, Terence Payne had set upon the officers with a machete and killed P.C. Dennis Morrissey. Morrissey's partner, P.C. Janet Taylor, had managed to get in several blows with her nightstick, and she didn't stop hitting Terence Payne until he was no longer moving, no longer a threat. He subsequently died of his injuries. Banks was called to the cellar, where the local police had found the body of Kimberly Myers bound naked and dead on a mattress, surrounded by candles, a body slashed around the breasts and genitals. The other girls were found dismembered and buried in the next room, and post-mortems discovered them to have been similarly tortured. What Banks remembered most, apart from the smell, was the way their toes stuck up through the earth like tiny mushrooms. Sometimes he had nightmares about that time he had spent in the cellar at 35 The Hill. He thought about his conversation with Annie that afternoon and decided that he had definitely been on the defensive. He remembered Lucy Payne best as she was the first time he had seen her in her hospital bed, when she hadn't been quite as beautiful as some of the photographs the newspapers printed. Half her face had been covered in bandages, her long raven's wing hair had been spread out on the pillow under her head, and the one good eye that stared at him with unnerving directness was as black as her hair. Naturally, she had denied any involvement in or knowledge of her husband's crimes. When Banks had talked to her, he had sensed her striding always one step ahead or aside, anticipating the questions, preparing her answers, and the requisite emotions of regret and pain, but never of guilt. She had been, by turns, vulnerable or brazen, victim or willing sexual deviant. Her history, when it came out, recounted a childhood of unimaginable horrors in a remote coastal house where the children of two families had been subjected to ritual sexual abuse by their parents until the social workers pounced one day amid rumours of satanic rites. Banks got up and poured another glass of wine. It was going down far too well. As he drank, he thought of the people he had encountered during the chameleon investigation, from the parents of the victims to neighbours and school friends of some of the girls. There was even a teacher who had come briefly under suspicion, a friend of Payne's called Geoffrey Brighouse. It was a large cast, but at least it would give Annie and her team somewhere to start. Thinking of the Payne's victims, Banks's mind drifted to Hayley Daniels. He couldn't let this new case of Annie's interfere with the investigation. He owed Hayley that much. With any luck, by the time he got back from Leeds tomorrow, some of the lab results would have started to trickle in, and between them, Wilson and Templeton would have talked to most of the friends Hayley was with on Saturday night and interviewed the possible boyfriend, Malcolm Austin. Banks knew he had made a mistake in putting Winsome and Templeton together on the Daniels-McCarthy interview. He could tell from the atmosphere when the two returned to the station that it hadn't gone well. Neither would talk to him about it, he knew, though he sensed there was obviously more than Templeton's overactive libido behind it. The problem was that Banks knew he had been right in what he told Annie. Templeton could be a good copper, and sometimes what made him one was his brusqueness and his disregard of the rules of common decency. But he also knew that when he had to rethink whether there was room for someone like Templeton on the team, especially with Winsome progressing so well, he had decided that there wasn't. The transfer, then, was a good idea. Banks tried to clear Lucy Payne and Hayley Daniels out of his mind. Maria Muldaur came to the end of You Ain't Going Nowhere, so he went to put on a new CD. He decided on the Bill Evans Half Moon Bay concert, one he had always wished he had attended. After Evans introduced his bass player and drummer, came the delightful Waltz for Debbie. It was still early, and Banks decided to spend the rest of the evening at home, listening to the jazz collection that he was slowly rebuilding, and reading Post-War. He was deeply into the Cold War, and What Are You Doing the Rest of Your Life, by the time he noticed that his glass was empty for the second time. It seemed like ages since Annie had been to a restaurant in Eastvale, and she was glad that she'd accepted Winsome's invitation, even though she knew it wouldn't be an entirely work-free evening. The Italian place they had picked above the shops, built onto the back of the church in the market square, was excellent. Plenty of vegetarian choices and decent cheap plonk. She tucked into her pasta primavera and second glass of Chianti, feeling just a little guilty, but not too much, for not lasting longer on the wagon, while Winsome ate cannelloni and went full speed ahead in her verbal assault on Templeton. "So you told him what you thought," Annie said, the first opening she got. "I told him." "And what did he say?" "Nothing. Not a word. I think he was so shocked that I swore at him. I was so shocked I swore at him. I never swear." She put her hand over her mouth and laughed. Annie laughed with her. "Don't worry," Annie said. "Insults are like water off a duck's back with Templeton. He'll be back to normal tomorrow, or what passes for normal in his case." "I'm not sure I want that," said Winsome. "Really, I mean it this time. One of us has to go. I can't work with him again, watch the way he tramples all over people's feelings. I don't know if I can wait for his transfer to come through." "Look," said Annie, "nobody ever said being a copper was easy. Sometimes you have to play dirty, tough it out. Be patient and hang in there." "I can't believe you're doing this," Winsome said. "You're defending him." "I'm not bloody defending him," said Annie. "I'm just trying to tell you that if you want to survive in this job, you have to toughen up. That's all." "You don't think I'm strong enough? You need to develop a thicker skin. You don't think black skin is thicker than white?" "What?" said Annie. "You heard me. How do you think I deal with all the innuendos and outright insults? People either look down on you, or they go out of their way to pretend they don't notice your colour, that you're really just like anybody else. But they end up talking to you like they talk to children. I don't know which is worse. Do you know what it's like to have someone stare at you or insult you like some sort of lesser being, an animal, just because of the colour of your skin? Like Hayley Daniels' father or those old men on the bridge at Swenshead." "I don't know about Hayley Daniels' father," said Annie, "but those old men don't know any better. I know it's not an excuse, but they don't, and I might not know how it feels to have people look at me that way because of the colour of my skin. But I do know how it feels when they treat me like a lesser species because I'm a woman." "Then double it," said Winsome. Annie looked at her, and they both started laughing so loudly an elderly couple sitting nearby frowned at them. "Oh, what the hell," said Annie, raising her glass. "Here's to kicking against the pricks." They clinked glasses. Annie's mobile rang, and she pulled it out of her handbag. "Yes?" "Annie, it's Eric." "Eric? What the hell do you want?" "Well, that's not very nice." "I told you not to ring me on my mobile. I'm having dinner with a colleague." "Male or female?" "That's none of your bloody business." Okay, sorry. Just asking. Look, I was thinking about you, and I thought, why wait till Thursday? You're obviously busy tonight, but what about tomorrow? Wednesday? Lunch?" "I have to go to Leeds tomorrow," Annie said, wondering why she was even bothering to tell Eric this. "And I told you I'm not coming on Thursday." "Thursday it is, then," said Eric. "Sorry to bother you." And he ended the call. Annie shoved her mobile back in her handbag. "Something wrong?" asked Winsome. Annie ground her teeth, then took a deep breath and a swallow of wine. She looked at Winsome, weighed up the pros and cons, and said, "Yes, I think there is. With me. Let's order another bottle of wine and I'll tell you all the sordid details." The waitress came with a Chianti. Winsome finished her cannelloni and rested her elbows on the table. Annie poured them both a generous glass. "Come on, then," Winsome said. "Do tell." "It's nothing really," Annie said, feeling embarrassed and awkward now the time had come. "You seemed annoyed enough on the phone. Who was it?" "It's just... Well, you know, the other night, Saturday night, I went out on the town with some friends." She touched her hair and laughed. "As much as you can go out on the town in a place like Whitby." "What happened?" "Well, I met this bloke and one thing led to another. I had too much to drink, and we smoked a couple of joints, and to cut a long story short, the next morning I woke up in his bed." You did what? Well, you heard me. I met this bloke and went back to his place. And you slept with him? Well, yes. This was the first time you'd met him? Yes, Winsome. What is it? Nothing. Winsome shook her head. Go on. Annie took a long swig of wine. He turned out to be a bit younger than I probably realised at first. And how young? Annie shrugged. Dunno, 22, 23, around there. Winsome's eyes widened. A boy? You picked up a boy in a bar and slept with him? Don't be so naive. These things do happen, you know. Not to me, they don't. Well, you're obviously not going to the right bars. That's not what I mean, and you know it. I'm serious. I would never go home with anyone I met in a bar, and I would certainly never go home with someone so young. But Winsome, you're only 30. Winsome's eyes blazed. And I would still never go to bed with a 22-year-old, and you, how could you do that? It's sick. You must be old enough to be his mother. Winsome, lighten up. People are starting to look at us. Maybe if I'd had a baby when I was 18, I could be his mother, okay? But I didn't, so cut the Oedipus shit. That's not what I'm talking about. I never knew you were such a prude. I'm not a prude. You don't have to be a prude to have... To have what? What's your point? Moral standards. It's not right. Oh, moral standards, is it now? Not right. Annie drank more wine. She was starting to feel dizzy, and more than a touch angry. Well, let me tell you what you can do with your moral standards, little Miss High and Mighty. You can shove them... Don't say that. Annie stopped. There was something in Winsome's tone that caused her to back off. The two of them shuffled in their seats a while, eyeing each other. Annie poured herself some more wine. I thought you were my friend, she said finally. I didn't expect you to go all judgmental on me. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just shocked, that's all. Oh, what's the big deal? It's not the point of the story anyway. His age, or having a one-night stand, or smoking a couple of joints, or whatever it seems to have put that hair up your arse. Don't talk to me like that. Annie held her hand up. Fine, I can see this isn't working. Another bad idea. Let's just pay the bill and go. You haven't finished your wine. Annie picked up her glass and drained it. You can have the rest of the bottle, she said, dropping a £20 note on the table. And you can keep the fucking change. The sound of a car screeching to a halt in front of his cottage around 9:30 startled Banks. He wasn't expecting anyone. The only person who usually dropped by on spec was his son Brian, but he was supposed to be rehearsing in London with his new band. Well, it was the same band, really, the Blue Lamps, but they'd replaced Brian's songwriting partner and fellow guitarist. Their sound had changed a little, but from the couple of demos Brian had played him, Banks thought the new guitarist was better than the one he replaced. The songwriting remained an issue, but Banks was certain Brian would come through, carry the burden. By the time the knock at the door came, Banks was already there, and when he opened it, he was surprised to see Annie Cabbot standing there. "Sorry it's so late," she said. "Can I come in?" Banks stood back. "Of course. Anything wrong?" "Wrong? No. Why should there be anything wrong? Can't I drop in on an old friend when I feel like it?" As she walked in, she stumbled against him slightly, and he took her arm. She looked at him and smiled lopsidedly. He let go. "Of course you can," said Banks, puzzled by her manner and discomforted from being so jarringly dragged away from his evening alone with the book, wine, and music. Bill Evans had given way to John Coltrane some time ago, and the tenor sax improvised away in the background, flinging out those famous sheets of sound. He knew it would take him a few moments to adjust to having company. "A drink?" he said. "Lovely," said Annie, flinging off her jacket. It landed on the computer monitor. "I'll have what you're having." Banks went into the kitchen and filled up a glass of wine for Annie and one more for himself, emptying the bottle. Annie leaned against the door jamb as he handed her the drink. "Is that all that's left?" she said. I've got another bottle. Good. She was definitely unsteady on her feet, Banks thought, as he followed her back through to the living room, and she flopped down on the armchair. "So, what brings you here?" he asked. Annie drank some wine. "That's nice," she said. "What?" "Oh, nothing. Like I said, just a friendly visit. I was having dinner with Winsome in Eastvale, and I just thought, well, you know, it's not far away." "Eastvale's quite a drive from here." "You're not insinuating I've had too much to drink, are you?" "No, good then." Annie held up her glass. "Cheers." "Cheers," said Banks. "What did Winsome have to say?" "Oh, just stuff, boring stuff. That arsehole Templeton." "I heard that the interview with Hayley's parents didn't go well." "Well, it wouldn't, would it? What could you have been thinking of, putting those two together? What can you be thinking of, even having him in the station?" "Annie, I don't really want to discuss." Annie waved her hand in the air. "No, I know, of course not. I don't either. That's not why I came. Let's just forget about bloody Templeton and Winsome, shall we?" "Fine with me." "How about you, Alan? How are you doing? Julia Ford asked after you, you know. She's very attractive in a lawyerly sort of way, don't you think?" "I never really thought about her that way." "Liar. What's the music?" "John Coltrane." "It sounds weird." Banks made to get up. "I'll put something else on, if you like." No, sit down. I didn't say I didn't like it, just that it sounded weird. I don't mind weird sometimes. In fact, I quite like it." She gave him an odd smile and emptied her glass. "Oops, looks as if we might need more wine after all." "That was quick," said Banks. He went into the kitchen to open another bottle, wondering what the hell he should do about Annie. He shouldn't really give her any more wine. She had clearly had enough already. But she wouldn't react well to being told that. There was always the spare room, if that was what it came to. That was what he decided upon. Back in the living room, Annie had settled in the armchair with her legs tucked under her. It wasn't often she wore a skirt, but she was wearing one today, and the material had creased up, exposing half her thighs. Banks handed her the glass. She smiled at him. "Do you miss me?" she asked. "We all miss you," Banks said. "When are you coming back?" "No, I don't mean that, silly. I mean, do you miss me?" "Of course I do," said Banks. "Of course I do," Annie echoed. "What do you think of toy boys?" "Pardon?" "You heard me." "Yes, but I don't really know what you mean." "Toy boys. You know what they are, don't you? Toy boys don't make good lovers, you know." "No, I don't know." Banks tried to remember when he was a young boy. He'd probably been a lousy lover. He probably was a lousy lover even now, if truth be told. If he weren't, maybe he would have more luck finding and keeping a woman. Still, chance would be a fine thing. It would be nice to have the opportunity for more practice now and then. "Oh, Alan," she said, "what shall I do with you?" The next thing he knew, she was beside him on the sofa. He could feel her thighs warm against him and her breath in his ear. He could smell red wine and garlic. She rubbed her breasts against his arm and tried to kiss his lips, but he turned away. "What's wrong?" she said. "I don't know," said Banks. "It just doesn't feel right, that's all." "Don't you want me?" "You know I want you. I never didn't want you." Annie started fumbling with the buttons of her blouse. "Then take me," she said, moving close again and breathing fast. "Men always want it, don't they? No matter what." Again Banks backed off. "Not like this," he said. "What do you mean?" "You've been drinking." "So?" She went back to the buttons. He could see the black lacy line of her bra and soft mounds of flesh beneath. "Not another bloody prude, are you?" "Look," Banks said, "it's not—" Annie put a finger to his lips. "Shh." He moved away. She gave him a puzzled glance. "What's wrong?" "I've told you what's wrong," he said. "This just doesn't feel right, that's all. I don't believe you really want to do this either. I don't know what's going on." Annie moved away and quickly tried to fasten up the buttons. Her face was flushed and angry. "What do you mean it doesn't feel right?" she said. "What's wrong with me? Am I too fat? Not pretty enough? Are my breasts not firm enough? Am I not attractive enough? Not good enough for you?" "It's not any of those things," said Banks. Or is it you? Because I have to wonder, you know." Annie went on, getting to her feet and reaching for her jacket and handbag, stumbling as she did so. "I really do have to wonder about a man like you. I mean, do you have so much going on in your miserable little life that you can afford to reject me? Do you, Alan? Do you have some pretty young 22-year-old girl hidden away somewhere? Is that it? Am I too old for you? I told you, it's not any of those things. But it was too late. Banks just heard her say, "Oh, fuck you, Alan," or not, as the case may be. Then she slammed the door behind her. When he got outside, she was already starting the car. He knew he should try to stop her, that she was drunk, but he didn't know how, short of trying to drag her out of the driver's seat or throwing himself in front of the wheels. In her mood, she would probably run him over. Instead, he listened to the gears grate and watched her back out in a spray of gravel at an alarming speed. Then he heard the gears screech again, and she was off down the lane through Gratley. Banks stood there, heart pounding, wondering what the hell was going on. When he went back inside, Coltrane was just getting started on My Favourite Things. Chapter 7. Malcolm Austin's office was tucked away in a corner of the Travel and Tourism Department, located in a large old Victorian house on the fringes of the campus. Eastvale College had expanded over the past few years, and the squat 60s brick and glass buildings were no longer big enough to house all the departments. Instead of putting up more faceless new blocks, the college authorities had bought up some of the surrounding land, including streets of old houses, and revitalised southeast Eastvale. Now it was a thriving area with popular pubs, coffee shops, cheap cafes, and Indian restaurants, student flats and bedsits. The college even got decent bands to play in its new auditorium, and there was talk of the Blue Lamps making an appearance there to kick off their next tour. Austin's office was on the first floor, and when Winsome knocked, he opened the door for her himself. It was a cosy room with a high ornate ceiling and broad sash windows. In his bookcase were a lot of travel guides to various countries, some of them very old indeed, and on his wall was a poster of the Blue Mosque in Istanbul. Against one wall stood a battered old sofa with scuffed black leather upholstery. The only window looked over a flagstone courtyard where students sat at wooden tables between the trees, eating sandwiches, talking and drinking coffee in the spring sunshine. It made Winsome yearn for her own student days. Austin was about 50, with his grey hair worn fashionably long and tied in a ponytail at the back. He also had a deep tan, probably one of the perks of the business, Winsome thought. He wore a loose blue cable-knit jumper and faded jeans torn at the knees. He kept himself in shape and was attractive in a lanky, rangy sort of way, with a strong jaw, straight nose and large Adam's apple. Winsome noticed that he wasn't wearing a wedding ring. He pulled out a chair for her and sat behind his small, untidy desk. Winsome first thanked Austin for agreeing to talk to her so early in the morning. "Oh, that's all right," he said. "My first class is at 10 o'clock, and I'm afraid my Wednesdays just get worse after that." His smile was engaging, and his teeth seemed well cared for. "It's about Hayley Daniels, isn't it?" "Yes." A frown creased his broad forehead. "It's a terrible tragedy. Such a bright girl." "She was?" Winsome realised she knew nothing about Hayley's academic life. "Oh, yes. Not just the written work, mind you. She had the personality for the job, too. You need personality in the travel business." "I'm sure," said Winsome.
Do you know of any boyfriends or anyone on campus Hayley might have been involved with? Austin scratched his head.
I honestly can't say. She seemed a very gregarious type, always hanging out with a group rather than any particular individual. I think she enjoyed the attention.
Do you know of anyone who disliked her?
Not enough to kill her.
Or what do you mean?
Perhaps some of the other girls envied her figure and her good looks, her easygoing manner, even her good marks. There is a school of thought that maintains you shouldn't have it all, brains and beauty. Perhaps some of the boys resented the fact that they couldn't have her.
Stuart Kinsey?
He's one example that comes immediately to mind. He was always hanging around her and drooling. It was pretty obvious he was carrying a torch for her. But Stuart wouldn't harm a soul. He'd probably just go home and write sad love poems.
What was your relationship with Hayley?
Austin looked puzzled. A relationship? I was her tutor. I marked her essays. She attended my lectures. I helped supervise her work experience, advised her on career paths, and that sort of thing.
Work experience?
Oh, yes, it's not just an academic course, you know. Students get the chance to work with travel agents and for airlines, sometimes even as overseas representatives and guides. I was trying to get Hayley a temporary position as a yellow shirt with Swan Hellenic, but I'm afraid they lost their ship to Carnival, so things are a bit up in the air.
Winsome paused and crossed her legs. She was wearing jeans today, good ones, because she wasn't going to make the same mistake as yesterday, though the likelihood of her being paired with Templeton again was slim to non-existent. Hayley was a very attractive girl, she said.
I suppose she was, said Austin. There are a lot of attractive girls around the college, or hadn't you noticed?
But maybe Hayley was your type.
What on earth do you mean? Are you asking if we were having an affair?
Were you?
No, we were not. She was 19, for crying out loud.
Yes, Winsome thought. And Annie Cabbot's latest conquest was 22. Only 3 years difference. So what? She almost said. Are you married?
Austin hesitated before saying. I was. 20 years. We separated 4 months ago. Irreconcilable differences.
I'm sorry to hear that, said Winsome.
These things happen. We'd been drifting apart for some time.
Marriage and a girl's age were the two things that never made much difference to most men, Winsome remembered from the number of passes she had evaded when she worked at the hotel. Weren't you ever tempted? She asked. All those pretty young girls around, hanging on your every word. Surely they develop crushes on you sometimes. It's only natural, you being a teacher and all.
You learn to deal with it.
Winsome paused, then asked, Would you mind telling me where you were on Saturday night?
Am I a suspect?
If you wouldn't mind, sir.
All right. Austin glared at her. I was at home.
Where's that?
Raglan Road.
Near the town centre?
Yes, not far.
You didn't go out at all?
I went to the Mitre on York Road for a couple of pints between about 9 and 10.
Anyone see you?
The usual locals.
Then what?
I went back home. There was nothing that interested me on TV, so I watched a DVD.
What DVD?
Chinatown.
An oldie?
Oh, they're often the best. Film happens to be one of my passions. When it came to a career, it was a toss-up between that and the travel business. I suppose I chose the more practical course.
But you didn't go into the market square?
On a Saturday night. You think I'm crazy? Austin laughed. I value my life more than that.
Winsome smiled. We do have a bit of a problem, you see, sir. We know that Hayley wasn't expected home on Saturday, and she wasn't planning on going to the Bar None with her friends. She had somewhere mysterious to go, and nobody seems to know where it was.
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you there.
Are you sure she wasn't coming to see you?
Why would she do that? And why would I want a drunk and immature teenager in my house?
Winsome could think of plenty of reasons, most of which would make her blush to say out loud, but she decided it was best to leave Austin to think of them himself. Instead, she ended the interview and walked out of the office, making a mental note of her reservations. She wasn't at all certain that she believed him about his relationship to Hayley, but without evidence, there wasn't much she could do. As she walked down the stairs, a skinny, long-haired male student she vaguely recognized was on his way up. He paused as they passed each other and glanced at her in an odd way. At first she thought it was because of her colour. She got that all the time, especially in a place like Eastvale, that wasn't exactly high in its immigrant population. Only when she reached the street did she realize it was something else. Recognition? Fear? Guilt? He had been one of the people with Hayley in the market square just before she disappeared down Taylor's yard. Winsome was certain of it. One of the people D.C. Wilson hadn't traced and talked to yet, as far as she knew. Banks was running late. He dressed hurriedly after his shower, went downstairs, grabbed his travel mug of coffee, and jumped into the Porsche. Once he was on the unfenced road crossing the desolate moors, he plugged in his iPod. The shuffle started with Nico Case's That Teenage Feeling. He checked the dashboard clock and realized he should make it to Annie's by 9:30, barring no unforeseen traffic problems when he hit the A roads. He still felt stunned and puzzled by her behaviour of the previous evening. He had half expected a phone call of apology and had stayed up late waiting, drinking more wine and listening to Miles Davis's Bitches Brew. But she didn't ring. When he called her number, the answering service kicked in. Same with her mobile. He hoped she hadn't got into an accident or anything. He had even thought of calling the station when she drove away, but that was too much like telling tales on a friend. Annie could handle herself in a car, even after a few drinks. If she got done for drunk driving, there'd be hell to pay in her career. He just hoped she had got home without incident. And that was the simple message he had left on her home phone. When he got to Harkside and knocked on her door a couple of minutes early, he got no answer. He glanced up the street where she usually parked her purple Astra and saw it wasn't there. That worried him, but he assured himself that if anything had happened to her, an accident or something, it would have been on the local news that morning, and it hadn't been, which meant that more than likely she had wanted to avoid travelling with him and had driven off by herself. Feeling angry and resentful, Banks headed for the A1. Neil Young followed Nico Case, a blistering like a hurricane from live rust, which matched his mood. By the time he had negotiated the traffic on the inner ring road, parked and got to the office in Fortress Millgarth, the Leeds city centre police station off Eastgate, he was 6 minutes late, and Annie was sitting in Hartnell's office, cool as anything, with D.I. Ken Blackstone and Area Commander Phil Hartnell himself, who'd been in overall charge of the Chameleon investigation 6 years ago. "Sorry I'm late," Banks said, easing into a vacant chair. Annie avoided looking at him. Her eyes seemed swollen, he noticed, as if she'd been crying or was allergic to something. "That's all right, Alan," said Hartnell. "We hadn't really started yet. Tea? Biscuits?" He gestured to the tray sitting on his desk. "Thanks." Banks helped himself to tea and a couple of chocolate digestives. Hartnell perched at the edge of his desk. D.I. Cabbot was just bringing us up to speed on her investigation. Banks glanced at Annie again. She still wouldn't meet his eyes. "All right," he said. "Well, it's D.I. Cabot's case. I'm here merely to help out with the chameleon angle." "As we all are, Alan. As we all are," said Hartnell. He had filled out over the past 6 years, as if he'd stopped working out regularly, let himself go to seed. His hairline was receding too. Age gets to us all eventually, Banks realized, and sooner than we expect. Remembering when he'd first noticed his own hair starting to grey at the temples. It'll be bloody liver spots next, he thought gloomily, and prostate cancer. That reminded him of the doctor's appointment he hadn't rescheduled. It was getting closer. "You were saying about the pathologist's report," Hartnell, still perching, said to Annie.
Yes, sir, Annie said. The post-mortem didn't really tell us anything we didn't already know. The pathologist repeated that it's often hard to tell handedness from slash injuries, but seemed to favour a left-to-right motion, considering pressure and depth of the wound. That gives us a right-handed killer, most likely. Again, he couldn't commit himself to the actual weapon used, but stressed that it was extremely sharp, and an old-fashioned straight razor or some sort of scalpel were the most likely possibilities. Other than that, Lucy was, as we thought, a quadriplegic. In her case, that meant she couldn't move or speak. As for the time of death, that was fixed at between 8:30 and 10:30 a.m. As we know, she left Mapston Hall at 9:30 and was found at 10:15. We can narrow that down quite a bit. Hartnell went behind his desk and sat down.
So, what exactly can we help you with? He asked Annie.
It's mostly a matter of names, Annie said. The people at Mapston Hall said Lucy had no visitors other than the mysterious Mary, who picked her up on Sunday morning at 9:30 a.m., and in all likelihood killed her. It appears that nobody saw her car, and we can't get a decent description of her because they were busy and no one really noticed her apart from one staff member. Annie took an envelope from her briefcase and passed photocopied sheets of paper to everyone. When it came to Banks, he snatched his copy from her childishly. Annie ignored him. This is the artist's impression worked out with Mel Danvers, Lucy's carer, the only person who saw Mary. As you can see, it's not a lot of use.
It certainly wasn't, Banks thought, studying the figure in the rain hat, glasses and a long baggy coat, face in shadow except for a vague sense of thin lips and an oval chin. It seems as if she deliberately wanted to obscure her appearance, he said.
Annie said nothing.
True enough, Hartnell agreed.
Yes, sir, Annie said to him. She didn't really need all that gear. It had been raining at the time, but it was clearing up by then. Mel also said she got the vague impression the woman was about 40.
Are you working on the assumption that whoever killed Lucy Payne knew her real identity? Hartnell asked, after examining the drawing and putting it aside.
It seems a reasonable assumption to make at the moment, sir, Annie said. Otherwise, what are we left with?
I see your point, said Hartnell. Given that Karen Drew hadn't existed for very long, it would have been rather odd if someone wanted to kill her, unless the whole thing was random, someone who just wanted to kill a helpless victim in a wheelchair for the hell of it.
Yes, sir, said Annie.
Not entirely out of the question, said Ken Blackstone, but perhaps the most unlikely scenario.
Exactly, Annie agreed, especially now we know who she really was. Banks watched her as she spoke. She was focused on the job, but he knew it was costing her an effort, as was not looking at him. It was as if she were straining against powerful forces, trying to turn her in another direction. Her jaw was set tight, and a tiny muscle twitched now and then under her left eye. He wished he could just put his arms around her and tell her everything would be okay. But whatever the problem was, he knew it went way beyond a simple hug.
Which I suppose, Hartnell went on, brings us to the question of how many people knew that Karen Drew was really Lucy Payne.
Yes, sir. Annie opened one of the folders she had brought with her. Julia Ford gave us to believe that only she and a couple of other members of her law firm knew, including Constance Wells, of course, who handled Lucy's affairs.
Well, she would say that, wouldn't she? Said Banks. Julia Ford isn't going to take any responsibility for what happened to Lucy Payne.
Certainly there were doctors and administrators at the hospital who knew, Annie went on, as if Banks hadn't spoken. Ken Blackstone noticed and gave him a queering glance. Banks gave a small shake of his head in return. Later.
What about Mapston Hall? Hartnell asked.
Julia Ford said not, and it was certainly in everyone's best interest to keep it quiet, but it's always possible someone there knew the truth.
Could anyone simply have recognised her? Blackstone asked.
Well, that's a difficult one, Ken, said Annie. The short answer is, I don't think so. She was only 28, but she appeared to be well into her 40s. Her hair was different, shorter, mostly grey, and it had lost its sheen. Her face was puffy and her figure, well, she'd become rather shapeless, lumpy. I doubt that anyone who had seen her 6 years ago would recognise her today. No, it's my guess they'd have to know who she was by some other means.
And we also have to contend with the fact that anyone who did know might have told someone else, Blackstone said.
Yes, unfortunately, Annie agreed.
Did any of the people at hospital or at Mapston have any connection with the chameleon case? Hartnell asked. With the victims or their families?
A good question, sir, and that's what we're checking into right now, said Annie. As yet we haven't found anything, but it's early days.
Hartnell clapped his hands. Right, he said. I'm afraid you're going to have a long list from me, D.R. Cabbot.
Better that than no ideas at all, said Annie. Hartnell handed her a sheet of paper and passed copies to Banks and Blackstone.
I've made out a list of all the major players in the chameleon case, he said. As you can see, I've also included the families of the victims. In some cases, the husbands and wives have separated since then. Well, in 3 cases, actually. It's not unusual that such a tragic event can tear apart an entire family. The Myers family, parents of the last victim, lived just down the hill from the Paynes, and they moved away down south very quickly. I believe they're in Devon now. Can't say I blame them. Anyway, there were certainly plenty of angry relatives when Lucy Payne got off. There's also Payne's friend Maggie Forrest, though I believe she returned to Canada after her breakdown. She may be back. You can check on her at any rate.
I agree, said Banks. I'd have a very close look at Maggie Forrest if she's around.
Why is that, Alan?
Phil Hartnell asked. Because she was the closest to Lucy Payne in many ways, and she got seriously betrayed by her.
Well, she almost got killed if it hadn't been for you, is what I heard, said Hartnell.
Yes, said Banks. Anyway, the point is that her feelings are bound to be deeply confused and conflicted on the issue. And let's not forget she had a few problems of her own. She was seeing a psychiatrist.
OK, said Hartnell. Looks as if your first priority, Annie, is finding out whether this Maggie Forrest is in the country. And if she is, could she have had access to Lucy Payne's identity and whereabouts?
Yes, sir, said Annie, clearly not pleased that Banks had come up with this.
What about Janet Taylor's family? Blackstone asked, looking up from the list. If anyone was another chameleon casualty, it was her.
Hartnell turned to Annie.
You carried out the investigation into the killing of Terence Payne by Janet Taylor, didn't you?
It wasn't my choice, said Annie, jaw-tight.
I understand that, Hartnell said. It was a rotten and thankless task, but it had to be done.
Banks happened to know that it was because of Hartnell that Annie had been given the rotten and thankless task, to keep it close to home. He had tried to intercede on her behalf, but Annie had been working complaints and discipline at the time, just after her promotion to detective inspector, and the case had been pushed right into her lap. Annie didn't know that. Anyway, Annie went on, Janet Taylor had an older brother, and the whole business turned him into a bitter drunk. He's been known to utter the occasional threat, though most of his vehemence is directed toward the police investigation into his sister's conduct. There's a chance that if he knew where she was, he might have harboured a strong resentment against Lucy Payne too. We'll check him out.
Fine, said Hartnell. Now, is there anyone I've forgotten?
Well, I'm just thinking it was 6 years ago, said Banks, and that means a significant change in the ages of everyone involved. They've all been getting older, like the rest of us. Blackstone and Hartnell laughed. But in some cases, it means more.
What are you getting at, Alan?
Asked Hartnell. Oh, well, sir, said Banks, it's the ones who were kids at the time. I'm thinking specifically of Claire Toth. She was Kimberly Myers' best friend. That's the chameleon's last victim, the one we found naked and dead on the mattress in the cellar at 35 the Hill. They went to the dance together, but when it was time for Kimberly to go home, Claire was dancing with a boy she fancied and didn't go with her. Kimberly went alone, and Payne snatched her. Naturally, Claire felt guilty. What I'm saying is that there's a big difference between being 15 and being 21, and she's had 6 years to live with the guilt. I know Annie said Mel Danvers thought Mary was about 40, but she didn't get a good look. She could have been wrong. Quite frankly, the artist's impression she gave is useless. I'm just saying we don't rule out Claire or anyone else because they happen to be younger than 40. That's all."
"Then we'll add her to the list by all means," said Hartnell. "And by the same token, let's not overlook anyone else who was the victim's age at the time. As Alan says, people change with age, and no one more quickly and unpredictably than the young. That includes boyfriends, girlfriends, siblings, whatever. I hope you've got a big team, D.R. Cabbot."
Annie managed a tight smile. "It'll be a stretch, sir, but we'll manage."
"Is there anything else we can do for you?" Hartnell asked.
"If you could have the chameleon files put aside for me in a cubbyhole here somewhere, I might need to come in and check details from time to time."
"Consider it done," said Hartnell. "Ken, you'll see to it."
"I will indeed," said Blackstone. "And you can use my office, Annie. We're a bit short on cubbyholes."
"Thanks, Ken," said Annie. Hartnell stood up and looked at his watch, the mark of a busy man.
"Well, I think that just about covers it," he said. "I know that none of us will be shedding any tears over the death of Lucy Payne, but at the same time I think we'd all like to see justice done."
"Yes, sir," they all muttered as they filed out of his office. In the corridor, Banks tried to catch up with Annie, but she was hurrying away toward an open lift door. He managed to reach out and grasp her shoulder, but she pulled away with such force it stopped him in his tracks. He watched her get in the lift, and the doors closed behind her. A moment or so later, he felt a friendly hand between his shoulders.
"Alan, old mate,"
Ken Blackstone said,
"I think you need a drink, and they might just be serving lunch by now."
Winsome found a coffee shop across the street from Austin's department and decided to settle down and wait for the long-haired student to come out. She wasn't certain what she was going to do when he did emerge from Austin's building, but she knew she would think of something. Winsome ordered her latte and sat on a stool by the window, where a long orange-moulded plastic shelf ran at just the right height to rest her cup on. She was older than most of the patrons, but found it interesting that she didn't draw many curious glances. She was wearing black denims and a short zip-up jacket, which weren't completely out of place there, though perhaps a little upmarket for the student scene. Most likely, she thought, nobody paid her much attention because there were 2 Chinese students in deep discussion at one table, a couple of Muslim girls wearing hijabs at another, and a young black woman with dreadlocks talking to a similarly coiffed white boy in a Bob Marley T-shirt. The rest were white, but this was the biggest racial mix Winsome had ever seen in Eastvale. She wondered where they all disappeared to on a Saturday afternoon when she did her shopping, or on a Saturday evening when the market square turned into a youth disaster zone. She guessed that there were enough pubs, bars and cafes around campus to keep them entertained without their having to risk life and limb from a bunch of drunken squaddies or farm labourers. So why did Hayley and her friends head for the city centre? Living dangerously? Most likely, Winsome guessed, it was the students who actually came from Eastvale who haunted the market square scene, the locals, or the ones from outlying villages. Winsome kept an eye on the door of Austin's building as she sipped the latte. While she waited, she couldn't help but return in her mind to Annie Cabbot's shocking confession of the previous evening. A 22-year-old, for Lord's sake. What was she thinking of? That was no more than a mere boy. DCI Banks's son, for example, must be about that age, or not much more. And she had regarded Annie as someone she could respect, look up to. She had also secretly thought that Annie and Banks would end up together. She had thought they made a good couple, and would have been happy to serve as a bridesmaid at their wedding. How wrong she was. Poor Banks. If only he knew. he would surely be as disgusted as she was. Winsome was surprised at her own prudish reaction, but she had had a strict religious and moral upbringing, and no amount of exposure to the loose ways of the modern world could completely undo that. After Annie had stormed out, Winsome had gone home herself. She'd been worried about Annie's driving, but when she got outside, the Astra was gone from the square. Too late. She also felt that she had let her friend down, hadn't said the right things, made the right noises, given her the sympathy and understanding she needed. But she had felt so shocked and at sea, so burdened by, rather than grateful for, the intimacy of the confession, that she hadn't been able to. She hadn't felt much sympathy. So much for sisterly solidarity. There had been something else, though, some trouble with this boy that Annie hadn't got the chance to tell her about, and that worried her too. Students ambled up and down the streets, carrying backpacks or shoulder bags, wearing T-shirts and jeans. Nobody seemed in a hurry. That was the life, Winsome thought. They didn't have to deal with people like Templeton or face the dead bodies of young women first thing on a Sunday morning, and she bet they indulged in night after night of sweaty, guiltless sex. She felt as if she could sit there forever sipping coffee, looking out on the sunshine, and a sense of childhood peace came over her, the kind she had felt back at home during the long, hot, still days, when all she could hear was birds and the lazy clicking of banana leaves from the plantation. But it didn't last. Before she had finished, the young man walked out of the door, glanced around as he went down the steps, and turned up the street. Winsome picked up her briefcase and shoulder bag and set off in pursuit, leaving the rest of her latte. She had decided it would be best simply to approach him and have done with it. She was a police officer, and he was a witness, at the very least. "Excuse me," she called, as he was about to turn a corner. He stopped, a puzzled expression on his face, and pointed his thumb to his chest. "Moi?" "Yes, you. I want a word with you." "What about?" Winsome showed him her warrant card. "Hayley Daniels," she said. "I know who you are, but I don't know—" "Don't give me that. You were in the market square with her on Saturday night. We've got you on CCTV. The boy turned pale. "I suppose well, let's go in here." He turned into a cafe. Winsome didn't want another coffee. Instead, she settled for a bottle of fizzy water, while the boy, who said his name was Zack Lane, spooned sugar into his herbal tea. "Okay," he said. "I knew Hayley. So what? Why didn't you come forward? You must have known we'd catch up with you eventually. And get involved in a murder investigation? Would you have come forward?" "Of course I would," said Winsome. "What's the problem if you haven't done anything wrong?" "Easy for you to say." He paused and examined her closely. "On the other hand, maybe it's not that easy. You ought to know better than most." Winsome felt herself bristle. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, come on. I can't even imagine why you'd want to be a cop. Someone like you. I bet your mates aren't too thrilled, are they? Always getting pulled over on sus because they're black. All you have to do is walk down the street and they—" "Shut up. Stop right there," said Winsome, holding her palm up, and something in her tone stopped him in his tracks. "I'm not here to discuss racism or my career choices with you. I'm here to ask you questions about Hayley Daniels. Got that? You said you knew who I was when you saw me. How?" Zack smiled. "There aren't any other black coppers in Eastvale," he said. "None except you, as far as I know, and you've had your photo in the paper. I can't say as I'm surprised either. It didn't do you justice. Should have been page 3. "Knock it off," said Winsome. Shortly after she'd been sent to Eastvale, the local paper had done a feature on her. She managed a smile. "You must have been very young back then." "I'm older than I look. Grew up just down the road. I'm a local lad. My dad's an alderman, so he likes us all to keep in touch with the beating pulse of the metropolis." He laughed. "You just went to see Malcolm Austin." "So? He's my tutor." "Any good, is he?" "Why, thinking of enrolling as a mature student?" "Stop being cheeky and answer my questions." "Lighten up." "Lighten up? echoed Winsome in disbelief. Isn't that what Annie had said to her last night? She thought of making some sarcastic remark about it being difficult for someone of her colour, but instead she prodded him in the chest and said, "Lighten up. I was one of the first on the scene to see Hayley's body on Sunday morning, so don't tell me to lighten up. I saw her lying there dead. She'd been raped and strangled, so don't tell me to lighten up, and you're supposed to be a friend of hers." Zach's face had gone pale now, and he was starting to appear contrite. "All right, I'm sorry," he said, sweeping back his hair. "I'm shaken up about Hayley too, you know. I liked her, the silly cow." "Why silly cow?" "Well, she was outrageous. She got us chucked out of the trumpeters and nearly did the same at the fountain." "I thought you were well behaved at the fountain." "Been asking around, have you?" "Doing our job." "Just the facts, ma'am." "Sure. Well, we were, except Hayley wanted a She needed to go to the toilet badly, and some yobs had wrecked it. Happens all the time. Gave Jamie behind the bar a right mouthful, though it was hardly his fault." "Jamie Murdoch?" "Aye. You know him?" "We've talked to him. I went to school with Jamie. He moved down from Tyneside with his parents when he was about 12. He's all right, a bit quiet, lacking in ambition maybe." "In what way?" "Jamie tried the college once, but he didn't take to it. He's actually quite bright, but not everyone can handle the academic life. He can do better than the pub, but I'm not sure he's got the balls to try." "He was running it alone on Saturday night," said Winsome. "Yeah, I know. He does that a lot. Can't seem to keep the staff. I think he's got Jill Sutherland working there at the moment, but I bet that won't last." "Why not?" "Too many airs and graces to last long in a dive like the fountain, our Jill." "What about the owner?" "Terry Clark, that wanker. He's never there. Got a timeshare in Orlando or Fort Lauderdale or somewhere like that. Can't be easy for Jamie. He's not a natural authoritarian. He lets everyone just walk all over him. Anyway, Hayley got a bit mouthy when she saw the state of the bogs. Called him a few names. Told him to get in there and fix it, or she'd do it on the floor. That was our Hayley. But we calmed it down before any real harm was done. We got to finish our drinks at any rate." Winsome made a note that someone should have another chat with Jamie Murdoch, and also locate Jill Sutherland. "Is it true that Hayley went down Taylor's yard to use the toilet?" she asked. "Yes," said Zach. He cocked his head and studied Winsome. "Though that's an odd way of putting it. I mean, there isn't an actual toilet there. Like I said, Hayley could be pretty outrageous. As soon as we got outside the fountain, she announced to all and sundry that she was off for a piss. Sorry, she needed to go to the toilet, and she was going in the maze." He paused. "Maybe she should have done it on the floor. Then she wouldn't have gone in there." "Didn't any of you try to talk her out of it?" "Yes, but you can't talk Hayley out of anything when she gets her mind set on it." That was what Stuart Kinsey had said, Winsome remembered. "One of you could at least have gone with her." Winsome realised what she had said too late and let the sentence trail off. "I'm not saying she wouldn't have got plenty of volunteers," said Zach with a smirk. "Stuart for one. Maybe even me if I was drunk enough. But I can't say I'm into golden showers, and Hayley wasn't my type. Oh, we all joked about going down there and jumping out at her, giving her a fright, catching her with her knickers down, but it didn't happen. We ended up in the bar none. And Hayley, she wasn't planning on joining you later?" "No. She was going to stay at a friend's." "Who? A girlfriend?" Zach laughed. "Come off it. Whatever our Hayley was, she definitely wasn't a girl's girl. I'm not saying she didn't have a couple of mates. Susie and Colleen come to mind, but mostly she liked to hang around with the guys." "Can you give me the names of everyone who was there on Saturday?" "Let's see, there was me, Hayley, Susie Govender, Colleen Vance, and then there were Stuart Kinsey, Giles Faulkner and Keith Taft. Well, that was about it. Oh, Will. That's Will Paisley. He was with us earlier, but he went off to see some mates in Leeds early on. To be quite honest, I think he's got a boyfriend there, though he seems to be lingering over long in the closet. Mind you, I can't say I blame him in a place like this." "So most of the time after this Will had gone off to Leeds for whatever reason. There were 7 of you, right? Give or take 1 or 2 we met on the way. You said that Hayley preferred the company of men. Why was that? Why do you think? Because then she was the centre of attention. Because they'd do anything she wanted. Because she pretty much had all of them wrapped around her little finger. She sounds like a drunken lout to me. Zack studied Winsome closely. But you didn't know her, he said. Actually, there was a lot more to her than that. Sure, she liked to cut loose on a Saturday night, go wild, get carled and let her hair down. But she was a good student. She did her work on time, and she had a good future. She was bright, too. Sometimes you have to dig deeper than the flashy clothes and the superficial bravado. And you did. I went out with her a couple of times last year, but like I said, she wasn't really my type. And in case you're thinking of asking me, no, I didn't sleep with her. Hayley wasn't a slag. Kept herself fastened up as tight as a Scotsman's wallet, in spite of the sexy clothes and all. It was strictly top only for me. So she was a tease. I didn't say that. You implied it. No, not really. She could be. She liked playing games, flirting, winding you up, but she could be serious too. I mean, you could have a good serious talk with Hayley. Politics, music, history, whatever. She had opinions, and the knowledge to back them up. All I'm saying is that just because she dressed the way she did, it didn't mean she was giving it away to everyone. You should know that. What do you mean? Okay, don't get your Don't take offence. I meant in your job, you must hear that excuse about someone asking for it because of the way she dresses. And you know it shouldn't matter. A woman should be able to walk the streets of Eastvale stark naked if she wants, and no one has the right to touch her. Winsome laughed. I'm sure they'd have a good look, though. Well, said Zack, that's one thing you lot haven't made illegal. Yet. He tapped the side of his head. Along with what people think. We're trying to find out who Hayley had been seeing recently, Winsome went on. If it wasn't you and it wasn't Stuart Kinsey, do you have any idea who it might have been? Zack paused. Well, she didn't say anything, but... He glanced out of the window back down the street whence they'd come. I don't think you'd have to look much further than our Mr. Austin back there. Is that where she was going on Saturday night? I think so. Austin denied that he had anything to do with her. Zack laughed. He would, wouldn't he? He'd stand to lose his job. They don't take kindly to that sort of thing around here. Do you know this for a fact? About Mal and Hayley? Sure. I've seen them together, seen him with his hand creeping up her thigh, nibbling her neck. When was this? About a month ago. Winsome felt her pulse speed up. Zack Lane had been worth the wait after all. Where did you see them? Pub outside Helmthorpe. The Green Man. They must have thought they were far enough out of the manor, but I was over there for a darts competition. Did they see you? I don't think so. I cleared out pretty quickly when I saw them. Why? It would have been awkward. Remember, Austin's my tutor too. Yes, said Winsome. Of course. She stood up. Thanks, Mr. Lane. Thanks a lot. Now she had the corroboration she needed. Winsome had the feeling that things were starting to progress, and Malcolm Austin was going to have a lot of difficult questions to answer the next time he got a visit from the police. Chapter 8. So, what is it, Alan? What's going on? You could have cut the tension in there with a knife. Do you think Phil Hartnell noticed? He didn't get where he is today by not noticing things like that. He probably thought you'd had a lover's tiff. And you? It seemed the logical assumption. But what, Ken? Well, you're not lovers, are you? Or at least I thought you two were no longer an item. We're not, said Banks. At least I didn't think we were. Well, what does that mean? They were sitting outside on a bench at the Pack Horse, in a yard just off Briggate. The walls were higher, but it made Banks think of the maze and Hayley Daniels. Banks tucked into his jumbo haddock and chips, a pint of black sheep beside him. There was already a group of students at one table discussing a Radiohead concert, and the lunchtime office crowd was starting to trickle in, men with their ties loosened and jackets slung over their shoulders, and the women in long print skirts and short-sleeved tops, open-toed shoes or sandals. The weather really had warmed up since Sunday, and it was looking good for the weekend. "I wish I knew," said Banks. He didn't feel it was his place to tell Ken exactly what had happened the previous evening, so he gave the bare-bones version, leaving out any mention of the awkward pass Annie had made, or the way he had felt when her thighs and breasts brushed against him. Desire and danger. And he had chosen to protect himself from the danger rather than give in to the desire. But he couldn't explain that to Ken either. There had been jealousy, too, when she talked about toy boys. He had read somewhere that jealousy cannot exist without desire. "So what was all that about, then?" Blackstone asked. Banks laughed. "Annie doesn't exactly confide in me these days. Besides, she's been over at Eastern area for a couple of weeks. We have not been in touch. Something strange is going on in her life. That's all I can say for certain." "She didn't look good this morning." "I know." "You say she was drunk when she came to see you?" "That was definitely the impression I got." "Maybe she's got a problem with the bottle. It happens often enough in our line of work." Banks stared into his half-empty pint. Or was it half full? Did he have a problem with the bottle? There were those who would say he did. He knew he drank too much, but he didn't drink enough to give him a hangover every morning or interfere with his job, so he tended not to worry about it too much. What harm was he doing, sitting around by himself having a few glasses of wine, listening to Thelonious Monk or the Grateful Dead? So once in a while he got the blues and let himself wallow in a few late Billie Holiday torch songs or Dylan's Modern Times, and perhaps poured an extra glass or two. So what? As Annie had said, what did he have in his miserable little life that was so wonderful he could afford to reject someone like her? "I don't think it's that," Banks said. "Annie's always enjoyed a pint and she can hold her booze. No, I think that's the symptom, not the cause." "Man trouble?" "Why do we always assume it's something along those lines?" Banks said. "Maybe it's job trouble." But even as he spoke, he wasn't convinced. There were things that Annie had said last night, things he had only half understood. But if he read between the lines, they pointed toward man trouble. He'd been involved in her love life before, and he didn't know if he wanted to be involved again. "Maybe it's dredging up that whole Lucy Payne and Janet Taylor business," he said, hoping at least to divert, if not completely change, the subject. Blackstone sipped some beer. "She'd had a rough time of it," he said. "Definitely got the short end of the shitty stick on that one." "We all had a rough time of it," said Banks. "But I know what you mean. Any ideas?" "On who might have done it?" "Yes." "Well, like A.C. Hartnell said, it's a long list. One thing that brings me up short, though, is I suppose you could say the precision of it." "What do you mean?" "Well, first let's assume that one way or another it wasn't too hard for the killer to find out where Lucy Payne went when she left hospital. I know Julia Ford says her firm went to great lengths to disguise her identity and her whereabouts, but these things can all be circumvented if someone wanted to find out badly enough. A little inside help, a lot of public records, a few quid changing hands, or whatever. So let us put that aside and assume finding her was no real challenge. What I'm thinking about is the method. If it had been an angry and disturbed member of a victim's family, say, then why not just take Lucy for a walk down the coast and push her over the cliff?" "I see what you mean," said Banks. "To do it the way it was done, the killer had to go prepared. The razor or whatever she used, for example." "Yes. And even if we assume that someone set out to kill Lucy, that it was premeditated, it still makes more sense just to dump her over the side."
It wasn't as if she could be forced to confess anything or even show any fear or feel pain. She couldn't even talk.
Are you suggesting that it wasn't someone involved in the chameleon case?
I don't know what I'm suggesting, said Blackstone, but it's a possibility worth considering. Could anyone who was that angry at Lucy Payne for what she'd done to a family member be that cold-blooded? Where was the anger?
If the killer had simply pushed Lucy off the edge of the cliff, Banks said, there's always a chance that the body might never have been found.
But they'd have recovered the wheelchair, surely, and that would have told them what happened.
Perhaps.
Maybe I'm wrong, said Blackstone. I'm just thinking out loud. She might not have even died if she went over the cliff.
No, Ken, I think you're heading in the right direction. This was a cold-blooded job, simple as that. A job that had to be done efficiently, almost like a hit. The killer had to know that the victim had died at her hands, perhaps even watch her die. She couldn't face the uncertainty. After all, if Lucy Payne was a quadriplegic already, there wasn't much more harm anyone could do her, other than extinguish her life completely. What little of it there was left.
All that was left was inside, said Blackstone.
What?
Well, I don't know. I'm just rambling. You're right, though. It was an efficient method. It got the job done, and it left the evidence in plain sight for all to see. There has to be something in that.
So whoever did it was making a statement? Said Banks.
Yes, draining her life's blood. And what was that statement? I think when we get the answer to that, we'll be a long way toward at least ruling out a lot of people.
We?
I mean Annie's team.
But it does feel like a continuation, doesn't it? Banks said. Like unfinished business.
Yes, Blackstone agreed. I was thinking of suggesting bringing in Jenny Fuller again as a profiler. She worked the original case.
I don't know where she is at the moment. I think she's left Eastvale for good. She could be in America or Australia, as far as I know. I haven't seen her in ages.
You sound as if you regret that. History?
Plenty, said Banks, but not the kind you're thinking of. All my mistakes with Jenny are in what we didn't do, not in anything we did. Missed opportunities rather than anything hastily done and regretted. We've known each other a long time, that's all, said Banks. Ever since I've been up north, as a matter of fact. I met her on my very first case. Maybe things could have been different, but they're not, and it's too late now. It never happened. They finished their drinks and headed out to Briggate. The fine weather had brought people out in the city centre, and the pedestrian precinct was packed, the shops doing brisk business. Marks and Spencer, Harvey Nichols, Debenhams, Curry's Digital. All the 14-year-old mothers were out showing off their solarium suntans, pushing the pram with one hand and holding a cigarette with the other. Or so it seemed. After saying goodbye to Blackstone at the hedgerow and promising to get together soon for a curry and a few pints, Banks went into Mougie and bought a handful of those little cardboard-bound notebooks he liked so much. Then he wandered into Borders to see if they had White Heat on sale. He'd enjoyed the first volume of Dominic Sambrook's History of the 50s in Britain, never had it so good, and looked forward to reading the second, his period, the 60s, after he'd finished post-war. After that, he would check out the new CDs in HMV. Annie didn't feel particularly proud of her performance at Millgarth as she drove into Whitby just over an hour and a half later. It was a beautiful day, and the sea lay spread out below her, all greens and blues, so much brighter and more vibrant than she had seen them before. The red pantile roofs of the houses straggled up the hillside, and the harbour walls stretched out into the water like pincers. The whole scene, flanked on either side by high cliffs, appeared more like an abstract landscape than a real place. From the heights, she could easily see the town's two distinctive halves, split by the estuary. East Cliff, with its ruined abbey and St Mary's Church, like an upturned boat, and West Cliff, with its rows of Victorian guest houses and hotels, the statue of Captain Cook, and the massive jawbone of a whale. Though Annie took in the sight, and her painter's eye translated it to an abstract canvas, her mind was preoccupied with Banks. Eric, and most of all, her own erratic behaviour. She's lost control. Didn't someone used to sing a song called that? Banks would know. Banks. Damn him. What had she been thinking? That one quick shag with him was going to make everything all right? The more she thought about Saturday night, the more convinced she became that it wasn't the age difference that bothered her. After all, if it were the other way round, if she were a 22-year-old woman, it would seem perfectly normal for most men of 40 and above to sleep with her. She bet there wasn't one of them would turn down a Keira Knightley or a Scarlett Johansson. There were also plenty of women in their 40s who would brag to Annie about making youthful conquests. She ought to be dead chuffed with herself for pulling Eric, rather than feeling so cheap and dirty. But she knew that she felt that way because that wasn't who she was. Perhaps she felt so bad because she had always believed that she chose to sleep with men she could talk to in the morning, and the fact that they were often older than her, more mature, like Banks, never seemed to matter. They had more experience, more to talk about. The young were so self-obsessed, so image-conscious. Even when she was younger, she had felt the same way, had always preferred older men, and thought boys her own age somewhat shallow and lacking in everything except sexual energy and frequency. Perhaps that was enough for some women. Perhaps it ought to be enough for her. But it wasn't. Otherwise she wouldn't feel so bad. What upset her the most of all, and what refused to go away, was that she hadn't known what she was doing. She had lost control. For some reason, she had been drunk enough that being fancied by a fit young lad when she just turned 40 and was starting to feel ancient had appealed to her. Waking up with a blinding hangover and a stranger was never a good thing in Annie's experience, but in this case, the fact that he was young enough to be her son only made it worse. And she couldn't even claim that she'd been coerced or date-raped or anything. There had been no Rohypnol or GHB, only alcohol and a couple of joints. And the worst thing about it was that, pissed as she had been, she knew she'd been a willing participant in whatever had gone on. She couldn't remember the details of the sex, only hurried fumblings, graspings, rough grunts, and a sense of everything being over very quickly. But she could remember her initial excitement and enthusiasm. In the end, she assumed that it had been as unsatisfactory for him as it had been for her. And then there was the episode with Banks last night. Again, what on earth had she thought she was doing? Now things could never be the same. She'd never be able to face him with any self-respect again. And she had put both Banks and Winsome in an awkward position, driving in that state. She could have lost her licence, got suspended from her job. And that seemed the least of her problems. The colours of the sea changed as she drove down the winding hill, and soon she was beside the houses, stopping at traffic lights in the streets of the town centre, busy with normal life. A herd of reporters had massed outside the station, waving microphones and tape recorders at anyone coming or going. Annie made her way through with the help of the uniformed officers on crowd control and went to the squad room, where she found the usual scene of controlled chaos. She had hardly got in when Ginger came up to her. "You all right, ma'am? You look a bit peaky." "I'm fine," Annie growled. "Those bloody reporters are getting to me, that's all." "Anything new?" "Got a message for you from an ex-TI called Les Ferris," Ginger said. "Well, who's he when he's at home?" "A local. Used to work out of here, but he's down in Scarborough now. Put out to pasture officially, but they give him a cubbyhole and employ him as a civilian researcher. Pretty good at it, apparently." "And?" "Well, just says he wants to see you, that's all." "Aren't I the popular one?" "He says it's about an old case, but he thinks it might be relevant to the Lucy Payne investigation." "OK," said Annie. "I'll try to sneak out and fit him in later. Anything else come up while I've been away?" "Nothing, ma'am. We've talked to the people at Mapston Hall again. Nothing new there. If someone did know that Karen Drew was Lucy Payne, they're hiding it well." "We're going to have to put a team on checking for leaks. Dig a lot deeper," Annie said. "We need to look very closely at everyone in Julia Ford's practice. The Mapstone Hall staff, the hospital, social services, the lot. See if you can get someone local to help down in Nottingham and divide the rest up among our best researchers. Tell them it'll mean overtime." "Yes, Gov," said Ginger. "And I think we need to ask questions in other directions too," said Annie, taking the folders out of her briefcase.
We're going to have to widen the base of our inquiry. Take this list of names and divide it up between yourself, D.S. Naylor and the rest of the team, will you? They're all people who suffered one way or another at Lucy Payne's hands 6 years ago, most of them in West Yorkshire. I've already liaised with the locals there, and they'll give us much help as they can. We need statements, alibis, the lot. I'll pay a visit to Claire Toth myself tomorrow. She was close to the Paynes' last victim, blamed herself for what happened. Any questions? No, ma'am, said Ginger, scanning the list. But it certainly seems as if we got our work cut out. I've got more, especially for you, Ginger. How nice, ma'am. There was a young Canadian woman living on the hill opposite the Paynes. She became quite close friends with Lucy, even after the arrest. Appeared on TV as her champion, that sort of thing. Thought Lucy was a poor victim. I see, said Ginger. She was also present when Lucy Payne had her accident. Lucy was living in her house at the time. You can imagine the sense of betrayal she must have felt. Anyway, she has to be our chief suspect if she was anywhere near the scene. Her name's Maggie, or Margaret Forrest. She worked as an illustrator for children's books, so the odds are that she's still in the same line of work. You can check publishers, professional associations, what have you. You know the drill. She passed a folder to Ginger. The details are all in here. You said she's Canadian. What if she's gone home? Then she's not our problem anymore, is she? And if I find her? Come straight to me, said Annie. That's another interview I'd like to do myself. Jill Sutherland, part-time barmaid at the Fountain, was in the kitchen when Winsome called at her flat about a mile from the college. I was just making a cup of tea, Jill said. I only got home about 5 minutes ago. Can I offer you some? That'd be great, said Winsome. Jill carried the pot and 2 cups, along with milk and sugar, on a tray, then sat cross-legged on the small sofa in front of the coffee table. Her living room was light and airy, with a distinct whiff of air freshener. Innocuous pop music played on the radio, occasionally interrupted by a cheery voice turned so low that Winsome, thankfully, couldn't hear a word he said. She sat opposite Jill and took out her notebook. Jill smiled. She was a pretty redhead with a button nose and a pale freckle complexion, wearing jeans and a black T-shirt. All in all, she had an air of innocence that Winsome thought probably belied her experience. "What can I do for you?" she asked. "I don't know, really," Winsome began. "It's about Saturday night in the Fountain. The girl who was killed, Hayley Daniels, had just been drinking there. We're trying to gather as much information as we can." Jill's expression changed. "Yes, that was terrible. The poor girl. I read about her in the paper. And to think I could have been working just around the corner, or even walking through there myself." "You walk through the maze alone?" "Usually, if I've been working. It's a shortcut. I park in the castle car park, and it's the fastest way. I never thought it was dangerous, really." "You should be more careful." Jill shrugged. "I never had any problems. There was never anyone else there." "Even so." "Did you know Hayley?" "I'd seen her around." "You're a student at the college, too?" "Yes, forensic science." Winsome raised her eyebrows. "Forensic science? I didn't even know they had a course in that." "Well, it's quite new. After 2 years you can get into analytical chemistry at the University of Leeds." "Is that where you met Hayley, at college?" "Travel and tourism's just around the corner. We share a coffee shop. I'd seen her in town sometimes too, shopping. And in the Fountain. Once or twice." "But you weren't friends?" "No, just acquaintances. I only knew her to say hello to." "You called in poorly on Saturday, is that right?" "Yes." "What was wrong with you?" "Just a cold." Winsome guessed by the way Jill averted her eyes and flushed as she spoke that she wasn't exactly telling the truth. As a further distraction, Jill chose that moment to lean forward and pour the tea. As she did so, she gave a small cough and put her hand to her mouth. "Milk and sugar?" "Yes, please," said Winsome. She accepted the mug and went back to her question. "All better now?" "Yes, thanks." "Come on," said Winsome. "You can be honest with me. I've seen the Fountain. You didn't have a cold, did you? You just didn't want to go to work."
Jill's eyes filled with tears.
"I need the money," she said. "My parents can't afford to support me."
"I don't blame you for that, but there must be a better job."
"I'm sure there is, and I'm looking. In the meantime, there's the fountain."
"What's Jamie Murdoch like to work for?"
"Jamie's all right."
"Has he ever bothered you?"
"He asked me out a couple of times, but I said no."
Jill wrinkled her nose.
"He's not really my type. I mean, he's not exactly God's gift, is he?"
Winsome smiled. "How did he react to that?"
"He was disappointed, naturally, but he didn't push it. No, it's not working for Jamie that's the problem. It's just... I can't deal with all the drunks and the abuse. I mean, I know people aren't really themselves when they've had a lot to drink, but the mood can get very uncomfortable. There's rows and fights and all sorts, and it's not as if Jamie is the bouncer type."
"So what happens?"
"Oh, people usually calm down. I mean, no one's ever really got hurt or anything. It's just the language flying around and the rudeness. Not that I'm a prude or anything. And then there's the smoke. Oh, you wouldn't believe how bad it gets sometimes. First thing I have to do when I get home is put all my clothes in the basket and have a long soak in the bath."
"That should improve after the smoking ban in July," said Winsome.
"Is there anything else about working there that bothers you?"
Jill paused and bit on her lower lip.
"I shouldn't be telling tales out of school," she said finally. "But in the summer, when me and Pauline drove across to France for a weekend, Jamie asked me to stop and fill the boot with cheap lager and cigarettes."
"Well, it's not illegal," said Winsome.
"I know, but I think selling them in the pub is. I know lots of people do it, and like I said, I'm not a goody two-shoes, but I didn't want to do anything that might harm my future, especially if I'm going to be connected to law enforcement. That would be crazy."
"Quite right," said Winsome. Illegal booze and cigarettes was not exactly the kind of breakthrough she was looking for, but it was another snippet to add to the file. As far as telling Customs and Excise was concerned, though, a pub like the Fountain was so low down the pecking order when it came to smuggling that it would be hardly worth their while.
"Jamie says he was there until 2:30, cleaning up after someone wrecked the toilets," she said. "I know, he told me. I can't say I'm surprised."
"Has it happened before?"
"Well, not that bad, but someone broke some glasses once, and they often stuffed toilet paper down the bowl. That's what I mean about working there. You dread going to work on a weekend, and the rest of the time it's dead, except for lunch sometimes. I'm sorry I left Jamie in the lurch like that. I feel really bad, now I know he was there all by himself, when, well, you know, it happened."
Winsome stood up.
"He'll survive. Thanks a lot, Jill. You've been a great help." "I have?"
Winsome smiled.
"Like I said, every little bit helps."
Detective Superintendent Catherine Gervais had called the progress review meeting in the boardroom of Western Area HQ for 5 p.m. that Wednesday afternoon, by which time some of the forensic reports had started trickling in. DS Stefan Novak, the crime scene coordinator, was there as liaison with the lab, along with Dr. Elizabeth Wallace, Banks, Templeton, Wilson, Hatchley and Winsome, just back from talking to Jill Sutherland.
"OK,"
said Gervais, when everyone had settled with coffee, pads and pens in front of them.
"Let's add up what we've got so far. First off, DS Novak is here on behalf of Forensic Services. I know it's probably too early yet, but do you have anything for us, Stefan?"
Not a lot, I'm afraid, ma'am," said Novak, "and most of it's negative. Technical support did manage to enhance the number plate of the car that passed by around the same time Hayley Daniels went into Taylor's yard, but it turns out it was just a couple on their way home from celebrating their 25th wedding anniversary at that posh restaurant down Market Street."
"What about Hayley herself?" Gervais asked. "Anything more on what happened there?"
The rapist wore a condom, so we don't—" "Hang on a minute," said Banks. "What about the semen on the victim's thigh?" "I was getting to that," said Novak. "All I can suggest is that he was in a hurry, and it spilled out when he removed the condom, or it belongs to someone else. We're still waiting on DNA results."
"There were 2 of them?" said Gervais.
"Not necessarily 2 attackers," said Novak. Someone could have had a consensual sex with her in accordance with the theory that she went into the maze to meet someone.
Then someone else killed her, said Templeton.
Possibly.
She went into the maze to relieve herself, said Winsome, and she wasn't a slut.
I'm not suggesting that she was, said Novak, looking taken aback. Just that the results are inconsistent. We know that someone had sex with Hayley using a condom because we found traces of a lubricant used on a common brand, but we also found traces of semen on her thigh and on 2 of the adjacent leather remnants. Those are the facts. It's not up to me to speculate, but I'd ask why a killer, clever enough to clean up the body to some extent, would miss the semen unless it happened at a different time, or perhaps was left by someone else. There was one slight inconsistency.
Yes, said Gervais.
The seminal fluid wasn't quite as dry as it should have been, given the time of death.
As I've explained many times, said Dr. Wallace, with a definite hint of defensiveness in her tone, time of death is always, at best, a rough estimate.
That's what I thought, said Novak.
What time, then? Asked Banks.
Novak looked at Dr. Wallace before answering. I don't see any reason to argue with the original estimate between midnight and 2 a.m., he said. There could be other reasons for the inconsistency. I'll work on it.
Very well, said Gervais.
I noted in my post-mortem that Hayley might have tried to fight off her attacker, said Dr. Wallace. Did you find any tissue in the samples we scraped from under her fingernails?
Alas, no, said Novak. As you mentioned in your report, the nails were too short to actually scratch anyone. All we got were a few common cotton fibres.
Any luck identifying them?
Gervais asked. Novak shook his head. We're still working with them, but they could come from any number of brands. Not only that, Novak went on, but she could have picked them up at any time during the evening. Remember, she was with a large group of people, and the odds were that some or all of them touched or brushed against the others at some point.
Hair?
Banks asked. Only hers and Joseph Randall's.
So our killer wore a balaclava, or is bald, said Hatchley.
Nobody laughed.
There's evidence the killer cleaned her up, said Dr. Wallace. Washed her pubic area.
Except he missed that semen, Banks said.
It looks that way, said Novak. Or that happened after he'd cleaned her up.
Possible, Dr. Wallace agreed.
Fingerprints? Asked Banks.
None.
Sorry. I thought you lot could perform miracles these days, said Banks, seeing everything slipping away. Novak looked at Dr. Wallace. Sometimes it seems that way, but we're only as good as the evidence we collect.
Any luck with the known offenders? Gervais asked.
Nothing, said Banks. They've all been interviewed and they all have alibis. We're still working on it. Gervais turned to Novak again.
Have we missed something?
I don't think so, said Novak. The Sokos went over that place as thoroughly as any scene they've ever handled. One other thing we found was traces of the girl's urine on the ground outside the storage room, which is consistent with her friend's statement that she went down Taylor's yard to relieve herself. We also found traces of vomit, which we matched to her stomach contents, so it looks very much as if she was sick too. The team also went through the neighbouring buildings. Most of them are empty or used for storage of some kind. Nothing there.
So, are we dealing with a particularly clever killer? Templeton asked.
Not necessarily, said Novak. You've got to wonder how smart a killer is when he cleans up a body but misses a drop of semen. Maybe he's just lucky, but let's be honest. Anyone who sets out to commit a crime today has seen the bill, probably Silent Witness and CSI too. The general public knows way too much about forensics, no matter how much of it is fabricated. People know to be careful and what to be careful about. In some cases, they even know how to go about it.
What I'm getting at, ma'am, Templeton said to Gervais, is that we might be dealing with the first in a series. The more well-prepared our killer went out, the more he cleaned up after himself, the more it suggests forward planning, surely.
It doesn't mean that he had any victim in mind beyond Hayley Daniels, argued Banks, or that it wasn't someone who knew her. If Stefan is right, and there are two distinct people involved, Perhaps her killer wasn't her rapist. Has anyone traced Hayley's biological mother, by the way? She went off to South Africa with her boyfriend, said Winsome. Hasn't been back. Banks turned to Templeton. I think we all take your point, Kev, he said. Jim, did your search turn up any similar crimes anywhere in the country over the past 18 months? There are plenty of teenage girls gone missing, said Hatchley, but most of them have turned up, and the ones who haven't didn't disappear in circumstances like Hayley Daniels. Thanks, Jim. Keep searching. Banks turned back to Templeton. What I'm saying, Kev, is that we'll only know for sure we're dealing with a serial killer if there's a second and a third. It could have been a spontaneous crime, a rape gone wrong, not necessarily a serial killer in the making. But we can at least put some men in the maze on weekends, can't we? I'm not sure we can justify that expense, D.S. Templeton, Gervais said. We just don't have the manpower. We're already over budget on the forensics. It had to be a spontaneous attack to some extent, added Winsome. Nobody knew Hayley was going to go into the maze until she left the fountain with her friends at 12:17. But they all knew, Gervais asked. Yes, she told them outside the pub. It's on CCTV. Who else knew? Nobody, as far as we know. Then it's one of her friends, said Gervais. Or the Lingarth yobs, the ones who gave the bartender in the fountain such a hard time. No, ma'am, said Templeton. I've just finished checking on them. Seems that after they were kicked out of the pub, they nicked a car and went for a joyride. They crashed it outside York. Nothing serious, just cuts and bruises. But they were tied up at the hospital and with the York police most of the night. Well, that's one we can cross off our list, said Gervais. There is one small point, Winsome said. Just now, when I spoke to Jill Sutherland, she told me that she often walks through the maze when she's been working at the fountain. It's a shortcut to the car park. So you think the killer was waiting for Jill and got Hayley instead? Gervais said. No, not necessarily, ma'am, Winsome answered. Just that he might have known he had a good chance of finding a victim there if he knew about that. What I was saying, Templeton went on, is that the killer was already waiting in there, inside the maze. Winsome's right. It's the location that counts, not the specific victim. Maybe he'd been there on previous occasions, staking the place out, but nothing happened, and he was waiting. He knew it would happen sometime, that some unfortunate girl would walk in there alone, Jill Sutherland, for example, and he could strike. These people have infinite amounts of patience. This time, he got lucky. I think D.S. Templeton has a point, said Dr. Wallace. She was in her casual civilian clothes today, and Banks had hardly recognised her at first. A slight figure with her hair drawn back from her forehead and pinned up tight, black polo neck top and jeans, Nike trainers. He got the impression that she could be quite attractive if she wanted to be, but that it didn't interest her. In my experience, she went on, times before I've seen such cases, or even read case histories involving such injuries as I found on Hayley Daniels' body, they were almost always part of a series. I've looked at the crime scene photos, she went on, and there was a definite posed quality about the body. She wouldn't have been left in that position naturally after he'd finished with her. She would have been exposed, open, abandoned like a used doll. But she wasn't. He carefully turned her on her side, hid the damage he'd done, the trauma he'd caused, so she just looked as if she were sleeping. He even cleaned her body. One-off killers don't usually go to such trouble. I understand what you're saying, said Banks, but I've seen examples where someone has killed someone close to them and covered up the injuries in that way out of shame, or even covered the body with a jacket or a sheet. No killer, except the habitual one, knows what he's going to feel like after he's finished, and that sort of reaction, horror at the results of the crime, is common enough. Well, said Dr. Wallace, I bow to your expert knowledge, of course, but I repeat, this could be only the beginning. There are indications the killer will strike again, and the maze is a perfect location. All right, said Gervais. Point taken, D.S. Templeton and Dr. Wallace. But as I said before, at this stage we can hardly afford the manpower to saturate the maze with police officers on Fridays and Saturdays. Besides, she went on, don't you think that if you're right and this is a potential serial killer, then he'll have the good sense to choose another location next time?
Not necessarily, said Dr. Wallace. I'm not a psychologist, but I do know something about criminal behaviour, and people do become attached to certain places. The maze is certainly big and complicated enough to be attractive to that sort of personality. He might find that it mirrors his inner state, for example, his inner turmoil. Lots of shadows and nooks and crannies to disappear into and appear from.
And lots of ways in and out without being caught on camera, said Templeton. The doc's right, he went on, getting a frown from Dr. Wallace, which he didn't notice. He's lurking in an area at times when there are likely to be a lot of drunken young girls nearby, not exercising a great degree of common sense. There are other similar dark and isolated areas close to the town centre, like the castle gardens and the green, and they should be covered too, but they're all more open. The maze is perfect for him. Remember, Jack the Ripper only operated in Whitechapel. Even so, that was a much larger area, said Gervais. Anyway, I'm sorry, but the best we can do at this point is increase the number of regular patrols in the area and put warnings up in the pubs advising people to avoid the maze if they're alone, especially females, said Gervais. Also to stay in groups, not to wander off alone. That ought to be enough for now. Besides, the place is still a crime scene and will be for a while yet. It's taped off. Only that part of it near Taylor's Yard, argued Templeton. And if you're bent on murder, you're hardly likely to worry about a small infringement like... That's enough, D.C. Templeton, said Gervais. The subject's closed.
Yes, ma'am, said Templeton, tight-lipped.
Everyone was silent for a few moments. Then Gervais asked Banks what was next. We have a list of possibles, said Banks. Joseph Randall, Stuart Kinsey, Zack Lane, Jamie Murdoch, and Malcolm Austin. And the serial killer angle, he added, looking at Templeton. I think the next thing we need to do is have another go at all our suspects, a bit harder than we have before, and see if we can't find a chink in someone's armour. Someone knocked at the door, and one of Stefan Novak's colleagues delivered an envelope to him. There was silence while he opened it. When he had finished, he glanced over at Banks. That might not be necessary, he said. Remember, I said our killer might not be as smart as you think. Well, according to the lab, the DNA found in the semen sample on Hayley Daniels' thigh is the same as the saliva sample freely given by Joseph Randall. It looks very much as if we've got a positive match. Chapter 9.
Thanks for taking the trouble to come down and see me,
said Les Ferris, the researcher who said he had information, when Annie appeared in his office late that afternoon.
It's almost knocking off time, and I don't get out much, he went on, picking up his rumpled tweed jacket from the back of his chair. So why not let me treat you to a pint, or a cup of tea, if that's your poison?
Annie thought for a moment. She'd fallen off the wagon last night with disastrous consequences. But she was feeling better now, and one pint wouldn't do her any harm. Besides, the office was a mess and smelled of overripe banana skins. "OK," she said. "You're on. A pint it is." Les Ferris smiled, showing stained and crooked teeth. He was a bald, roly-poly sort of man, with a red face, white whiskers and sad eyes. It was a beautiful evening in Scarborough, the sort you didn't often get before the holiday season, or even during it for that matter, and the locals were taking full advantage. Couples walked hand in hand on the prom, and families with young children or pushing prams lingered at the edge of the sea, kids throwing pebbles at the waves. One brave man even rolled up his trouser legs and tested the water, but he didn't last more than a few seconds. Annie could smell salt and seaweed and hear the gulls screeching overhead. For a second they made her think of Lucy Payne's body, and she shivered.
"Cold?"
asked Ferris.
Annie smiled.
"No," she said. "Someone just walked over my grave." Ahead, where the high promontory of Scarborough Castle bulged out and brooded over the bay, Annie could see the waves smashing against the seawall, the salt spray flying high. Ferris picked a cosy pub on a corner near Marine Drive. It looked over the harbour. The tide was out, and a few white, red or green fishing boats rested on the wet sand. One man in a blue jersey was painting his hull. The pub was a Jennings house, with guest beers, and Annie chose a pint of cock-a-hoop. Ferris reached for his cigarettes after he'd set the drinks down on the scratch table.
"Do you mind?"
he asked. "Not at all," said Annie. The place already reeked of smoke, and several people at nearby tables were smoking. "Make the best of it while you can."
"I've tried to stop about 20 times," said Ferris, "but somehow I just can't seem to manage it. I'm about to turn 65 next month, so at this point I think I'd better just resign myself to my fate, don't you?"
That wasn't what Annie had meant. She'd been referring to the smoking ban coming into effect in July. But it didn't matter. 65 isn't old, she said. You might just as easily live to be 90, if you stop. She raised her glass. Cheers. To 90.
"Cheers. I'll drink to that."
After he drank, Ferris inhaled deeply on his cigarette. "You said you had something to tell me," Annie said.
"Yes. I'm not really sure if any of it's relevant, but when I heard about the identity of your victim, it rang a bell."
"I'm hardly surprised," said Annie. "Lucy Payne was quite notorious in her day."
No, it's not that. Not Lucy Payne."
"Perhaps you'd better start at the beginning."
"Yes," said Ferris. "Yes, perhaps I had. I haven't always been a humble researcher, you know," he went on. "I've put in my time on East Yorkshire CID, as it was then. I might be past it now, but I was quite the dashing young detective at one time."
His eyes twinkled as he spoke. "I'll bet you were," said Annie, hoping a bit of flattery might help him get a move on. She had no particular plans for the evening, but she was looking forward to a quiet night in her room, watching TV. "Not that we ever got many murders along this stretch of coast," he went on, "which is probably why I thought of it. People say I've got a bee in my bonnet. For some reason, though, it's always haunted me. Perhaps because it all ended up as mysterious as it began." "What?" said Annie. "You've got me intrigued."
"A case I worked on back in 1989. A mere callow youth of 47 I was then. I just made DS. None of your accelerated promotion rubbish in those days. Back then you earned your stripes."
"So I've heard," Annie said.
"Aye, well, not that there aren't plenty of good men around these days. A few women, too," he added hastily.
"This 1989 case," Annie said, lest he put his foot even farther in his mouth. "What exactly brought it to your mind when you heard about Lucy Payne?"
"I was just getting to that."
Ferris drained his pint.
"Another?"
"Not for me, I'm driving," said Annie. "But let me get you one."
"Aye, all right," Ferris said. "Women's lib and all that. I'll have another pint of snecklifter, please."
"Snecklifter?"
"Aye, I know it's strong, but I don't have far to go. Not driving like you."
Annie went to the bar and asked for a pint of snecklifter. The barmaid smiled and pulled it for her. She jerked her head over at Ferris.
"It'll take more than this to lift his sneck," she said.
Annie laughed. "Luckily," she said, "I won't be around to find out." The barmaid laughed with her, handing Annie her change, and said,
"Cheers, love."
Back at the table, Ferris thanked her for the pint, and stared out of the window towards the sea.
"Aye," he said. "September 1989. Nasty business it was. I was working out of Whitby then, where you are now. Mostly quiet, apart from a few pickpockets in high season, the occasional pub brawl, break-in or domestic incident."
"What happened?" Annie asked him.
"Well, that's just it," Ferris said, scratching his chin. "We never rightly did find out. It was all nobbit speculation and conjecture, based on what few facts we had, of course. We did our best. Any road, it stayed with me all these years."
Annie sipped some beer. Might as well relax and let him tell it in his own time. She thought as she noticed the shadows lengthening outside.
"I'm sure you did," she said.
"But what makes you think it's linked to Lucy Payne's murder?"
"Well, I never said that it was. It's just a funny coincidence, that's all, and if you're as good a copper as you're supposed to be, you won't trust coincidence any more than I do."
"I don't," said Annie.
"Go on." "Well, first off, we don't get many murders in these parts, and you tend to remember all of them. We got even fewer back then. It started when a local bloke, a cabinet maker called Jack Grimley, disappeared one night after leaving a pub called the Lucky Fisherman. A couple of days later, his body washed up on the beach over Sands End Way."
"Murdered?"
"Hard to say for certain," said Ferris. "Could have been a head wound, the doc said. A smooth, rounded object. But he'd been in the water a couple of days, been bashed about on the rocks." He paused. "And the fish had been at him."
"Water in the lungs?"
"No, that's the thing."
That meant he hadn't drowned. So he hit the rocks first as he fell in.
"Well, that was one theory."
"What was the coroner's verdict?"
"Death by misadventure. But D.I. Cromer, that's Paddy Cromer, who was in charge of the investigation, were never satisfied. Well, he's dead now, or I'd suggest you have a word with him yourself. He had as much of a bee in his bonnet about it as I did, right up to the end. I was his DS."
Annie had no idea why Ferris was telling her this, or how it was relevant to the Lucy Payne murder. But she had some beer left in her glass, and was content enough to spin it out for another few minutes while the sun went down. Pity they were facing east, she thought, or it would be a spectacular view. As it was, the delicate shade of blue reminded her of the blue in the piece of sculpted glass she had seen on the Venetian island of Murano once, many years ago when she was a student. "Why wasn't D.I. Cromer convinced?" she asked. Ferris touched the side of his red veined nose.
"Instinct," he said. "Like women's intuition, only more reliable. Copper's instinct."
"So he had a hunch," Annie said. "I still don't get it." Ferris gave her a dirty look, and for a moment she thought she'd ruined whatever rapport she had with him. But then he grinned.
"No flies on you, are there? Anyway, whatever it was, Paddy wasn't happy. Me neither. I mean, Jack Grimley could have fallen off the cliff. It's happened before, but according to his mates, he hadn't had much to drink, and he lived in the other direction. There was no reason for him to be walking on the cliff edge. Besides, there's a beach at the bottom, not rocks. And that was when we first heard of the mysterious woman."
Annie pricked up her ears. "What mysterious woman?"
"Patience, lass, patience." "A witness thought he saw Jack talking to a woman up near the Cook statue. Well, it was dark, though, and he admitted he could have been mistaken. Still, it was all we had at the time, the only piece of information that placed him near the cliffs. And he was with someone."
"Had he said anything earlier about meeting a woman?" Annie asked.
Ferris shook his head. "Not to his mates, he hadn't."
"Not like a man," said Annie. "Still, I suppose there could be any number of reasons for that. If it was a woman he was meeting, maybe she was married. Maybe even to one of his mates."
"We thought of that. Thing is, no one ever came forward. We dug around too, turned up nothing. Anyway," he hurried on, "if that was all that had happened, I wouldn't have dragged you all the way down here. Not that it isn't always a pleasure to have a drink with a pretty young girl."
Annie rolled her eyes and laughed. "How very gallant of you."
"Oh, I meant it," said Ferris. "You are a pretty lass."
"It was the young bit I was referring to."
Well, it's all relative, isn't it?
Indeed it is, said Annie, an image of the naked Eric flashing across her mind's eye. So, there's more?
There certainly is. I told you that Jack Grimley was just the first in a series of odd incidents that September. Odd enough to stick in my mind all these years as if they were yesterday. The second occurred a few days later, when a young Australian lad called Keith McLaren was found with a serious head wound in some woods near Dale House, up the coast a ways, inland from Staithes.
I know it, said Annie. Isolated spot.
Very. Anyway, the head wound showed remarkable similarities to Jack Grimley's. A smooth, rounded object. Well, it was touch and go with the young McLaren for a while, but he pulled through. Problem was, he'd no memory of what happened to him. The doctor said it might come back in time, in bits and pieces. It wasn't due to any physical brain damage, but that was no use to us. Now, the interesting thing is that a couple of people said they saw him down by the harbour in Staithes, probably the day it happened, walking with a young woman with short brown hair, wearing jeans, a grey wind cheater, and a check shirt. Well, it was better than the description we got from the witness who saw Jack Grimley with a woman by the Cook statue, because it was dark then, but we'd no way of proving it was even the same person, let alone of knowing who she was.
Anyone get a good look at her?
No, that's the problem. We couldn't even come up with a decent identikit from what we got.
Any idea of her age?
A young, they said, as in 20-ish.
And you worked on the assumption it was the same woman in both cases?
Wouldn't you?
Probably, given the pathologist's assessment of the wounds. What happened to McLaren?
He recovered and went back to Australia.
Do you have an address?
Oh, God knows where he is now. He was from Sydney. I seem to remember he was set on becoming a lawyer, if that's any help.
OK, said Annie, making a note. So this mystery woman shows up in two separate accounts, involving two serious attacks in the area, linked by the similarity in head wounds, possibly made by a smooth, rounded object, one resulting in death. And this in an area where you get very few violent incidents. Am I to take it that you're making a connection here between this woman and the one who showed up at Mapston Hall to take Karen Drew or Lucy Payne for a walk on Sunday morning?
That's right.
But that was 18 years ago, Les, said Annie. What could it possibly have to do with what happened the other day? Ferris grinned and shook his empty glass.
But there's more. Buy us another sneck lifter, and I'll tell you the whole story.
Hello, Mr. Randall, said Banks, when the officers brought Joseph Randall into the interview room. Nice to see you again.
You can spare me the pleasantries, said Randall. What do you mean by sending a police car to drag me out of my home? You couldn't possibly have sent a more obvious signal to my neighbours if you'd tried.
Signal of what? Banks asked.
You know damn well what I'm talking about.
Well, we wouldn't want you to have to walk all this way, would we?
Stop playing silly buggers. They wouldn't even give me any reason why they were bringing me here.
They probably didn't know themselves, said Banks. You know how it is. Lowly PCs, need-to-know basis. We don't tell them everything. Randall folded his arms.
This time I've called my solicitor. He'll be meeting me here momentarily.
Good idea, said Banks. We like to make sure everything's above board when we get to this stage of an investigation. Randall paused in his display of indignation and gave Banks a worried glance.
What do you mean, this stage?
Endgame, said Banks, casually shuffling the papers in front of him. We find it works best for us in court if everyone knows his or her rights, so there are no possibilities of infringement. So if you like, we'll just wait here quietly until your solicitor arrives. It's not the most salubrious of places. Banks glanced around at the flaking institutional green paint, the high barred window, and the bare light bulb covered by a fly-blown grill. "Still, cup of tea while we wait?" Randall grunted. "No, I don't want a bloody cup of tea. I want this over with so I can get out of here and go home." "Mind if I have one?" "I don't care what you do." Banks asked the constable on guard to send for tea, and before it arrived, Randall's solicitor popped his head around the door, appearing lost. As Banks had expected, he wasn't used to having criminal clients. Most Eastvale solicitors weren't. This one looked as if it was his first time inside a police interview room. "Come in," said Banks. He didn't recognize the young man in the ill-fitting suit, untidy hair and large spectacles. "You are—" The solicitor shook Randall's hand and sat down in the spare chair.
"Crawford, Sebastian Crawford, solicitor."
"Sebastian takes care of all my affairs," said Randall.
"Good," said Banks. "I'll just call my colleague and we'll be ready to start." If Sebastian Crawford took care of all Randall's interests, Banks thought, then he wasn't likely to be very much of a criminal lawyer. With any luck, he would soon be way out of his depth. The tea arrived along with D.S. Stefan Novak, and they settled down in the interview room. When he was ready, Banks turned on the video and tape machines and stated the details of date, time, place, and those present. He could see how this made Randall nervous, while Crawford just sat there, fascinated by the whole routine. "Now then, Mr. Randall," Banks began. "There's been a few interesting developments since we last talked, but before we get to them, I'd just like to recap briefly what you told us on the previous 2 times we talked to you, and make sure it's accurate." Randall glanced towards Crawford, who nodded.
"I can see no harm in that, Joseph," he advised. "Do as they say."
"As I remember it," Banks said, "you were surprised to find that you'd spent 11 minutes in the storage room with Hayley Daniels' body before reporting it to the police station. Is that correct?"
"It was you who said I spent 11 minutes there. I didn't think it was that long. You say someone saw me, but I thought I entered the building at 8:15, not 8:10, as your witnesses said."
"It was 8:10, said Banks. "Don't forget, Joseph, the CCTV cameras run in the daytime as well, and they're accurately timed. 11 minutes is a long time to spend with a corpse. Unless there were matters to attend to, of course."
"Mr. Banks," said Crawford, "what are you suggesting?"
"Nothing yet," said Banks, keeping his eyes on Randall. "You also admitted that you were in the Duck and Drake earlier on Saturday evening when Hayley and her friends were there, and that you were ogling her while she stood at the bar." Randall looked at Crawford.
"That was his word, not mine. I admitted to no such thing, Sebastian. You see, this is what they do. They twist what you say, put words into your mouth."
"But you did see her there," Banks went on. "And you did try to gloss over that fact in our first interview, didn't you?"
"I told you I didn't remember seeing her."
"Well, she certainly hadn't changed her clothes," said Banks, "and the only thing different about her appearance the following morning was that she was dead. But if you expect me to believe you saw an attractive young girl in a very revealing outfit at 7 o'clock one evening, and then again just after 8 o'clock the next morning, and didn't know it was the same girl, I suppose I have to believe you."
"It was the shock," said Randall. "For Christ's sake, man, she was dead. It might be par for the course as far as you're concerned, but I'm not used to seeing dead bodies on my property."
"Let's move on to what you did on Saturday night," said Banks. "You told me that you were at home between the hours of 12 and 2, and that you put the cat out and went to bed about 1:45. Do you stand by that?"
"Of course I do. It's what happened."
"It's not very far from where you live to Taylor's Yard, is it?" Banks said, "though it might make more sense to drive to the car park at the back of the maze and slip in through one of the passages not covered by CCTV.
"What on earth are you talking about?" "Yes, Mr. Banks, what are you talking about?" Crawford chipped in. "My client has told you what he did on Saturday night."
"I'm presenting an alternative version," said Banks.
"But how could I have known the girl would go into the maze at whatever time she did?" said Randall.
It was a good question, Banks had to admit, and he didn't have a ready answer. The whole element of spontaneity, of Hayley's deciding at the last minute to head into the maze to relieve herself, bothered him. It was a stumbling block. But he had to keep telling himself it didn't preclude the possibility that there was somebody already in there, just waiting for an opportunity, as Templeton believed. "You know the layout back there," he said. "What was to stop you from hiding out and waiting for a victim? It was simply a matter of time, after all, before some poor young drunken lass wandered in and got lost in there. Perhaps you'd been in the fountain on the previous occasions and knew that the barmaid there used it as a shortcut to the car park. Maybe you didn't know she was off work that night. No matter. Everything turned out well in the end, didn't it? I'll bet you couldn't believe your luck when you saw it was the girl you'd had your eye on in the Duck and Drake earlier that evening."
"Now come off it, Mr. Banks," said Crawford with a nervous laugh. "Surely this is stretching our credulity a bit far, isn't it? Do you really expect us to believe this a coincidence?"
"Until Mr. Randall tells us how it really happened," said Banks. "I'm afraid it's the best we can do."
"I've told you how it happened," said Randall. "After the Duck and Drake, I went home and spent the rest of the evening watching television. At about 1:15, I put the cat out and went to bed. End of story."
"I'd like to believe you," said Banks, "but I'm afraid what you're saying goes against the evidence."
"What evidence?" asked Crawford. "Are you saying you can produce evidence to corroborate what you're accusing my client of?"
Banks turned to Stefan Novak. "We have evidence that goes a long way towards proving it," he said. "Stefan?" Novak opened a folder in front of him. "According to our independent analysts, the DNA from the sample you freely gave us matches the DNA taken from traces of semen found on Hayley Daniels' body and on 2 leather remnants close to that body."
"What are you saying?"
said Randall, face pale, mouth gaping. "That the chances it was someone else who left those semen traces on Hayley Daniels' body are about 5 billion to 1, said Banks. "Am I right, D.S. Novak?" "About that, yes," said Novak. "And that's good enough for any court in the country," said Banks. "Joseph Randall, I'm charging you with the murder of Hayley Daniels. If you do not say something now that you later rely on in court, it may be held against you. Anything you do say may be taken down in evidence." Banks stood up and opened the door. 2 burly constables walked in. "Take him down to the custody suite," said Banks.
You can't do this to me," said Randall. "Sebastian, help me. Stop them. That sample was taken under duress."
"You gave your consent," Banks said. "We have the waiver."
"Under duress, Sebastian. Stop them. Please don't let them do this to me."
Crawford wouldn't look his client in the eye.
"There's nothing I can do right now, Joseph," he said. "They're quite within their rights, but believe me, I'll do everything in my power to help you."
"Get me out of this!" yelled Randall, red-faced, twisting his head back towards Crawford as the constables dragged him out of the interview room.
"Sebastian, get me out of this now!"
Crawford was pale and hunched. He managed to summon up only the grimmest of smiles as he edged past Banks into the corridor and followed his client down the stairs.
"Now this is where it gets really interesting,"
said Ferris after a long swig of Sneck-lifter. He could certainly put it away, Annie thought, checking her watch. She could write off Coronation Street tonight, and maybe the bill too, the way things were going. Still, if Ferris's story was as interesting as he obviously thought it was, maybe it would be worthwhile.
"A week or so after we found Jack Grimley's body and the Australian lad got hurt, another local chap by the name of Greg Eastcott was reported missing by a workmate. Apparently he hadn't turned up at his job for several days. He was a delivery man for a fish wholesaler. We never found him, nor any trace of him."
"Why do I get the feeling that there's always more?" said Annie. "This case is starting to resemble a hall of mirrors." There was perhaps a quarter of an inch of beer left in her glass, but she wasn't going to have another one, not this time. Control. Getting it back.
"It is rather, isn't it?" said Ferris. "Anyway, we went into Eastcott's house to see if we could find any clues to his disappearance. He lived alone. I was there along with Paddy Cromer. We had no evidence at all that there was any connection with what happened to Grimley and McLaren, but such mysterious disappearances and violent assaults were pretty rare around these parts, as I said. As far as his workmates were concerned, Eastcott was happy with his job and seemed generally uncomplicated and worry-free, if perhaps rather quiet and antisocial. A bit of an odd duck, as one of them put it. To be honest, we didn't know what we'd stumbled into at the time.
And now? Ferris laughed.
I'm not much the wiser.
He drank some more beer and resumed his tale. The lights dimmed and the pub started to fill up with evening drinkers. Annie felt somehow cut off from the laughter and gaiety of the crowd, as if she and Ferris were adrift on their own island of reality, or unreality, depending on how you saw it. She couldn't explain why she felt that way, but somehow she knew that what Ferris was telling her was important, and that it had something to do with Lucy Payne's murder, though Lucy would have been only 10 in 1989.
It was what we found there in his home that puzzled us, Ferris said. In almost every respect, it was a perfectly normal house, neat and tidy, clean, the usual books, TV and videos, normal. But this never made the media, Ferris said. But in one of the sideboard drawers, we found 7 locks of hair tied up in pink ribbons.
Annie felt her chest constrict. Ferris must have noticed some change in her, because he went on quickly.
No, there's nothing normal about that, is there?
Did you...
everyone knew there'd been a serial killer operating in the north, and the general feeling was that now we'd found him, or at least found out who he was. We never did find Eastcott himself. As far as our tally was concerned, he'd claimed 6 victims. But there were other girls missing, other unexplained disappearances, and one girl who survived.
Annie raised an eyebrow.
Kirsten Farrow. Someone interrupted him before he could finish her off, Ferris went on. She was in a pretty bad way for a long time, but she recovered.
Did you talk to her?
Yes. She'd been staying in Leeds at the time with a friend called Sarah Bingham. She was vague, Kirsten, but you can expect that when someone suffered the way she did, poor lass. She really couldn't remember much about what happened to her at all. We also consulted with the investigators on the case, Detective Superintendent Elswick and his DS, Dickie Hayward. Greg Eastcott's delivery routes coincided with the disappearances and murders of all 6 girls, and with Kirsten's assault. We also managed to match Kirsten's hair sample with one of the locks, so we know that he took a sample from her even though she survived, and another lock matched that of his most recent victim. The others were, well, they'd been buried for a while, but we did our best. And you know what hair's like at the best of times. It's hardy and durable enough, but practically damned impossible to make a match that'll stand up in court. And these were early days for DNA. Too early. None of us had really heard much about it, and I doubt you could have got DNA from a hair follicle, even if there'd been one. But the hair had been shorn with sharp scissors, so that was pretty unlikely anyway. And court was never an issue.
No?
Like I said, we never found Eastcott. A local woman said she thought she'd seen 2 people struggling on the cliff path, just up past the Abbey on the way to Robin Hood's Bay, but she was a long way off and she couldn't tell us any more than that. We searched the area and found one of the fence posts had come out of the ground. It seemed as if someone had gone over the edge. We also found blood and fibres on the barbed wire, but we no way of knowing whose they were. We got Eastcott's blood group from medical records, of course, and it matched, but so did 44% of the country's.
Were there any more killings?
Not after that. Not around here.
You think he went over?
We didn't know for certain, but it was a reasonable assumption that his body had been carried out to sea on the tide.
So what did you do?
What could we do? We followed a few minor leads, queried some of the local B&Bs. One woman remembered Keith McLaren staying at her guest house, and that he struck up a conversation with a young woman there. Seems only natural, I suppose, when you're young.
Did you question him about it?
When he came out of his coma, yes. He did remember something about a girl. Apparently they had a drink together, but that's all.
Name?
Didn't remember. Who knows? Maybe he remembers more now. It's been 18 years. Was there any follow-up? Ferris shook his head. Years passed and nothing new came up. You know what it's like. He laughed. Not like books or telly where the detective won't give up until he gets his man. Or woman. Aye. Anyway, officially there was no murder, remember. Jack Grimley was killed by a fall and Greg Eastcott disappeared. The only actual crime was the one against Keith McLaren, and he couldn't remember anything. Then he buggered off back to Australia. Pardon my French. Ferris paused. Besides, the feeling was that if Greg Eastcott was a serial killer, as he appeared to be, then someone had done us a bloody big favour. I think you'd have been hard pushed telling that to Jack Grimley's family or to Keith McLaren. I never said it sat well with me over the years, did I? But that's the way things go sometimes. So you did nothing? My hands were tied. And that's where it stands today. Ferris sighed. Until now, he said. Annie frowned. The noise of laughter and conversation ebbed and flowed around them. Behind the bar, a glass smashed. I still don't get it, she said. It's a fascinating story, but you must realise there's nothing to connect those events directly with what happened to Lucy Payne the other day, except the bee in your bonnet. It's been 18 years. The whole idea's ludicrous. Yes, of course, I know that. But if Eastcott was the serial killer, and a woman sent him over that cliff, and Kirsten Farrow was the surviving victim, the mysterious woman seen with Grimley and McLaren? Exactly. But how could she be? Annie said. You told me yourself that she couldn't have known who her attacker was, and she was in Leeds with a friend at the time of the crimes. Ferris shrugged. That's what she told us, and her friend corroborated it, but alibis can be fabricated. What if she had found out? Have you talked to anyone else about this? Ferris gave her a hurt look. What do you think I am? Annie rubbed her forehead. Sorry, she said. The media's already in a feeding frenzy since they found out it was Lucy Payne on the edge of that cliff. Ferris chuckled. I'll bet they are. Any road, they'll get nothing from me. Annie took out her notebook. OK, I'll make a few preliminary inquiries, she said. You'd better start by giving me some names and last known addresses. The Australian, Kirsten's friend. We're really pushed for manpower as it is, but maybe it'll be worth a bit of digging. Then she stopped, struck by an idea that might be as crazy as it sounded. What is it? Ferris said. You know those locks of hair you told me about? Yes. Did you keep them? Or they'd be with the rest of the case material somewhere. Yes, said Ferris. Do you think you could dig them out? Ferris's face lit up as if he'd been given a new purpose in life. Is the Pope Catholic? He said, beaming. I don't see why not. I am a researcher, after all. The beer was flowing in the Queen's Arms when the landlord had put 2 long tables together, and even Detective Superintendent Catherine Gervais was joining in the celebrations with a smile on her face. Only Banks stood apart, leaning against the windowsill, pensively sipping his pint, occasionally glancing out through the diamond-shaped panes at the passers-by on Market Street as the shadows lengthened, feeling that something wasn't quite right, that they were perhaps being premature. But a DNA match was solid, an arrest was an arrest, and it demanded celebration. The Arctic Monkeys were on the jukebox, and all was well with the world. "What is it, sir?" asked Winsome, suddenly standing by his side, a purple drink topped with a maraschino cherry in her hand. Banks didn't even want to know what it was. She was a little wobbly, but her voice and her eyes were clear. "Nothing," said Banks. "Having fun?" "I suppose so." "Something wrong?" "No," said Winsome. "You just seemed far away. I wondered—" "What?" "Nothing, sir." "Come on, out with it." "It's none of my business." "What isn't?" Someone bumped into Winsome, but she managed to hold on to her drink without spilling any. The man apologised and moved on. Hatchley was telling a joke over the music, and everyone at the table was waiting for the punchline.
Banks had heard it before.
"Busy in here tonight, isn't it?" Winsome said.
"You can't just start to say something and then cut it off in midstream," said Banks. "What's on your mind?"
D.I. Cabbot, sir.
"Annie?"
I told you it's none of my business. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I know you two are friends."
"I used to think so too," said Banks. Through the window, a couple of schoolgirls in dishevelled uniforms passed by on their way home from a late band practice, one carrying a violin case, the other a flute. Hatchley reached his punchline, and the table started laughing.
"Sir?"
"Nothing. What about D.I. Cabbot?"
"I had dinner with her last night. I think something's bothering her."
"Bothering her? In what way?"
"I don't know, sir." Winsome lowered her voice. "I think it's a boyfriend. Stalking. Threatening."
It didn't take much to work out that Annie had probably driven over to see Banks just after her dinner with Winsome. She had mentioned toy boys, but why hadn't she told him she was in trouble? She clearly hadn't got the chance. "I'll have a word," he said, wondering just how on earth he would manage to do that, given their last encounter and the present climate of their relationship.
"You won't tell her I said anything?"
"Don't worry," said Banks. He saw the desk sergeant enter the pub, glance around, and walk straight toward him. He groaned. "Shit, Ernie, what do you want?" he said. "Always nice to find a warm welcome, sir," said Ernie. "I'm sure it happens a lot when you're always the bearer of good news. You're not going to like it. I never do, but that's not stopped you yet. Bloke just came in. Neighbour of Joseph Randall, the one you charged. And says Randall can't possibly have done it, sir. Wants to talk to the man in charge." "Man in charge?" Banks glanced over at Detective Superintendent Gervais, who seemed to be enjoying a private chat with D.C. Wilson, and wondered if feminism might actually work for him, just this once. Then he decided just as quickly that it wouldn't. Why rain on their parade? If there was anything in it, they'd find out soon enough. "All right," he said, getting to his feet. "Lead on." Annie mulled over her conversation with Les Ferris as she drove on the A171 along the edge of the North York moors, quiet at that time of evening just after dark. She put some foot-tapping pop music on the radio to keep her going, but the chatter between songs irritated her so much that she turned it off. On the face of it, what Ferris had come up with sounded absurd. One murder, one serious assault, and one unsolved disappearance of 18 years ago. A mysterious woman seen in the proximity to 2 of the 3 scenes. As he had said, there was only ever officially one crime, Keith McLaren's assault. What could any of this possibly have to do with what happened on Sunday? Curiously enough, Annie thought there were quite a few connections. First was location. There had been no other murders around the cliffs in the past 18 years, so why again now? Second came the strong possibility of a female killer. Women murderers are much rarer than men. Third, 2 of the victims were serial killers, or perceived by many to be serial killers, Greg Eastcott and Lucy Payne. 4, the murderer of 18 years ago had not been caught, and that led to the 5th and final point of similarity. If the killer had been around 18 years ago, that put her at almost 40 now, and that was about the only thing they knew about the elusive Mary. Mel Danvers thought she'd been about that age. It was still very tenuous, but the more Annie thought about it, the more she became convinced that it at least merited some investigation. What about Keith McLaren, the Australian? Perhaps he had recovered more of his memory now. It was all moot until Les Ferris came up with the hair samples anyway, and then a lot depended on whether they could match Kirsten's to any of the hairs found on Lucy Payne's blanket. If not, it was a washout. But if they did, they were in business. It was a beautiful, clear evening, Annie thought, as she passed the road to Robin Hood's Bay. She could see the afterglow of the sunset, dark strata of red and purple silhouetting the western hills. To the east, over the North Sea, spread that magical shade of luminescent dark blue you saw only at the time of night opposite a sunset. A silver moon hung low to the north. Soon Annie was amid the traffic lights and street lights, and the pleasures of the open road were lost. She found a parking spot only yards from her temporary accommodation and let herself in. The place seemed cool and dark, as if it had been abandoned far longer than it had. Perhaps the nicest thing about it, Annie thought, was that she could just see a wedge of sea between the rooftops. She turned the lights on, hung up her jacket and headed for the kitchenette. She hadn't eaten dinner, had only sipped that 1 pint to Ferris's 3, and she could do with a glass of wine and a plate of cheese and crackers. Tomorrow would be a busy day, she reflected, as she put the plate and glass beside her on the desk and turned on her laptop. There were people connected with the Paynes victims to be interviewed, and now another line of inquiry coming out of Les Ferris's story. Only one thing was certain. Given the workload they had already, if they were to follow Ferris's leads, they were going to be seriously overstretched, which meant Annie had to approach Detective Superintendent Bruff for both overtime, as she had already promised Ginger, and for extra personnel. These were the two things no budget-conscious administrator liked to authorise these days. It would be hard to sell it to Bruff, but she'd worry about that later. Besides, he was bound to have his hands full with the press. The one good thing about Bruff, Annie had learned in the short time she'd been working at Easton, was that he didn't really listen. He was easily distracted and tended to focus on matters of public opinion and image. He was also the kind of person who was well on to his response to the next press question before you'd finished speaking. Consequently, a lot passed by him, which you could legitimately claim to have told him, and he tended to nod abruptly, agree and say OK, simply to facilitate being able to move on, to say something he thought more interesting. The internet connection was slow. The guest house didn't have broadband, and Annie had to rely on the phone line and the computer's internal modem. But it was good enough for email, which was all she really wanted. Tonight, it seemed to take an unusually long time to download. She cursed whoever it was had decided to send her a large attachment, probably some silly joke or holiday snap. Then she saw Eric's name appear next to a paperclip, and her heart constricted. How had he got hold of her email address? Then it dawned on her. They'd both been playing with their new Blackberries, which handled email as well as text and phone, and Eric had shown her how to attach photos and send them. She had sent one to him in the club. That was how he had got her email address. How could she be so careless? The other messages were all junk: Viagra, breast enlargement, and genuine Rolex offers, along with various sales newsletters. She opened Eric's message. It was short, in blue italic script, and to the point. Dear Annie, I hope you enjoyed Saturday as much as I did. You were fantastic. I can't wait to do it again, and more. In the meantime, I'm really looking forward to our lunch tomorrow and getting to know you a bit more. I don't even know where you come from or what you do for a living. Don't forget, 12 noon at the Black Horse. I'll be waiting. Love, Eric. Annie's heart sank when she opened the attached JPEG. She definitely didn't remember posing for this one. It was a slightly blurred picture of her and Eric, no doubt using the self-timer. This time she had her head resting on his shoulder, his arm encircling her. Her hair was dishevelled and her eyes unfocused. All of which would have been perfectly innocent, albeit a little embarrassing, except that it was clear, even from the head and shoulders, that both she and Eric were stark naked, and that she was holding a joint between her thumb and forefinger. And bugger it if she wasn't smiling. "Well, Joseph," said Banks, back in the same interview room with the tape recorder running and Sebastian Crawford hovering nervously in the background again. "It looks as if we're not at the bottom of this yet, doesn't it?" "I don't know what you're talking about," said Randall. "I think you do," said Banks. He leaned forward. "And I think it would be in your best interests to admit that you do." Randall licked his lips and looked to Crawford for guidance. Crawford said nothing. "Right," said Banks, leaning back in his chair. "Let me lay it out for you, then. We've just had a visit from your neighbour, Roger Colgate, who tells us that he saw you putting the cat out at 12:30 on Saturday night. Though we don't as yet know the exact time Hayley Daniels was murdered, we do have evidence pointing toward the fact that she entered the maze at 12:20 and was most likely accosted by her attacker by 12:25 or thereabouts.
"Well, there you are then," said Randall with a triumphant glance towards Sebastian Crawford. "I couldn't have done it, could I?"
"It would probably have taken you at least 15 minutes to walk up to the market square from where you live," Banks went on, "even if you had been capable of walking in a straight line at the time."
"What do you mean?"
Randall said. "According to your neighbour, you were pissed," said Banks. "In fact, according to Mr. Colgate, you were usually pissed by that time most nights."
"That's a lie," said Randall. "I might have had a drink or two, but there's no law against that, is there?"
"Not at all," said Banks. "No law against getting pissed either, providing you don't cause any bother." "Well?" "Mr. Colgate says you were unsteady on your feet, and that when he called out good evening, you replied in a slurred voice. You don't even remember that, do you?"
"No," said Randall. "But it doesn't matter, does it? He remembers it, that's what counts. Like you say, there's no law against getting a little drunk in one's own home once in a while, is there? I'm off the hook. I can't have done this terrible thing."
"You have to let me go." Banks paused. "You did find the body, however."
"Well, you already knew that. I was the one who reported it to you, and I had a legitimate reason for being there."
"Yes, we've checked with the customer you told us about. You did have a rush order for a handbag. But that's hardly relevant."
"What do you mean?"
"You spent 11 minutes alone with Hayley Daniels' body."
"So? She was dead when I found her."
"I know that," said Banks.
"Look, I think you should just apologise, cut your losses, and let me go and have done with it. Sebastian?"
Crawford cleared his throat.
My client does have a point, Chief Inspector. After all, you've already agreed that he couldn't possibly have been responsible for the murder of Hayley Daniels, which is what you've been holding him for."
"That could change," Banks said.
"What do you mean?"
Randall asked. "The problem remains," Banks went on. "Our forensic experts definitely found your DNA in semen samples taken from the victim. In fact, our crime scene coordinator had been puzzled that the semen hadn't dried as much as he would have predicted had it been there overnight." Randall folded his arms.
"I told you, I'm sorry, but I can't help you there."
"Oh, I think you can," said Banks. He leaned forward and rested his palms on the desk, face only a couple of feet from Randall's. "Would you like me to tell you what I think really happened in that storage room, Joseph?" Randall licked his lips.
"What's the point? You'll tell me anyway. More fantasy."
"Perhaps it started as a fantasy," said Banks. "But it wasn't mine. I think you're telling the truth, and so is Mr. Colgate. I think you saw Hayley Daniels in the Trumpeters after you closed up shop on Saturday night, and you liked what you saw. Perhaps you'd seen her there before. After all, she frequently spent Saturday nights on the town with her college friends. Or perhaps it didn't really matter who you saw, as long as she was young and scantily dressed. I believe you went home, as you said you did, watched television or perhaps some porn on DVD, and drank yourself into a stupor, fueling your fantasies until you could hardly stand up at 12:30 when you put the cat out and in all likelihood went to bed." "So what if any of this is true?" said Randall. "None of it's illegal." "I'd like to believe that you dashed back to the shop, saw Hayley Daniels conveniently walking into the maze, and hurried after her," Banks went on. "But in all fairness, I don't think that's very realistic. The timing doesn't work, and it would be far too much of a coincidence."
"Well, thank heaven for that. Can I go now?"
"But you did find the body the following morning," Banks said.
"And reported it?"
"Something happened in those 11 minutes, didn't it, Joseph? Something came over you, some urge you couldn't resist."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"I think you do. Chief Inspector—" "Please be quiet, Mr. Crawford. I'm not infringing your client's rights in any way." Banks turned back to Randall. "That's what happened, isn't it, Joseph? You walked into your storage room as usual to pick out some suitable remnants, turned on the light, and you saw her there, lying on her side on the soft pile of scraps as if she were asleep. Some poor lost babe in the woods taking shelter from the storm. She looked so innocent and beautiful lying there, didn't she? And you couldn't help yourself. I'll bet you touched her, didn't you, Joseph? Fondled those small, firm breasts, small, cold breasts? Did it really turn you on, her being dead like that, unable to respond, to say or do anything, to stop you? You were in complete control, weren't you? Probably for the first time in your life. There wasn't a thing she could do, was there? So you touched her skin and you ran your hands over her thighs. Did you kiss her, Joseph? Did you kiss those dead lips? I think you probably did. How could you resist? She was all yours. Randall hung his head in his hands. Crawford moved over to him.
You don't have to say anything, Joseph, he said. This is sick.
Indeed it is, said Banks. And he's right. You don't have to say anything. I already know, Joseph. I know everything. I know how you felt as you knelt beside her and unzipped. You were hard, weren't you? Harder than you'd ever been. And with one hand you touched her between her legs, and with the other you touched yourself. And it happened, didn't it? Perhaps sooner than you expected. Then you had to clean up. You didn't do a very good job. That's why we found what we did, isn't it? You thought you got it all, but you were in a hurry and you missed some. 11 minutes, Joseph. Randall sobbed into his hands. Crawford had one arm draped awkwardly over his shoulders.
I didn't kill her, Randall cried. I didn't hurt her. I would never have hurt her.
He looked up at Banks with a tear-streaked face.
You must believe me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Banks felt sick. He edged his chair back, stood up and went to open the door. "Take him back down to the custody suite," he said to the constable on guard, "and ask the sergeant to charge him with committing an indignity on a dead body, or whatever the bloody hell they call it these days. Go with him, please, Mr. Crawford. Go quick. Just get him out of my sight. Now!" Crawford helped Randall to his feet, and they shuffled out into the grasp of the waiting constable. Alone in the small interview room, with only the hum of the recording machines breaking the silence, Banks let out a loud expletive and kicked the only chair that wasn't bolted to the floor so hard that it sailed across the room and smashed into the tape recorder. Then all was silent.